Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, The Mighty Dragons Are Dead, Naruto, Leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, Your Lord Has a Screw Loose, Apocalypse I Can See the Health Point Bar, Killing Monsters Drops Loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, My Monster Fuses Everything, Naruto, I Traveled with a Max Level Account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, Killed for 100 Years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen Invited Me to Soul Society, The World Conquest Giving Birth to Become a God, My Master Only Breaks Through on the Edge of Death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece The Strongest Female Pirate Cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, Must I Offend the Entire Ninja World, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, My Journey as Fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the Strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate Beginning with Type Moon, A Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece Take the Uchiha Clan to the Grand Line, One Piece Don't Worry, I'm a Doctor, Building Harem and Dungeon with Monster Girls, DxD, Multiverse The Day-to-Day Life of the Sephiroth Hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, Many Children Bring Happiness, A Shameless Start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto Sleeping Invincible, One Piece, Life Choice Ask Me to Kiss Marine Goddess Hina, Reborn as the genius son of the richest family, Start by Eating Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, The Days of Being the Richest Man in the Ninja World, The Witcher and Madara Uchiha, Villain I Possess the Dragon Yang Dao Physique, All Saintesses Turns into Villainesses, All Beautiful Girls Want to Stick with Me, Interdimensional Farming in Another World, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. His heart was filled with boundless loyalty and reverence, for he understood that all of this was bestowed by the young lord before him, who had long since shed his childish air to become a towering dragon knight. This young lord had also won the second Dragon Slayer battle and was now setting out to eliminate traitors, emanating the untouchable glory of a dragon knight. Marcus quickly conveyed List's command, assembling various knight squads and issuing the call to war. His strength was not formidable, merely an elite Earth Knight, but his position was significant, and everyone knew he spoke for List, commanding the elite Fresh Flower Knight Order. It wasn't just the knights of the Fresh Flower Knight Order who were assembling, all Earth Knights staying on Black Horse Island were gathering towards the docks. In fact, List alone could have taken care of the Count of Hot Spring Island, but he mobilized all knights of his territory anyway. Regardless of their condition, old, weak, ill, disabled, as long as they were Earth Knights, were mobilized, seeking weapons and equipment, boarding the fast sailboats. The dockyards were already capable of producing 2-masted fast sailboats, and 3-masted ones were still not fully mastered. Your Highness, should the patrol squad also proceed? Paris, riding a black blood-treasured horse, came to inquire. As a great light magic swordsman, on par with Sky Knights and Grand Magicians, her strength had grown rapidly and was now able to compete with sword saints without falling behind. She was one of List's early confidants, currently holding only the title of Baron, which List found somewhat dissatisfying. This voluptuous, beautiful follower, though not very bright, was highly appreciated and trusted by him. He hoped to promote her soon to a higher position to counterbalance the captive faction. The captive faction was a concept in List's mind referring to those Sky Knight followers captured from the Eagle Kingdom, numerous and strong, prone to forming cliques. Screen the patrol group. All Earth Knights must join the battle. Paris, not just your patrol group. Charles's security team must also deploy Earth Knights. The campaign on Hot Spring Island is the best reward I could give to the elders following me. Your Highness, you are a lord who honors old loyalties, worthy of every knight's allegiance, said Paris respectfully, yet her eyes could not fully hide a hint of irrepressible affection. No woman could resist being moved by a dragon knight, especially one so handsome and imposing. If the Duchy of Sapphire had a media outlet issuing a most attractive male knight in the eyes of women nationwide, List would undoubtedly be chosen unanimously. Honor is mine, and I am with you, List said, patting Paris on the shoulder. Seeing this great light magic swordsman, he was reminded of the light dragon residing in Red Maple Mountain of the Maple Leaf Duchy, a huge evil dragon, 80 meters in length, formidable and elusive. No dragon knight dared to easily slay this dragon and attain the title of Dragon's Lair. List was indeed interested in joining the fray. But the time had not yet come, it was not suitable to venture out recklessly. However, that said, he was already a dragon knight who had achieved 2 kills. Light green gemstone dragon knight Carlo Violet, purple copper dragon knight Loyal Bronze, both had fallen by his hand. This record was splendid among dragon knights, as most would die of old age. Dying in battle was rare. Your Highness, Charles reports that the security team has assembled all Earth Knights and is ready to fight at any time. Charles' trap quickly arrived. He was far more enthusiastic about military exploits than Paris. Paris, being a woman, was naturally a bit more laid back and, with her strength comparable to a sword saint, would eventually ascend to a high noble rank. Unlike her, Charles, an elite Earth Knight, had to seize every opportunity to achieve military honors. Captain Paris, Captain Charles, since the Knight orders have assembled, then you both are to board immediately and follow Captain Marcus's command. Yes, Your Highness. In a moment, Black Horse Island had assembled 5 Knight orders, Marcus leading the Fresh Flower Knight Order, Sky Knight Direct Iron Armor, Joyce Dandelion each forming their own Knight orders, and the unorthodox Knight orders of Paris and Charles, leaving only Sky Knight Spark on the territory for security. The 5 Knight orders boarded the ships, setting sail majestically towards Hot Spring Island. On the other side, Tulip Castle also gathered a large number of knights, rushing towards Square Island to eradicate the Viscount of Square Island. However, the Marquis of Bulltail did not participate personally. He had already started his journey to Blue Dragon Island, preparing to discuss the details of the second dragon-slaying battle with the Sapphire Duke meticulously. Standing behind, with his son riding 4 dragons, he ignored those shocking strikes and felt better than ever. Hot Spring Island. The Count of Hot Spring Island was caressing batches of treasures in the cellar, all gifts from the Eagle Kingdom, for he had risked his life to act as a spy and naturally demanded high rewards. How beautiful, this Crystal Helen statue, definitely the work of the top crystal craftsman of the Eagle Kingdom, completely imbuing the statue with lifelike beauty. Ah, great Crystal Helen, you once guided the Moon Empire forward, now would you guide me, a knight lost in his path, to your heart? He closed his eyes, as if intoxicated in a fantastical love, with an extremely beautiful woman embracing and kissing him. Snap. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, urgent bugle sounds filled the air above the castle, interrupting the Count of Hot Spring Island from his fantasy. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he remembered that this bugle sound was an alert sounded only when the territory was invaded. What's going on? He hurriedly wrapped the half-human height Crystal Helen statue in soft cloth and, unable to contain his anger, rushed out of the cellar, shouting at the knights who were hastily lining up outside. My lord, it's the knights from Flame Territory who are invading. A knight captain rode over hurriedly, urgently reporting, the Knight Order of the Flame Territory is launching a major invasion of our Hot Spring Island, having already overtaken the coastal city, Sandgrain City, and is now charging toward Hot Spring Castle. My lord, you need to prepare for battle immediately. Flame Territory? The Count of the Hot Springs felt a sudden squeeze in his heart, which contracted violently. Despite it being the warm spring of April, it felt as if he had plunged into an icy cellar, feeling a bone-chilling cold. Flame Territory. List Flame. The dragon-slaying battle. Has it begun? He didn't have time to think it through. In the distance, the lining up knights suddenly started shouting, Dragon. It's a dragon. Fire Dragon, the Fire Dragon of the Marquis of Flame Territory. Why is the Flame Territory attacking us at Hot Spring Island? Isn't he afraid of the Grand Duke's punishment? It's over, the Dragon Knight himself is attacking. Amid the shouts, a Fire Dragon appeared in the sky, its 30-meter wingspan gently flapping, carrying boundless flames towards Hot Spring Castle. There were no breaths, no impacts, just the flames stirred by its wings, scorching hot spring castle in a sweeping blaze. Horses neighed as all the lined-up knights scrambled, covering their heads and fleeing. The Night Order of Hot Spring Castle dispersed without any resistance. The fire dragon swept past overhead, and List, riding on the fire dragon, glimpsed at the towering castle with an indifferent look. Behind him, the charge of 5 Night Orders from Black Horse Island was assembling. A surge of chi instantly submerged Hot Spring Castle. On one corner of the battlefield, Paris, Derek Iron Armor, and Joy Standelion, 3 formidable figures, soared up, charging towards the fleeing Count of Hot Spring Island, forcibly blasting him back. All settled. The dust settled. Chapter 879, Enormous Sin and Extreme Evil. Betrayers must die, but before the trial, the Count of the Hot Springs had not been killed, only captured. Then, they began to appeal to his Night Order. Punishing the betrayer was just a ruse. What List really needed were the resources of Hot Spring Island, both material and human. The Count of the Hot Spring Island's betrayal conveniently gave him a legitimate excuse to plunder those resources. At that moment, standing in the cellar surrounded by a dazzling array of treasures, List, intrigued, questioned the Count of the Hot Springs, who was bound hand and foot. The Eagle Kingdom must really value your loyalty, giving you so many treasures. I often visit the Tulip family's cellar, and it doesn't even compare to a tenth of what is here. Tell me, when did they turn you against us, making you a spy within the Duchy of Sapphire? Your Highness, I am willing to dedicate all my wealth to you, and my family and I are willing to follow you for life. The Count of the Hot Springs hurriedly said. And then what? Continue being a spy? How could that be, Your Highness? I truly intend to reform, to start anew and faithfully follow you forever. Such nonsense was truly uninteresting, but the Count of the Hot Springs had to say it even if there was just a slim chance of receiving forgiveness. However, List cared nothing for his posturing. Bargaining with a dead man seemed too undignified, especially for a true dragon knight like himself. When did you become an internal collaborator for the Eagle Kingdom? 10 years ago, when my son was taken prisoner by the Eagle Kingdom during the Pioneer Mandate War, I became the contact for Alonso's men. But Your Highness, I did not commit any acts of betrayal against the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. I and your father, the Marquis of Bulltail, were old friends. Receiving dragon knights from the Eagle Kingdom, launching a war of dragon slaying, you call that no betrayal? Ah, that. I didn't know their purpose for coming here. I just thought they were searching for something. The Count of the Hot Springs, sweating from his forehead, knew his lies were full of holes but still had to continue. What is this? List suddenly noticed a half-human height crystal statue. The crystal statue seemed to be made of pink crystal, likely a type of pink gemstone ore. However, the statue was immaculate and flawlessly clear, obviously a very high-quality ore. The figure carved was a magician, dressed in a tight magic robe. Although the crystal was tinted with a pink transparency, the statue's features and figure could only be described as perfect. Even used to exquisite nixies like hack, List couldn't help but be amazed by the magician in the statue, embodying sexiness, allure, and majesty all in one. Particularly, the clarity of the crystal, combined with the angle of carving, made it seem as if the figure inside the statue was a living person, watching him with a gentle smile. With the Eye of Magic activated, he could see every line on the statue's clothing was a magical line, bearing traces of a magic array. This was a piece of magic equipment. It is Crystal Helen, the Count of the Hot Springs said, his tone filled with melancholy and confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. Your Highness, this is the most precious item in my collection, crafted by a top-tier crystal craftsman master along with a magician, turning it into a treasure combining beauty and magic. Crystal Helen? List seemed to have heard this term before. The Count of the Hot Springs continued eagerly. It not only reaches the pinnacle of beauty but also has special effects. When placed within a castle, it smoothens the stray magic power, refreshing everyone. Ordinary people bathed in its ore live without ailments, while knights and magicians enjoy the convenience it brings to their training. After a pause, the Count of the Hot Springs, as if parting with a beloved woman, said, I am willing to offer it to you, Your Highness, for such a treasure is only worthy of someone of your stature. Who is Crystal Helen? List suddenly asked. Ah, she was a legendary empress of the Moon Empire, he began, the supreme leader of magicians. Her beauty made the moon pale in comparison, and even dragons submitted to her charm, willing to be commanded by her. I remember now. List nodded. He had read a magic book that mentioned the great emperors from the era of the Moon Empire. Although it was a world ruled by magicians, it was also an imperial and slave system. One of the emperors was called Helen Truth, and she had a fondness for crystals. Because of her beauty, the magicians who worshipped her had built her a palace made entirely of crystal. Columns, roofs, arches, steps, including thrones, tables, chairs, clothing, carriages, dinnerware, even toilet bowls, all were made of crystal. Ridiculous. However, The lore from the era of the Moon Empire had become blurred, and no one knew whether that Crystal Palace truly existed, or even if Crystal Helen herself was real. The statue in front of him, however, made for a fine decoration. Naturally, Liszt was eager to accept it and have it moved to his own castle to enhance the artistic atmosphere there. Pack up everything and take it away," he declared with a wave of his hand. As for the Count of the Hot Springs, once he had gone over the provenance and use of the collectibles, he could be taken to the execution ground to be prepared for hanging. Usually, noble knights could ransom their freedom, but this did not apply to traitors. Sapphire Duke had once initiated a bloody purge on Iron Hoof Island, and for Liszt, eliminating a count and landlord was equally effortless. Right in front of the plaza of Hot Spring Castle, he had many recruited knights come to witness. An official from Black Horse Island read out the charges in front of the gallows: the Count of Hot Spring Island. Despicable in character, murderer of knights, torturer of commoners, conspirator with the Eagle Kingdom, assassin of a Marquis of the Grand Duchy and schemer against the Flame Territory, utterly depraved and unforgivable. Let the hanging be carried out immediately. After the charges were read, amidst the dread of all knights, the Count of Hot Spring Island was hanged alive. His servants and confidants, charged with various offenses, were also hanged on the gallows. It is unknown whether there is a hell or some other place for the dead to go, where they might continue to follow the Count. Liszt stood on the balcony of Hot Spring Castle. He watched the hanging clearly. Marcus reported to him on the side about the spoils collected from the clearing of Hot Spring Castle. The Count of the Hot Springs, being an old noble and having conspired with the Eagle Kingdom, possessed astounding wealth. There were massive amounts of gemstones, jades, gold coins, and also elves, 1 greater elf, 16 little minor elves, and 136 elf bugs. All were bound to his son. But they would soon be all transferred to Liszt. The knights and serfs on the island were also being inventoried. Those fit for migration to Flame Island would be relocated directly, while the remaining assets that could not be moved could be sold back to the Sapphire family. The gains are truly rich. This kind of thing makes money fast, he thought delightfully. Compared to the Grey Iron Dragon from the dragon-slaying battle, these resources might not seem much. But, after all, there was only one Iron Dragon, whereas the resources of Hot Spring Island were diverse and varied, offering a more stimulating sensation. I wish there were more traders from the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Chapter 880, like a thorn in the back. 1 millet greater elf, a type of grain, valued highly. 5 millet minor elves, 2 barley minor elves, and 1 wheat minor elf, all grain types, and all highly valued. 1 jasmine minor elf and 1 half lotus minor elf, both are magic potion types, highly valued. 1 tomato minor elf and 1 apple minor elf, both fruit and vegetable types, decently valued. 1 black tea tree minor elf, used as a common source of tea by nobles, similarly valued decently. 1 sempervivum minor elf, 1 lithops minor elf, and 1 campion minor elf, all ornamental types, with average value. Also, there were 136 elf bugs, among which about 10 were magic potion types, all fairly valued. In total, the resources scavenged from Hot Spring Island were enormous and could be said to have fattened Liszt in one gulp. All of these resources were readily usable. This greater elf shall be named Tick, the Harbinger of Doom, Fiddlesticks. In League of Legends, Fiddlesticks is a scarecrow. After seeing the farms around Hot Spring Castle filled with millet and many scarecrows, Liszt named the millet greater elf this new name. The only regret was that the millet greater elf Tick was already 150 years old, and according to the 200-year lifespan of greater elves, it had only 50 years left. Moreover, its personality was somewhat rigid. The Count of Hot Springs regarded elves merely as tools, so they were all quite wooden. Not lively enough. But now, having become Liszt's elf, they would enjoy better living conditions and a happier and comfortable environment. The Count of the Hot Springs had 4 followers who were viscounts. Liszt had planned on a thorough cleansing, but these 4 viscounts reacted swiftly, kneeling before Liszt even before the Flame Territory's knights could charge. Pleading ignorance, they sought Liszt's forgiveness and pledged their allegiance to the new landlord. They each proclaimed their willingness to migrate to Flame Island and develop the abundant lands for the Flame family. Seeing their former landlord executed, they harbored no thoughts of retaliation. After all, they faced a dragon knight. The dealings between the Count of Hot Springs and the Eagle Kingdom were too clear for them to deny, and they had no loyalty to the Count of Hot Springs. Knights boast of loyalty, but how much truly remains when a ransom can redeem them? Interests are the only values tirelessly pursued by the nobility. In any case, the banner atop the castle had changed. Besides the downfall of the former rulers of Hot Spring Island, not much else had changed. The knights were reorganized but still stationed on Hot Spring Island, and the serfs who were meant to farm still had to farm, The migration would have to wait until the magic teleportation array was operational. Currently, there wasn't the transportation capacity to relocate the manpower and resources from Hot Spring Island to Flame Island, and with spring plowing already past, the crop growth could not be delayed. After cleaning the Hot Spring Castle, it had become List's palace, the elves still housed there but now guarded by specialized servants and knights. List stayed there for 2 days, then set off. He had to transport new food supplies to Flame City, which although had just harvested a crop of potatoes, was facing a burgeoning population nearing 300,000 after the winter campaign against the Moon's Layers. The Night Order, busy gathering food in the forests, still couldn't sustain the increasing food consumption. Meanwhile, List was reveling in the spoils of his search. Prince Alex of the losing party in the battle against the dragon, along with Alonzo and the dragons, headed straight back to the king's castle of the Eagle Kingdom. The fate of the Grey Iron Dragon and Duke Pirat remained unclear. The news of the Dragon Knight's return wasn't leaked, only a few in the court were aware. The king had summoned Prince Alex and Marquis Alonzo to the palace. When the corpse of loyal Purple Copper, the Purple Copper Dragon Knight, was carried into the Great Hall, the king immediately furrowed his brow, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Afterwards, he heard from Alex the full details of the battle against the dragon. So, Duke Loyal has died in battle, and the enormous national effort invested in this battle against the dragon has failed again? The Eagle Kingdom's king, his thick beard masking his expression, his eyes devoid of much color, asked as though inquiring about something trivial. But Alex and Alonzo, who were familiar with the king, both knew that he was extremely angry. Alonzo immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, Alonzo has mishandled his duties, delaying the kingdom's war efforts, and is willing to accept your punishment." As a prince, Alex did not need to kneel, he merely clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, I am not shirking my responsibilities. The reason for our defeat in this battle lies more with the appearance of the formless dragon. Who could have expected that List would possess a formless dragon as his mount? Formless dragon." The Eagle Kingdom's king slammed his scepter heavily onto the floor. "Who can tell me why the sacred dragon was born in the Sea of Azure Waves, and why it has fallen into List's hands?" At this moment, excuses like the favor of a knight's glory clearly wouldn't suffice. Alonzo said gravely, "If I am not mistaken, List has already taken control of a relic from the era of the ancient Moon Empire. The legend of the sacred dragon prevailed during the Moon Empire era and has not appeared for many years. The birth of archmages must also be related to the relics of the Moon Empire. Changes in the magic web shrinking were not unfamiliar news to dragon knights. The advancement of a new archmage did not mean the recovery of the magic web, so Alonzo believed that X advancement as an archmage was achieved through the relics of the Moon Empire era. Such a speculation couldn't be considered wrong. Indeed, it was through the divine artifact, Mermaid's Tears, that had touched the magic web, laying the foundation for his advancement. The Fish Ugly Temple and the Moon Empire are more or less connected, saying that it pertains to relics from the Moon Empire era wasn't wrong either. However, they all overlooked the reasons behind List as an individual. His entire strength originated from personal struggles. After all, the smoke mission was a part of his body, and the power of destiny had long merged with him. But strictly speaking, the death of the smoke dragon and the remnants of the power of destiny also seemed related to the ancient Moon Empire. Alonzo's speculation on the general direction had not been incorrect. The Moon Empire. An ancient empire that has decayed who knows how many years ago. Alonzo, do you think this reason can convince me? The king of the Eagle Kingdom spoke in a stern tone. For this battle against the dragon, how many resources has the kingdom consumed, how many relationships utilized? Now can you tell me how great the losses of the kingdom are from the failure of the battle against the dragon? Please punish me, Your Majesty. Would punishing you help the situation? At this moment, the Eagle Kingdom's king still did not know that the Grey Iron Dragon had encountered issues. The Purple Copper Duchy has always been the western barrier of the kingdom. Duke Loyal was a strong supporter of mine, but now he is dead. How am I supposed to explain to my aunt and cousin? The king of the Eagle Kingdom's cousin was none other than the wife of Duke Loyal, the Duchess. Prince Alex sighed. This matter is because I did not support in time, Your Majesty. Please allow me to personally escort Duke Loyal's body back to the Purple Copper Duchy. Regardless of what the Purple Copper family requests, I will do my utmost to satisfy them. The Eagle Kingdom's king looked at Alex, without speaking. After a long while, he finally sighed deeply. Alonzo, rise. Tomorrow, return to the frontier to continue your duties. As for the sacrifice of Duke Loyal, I will personally contact my aunt. Now I need you to immediately come up with a response plan. I want to know how we can curb List's growth. He paused. The Eagle Kingdom's king murmured softly, his tone exceedingly somber. If he continues to grow, I feel a thorn in my back. Chapter 881, Master of the Seas. The Battle of Dragon Slaying on Dodo Island did not take place in full view. so the nobility of the Sapphire Archipelago were still unaware of this unprecedented Great War. However, the annihilation of Hot Spring Island by the Knights of the Flame territory was by no means concealed. With the promotion of merchants and covertrats on the island, the news spread to the ears of all nobles, great and small, within the Sapphire Isles in almost a week. What's going on? Why would the Marquis of Flames destroy Hot Spring Island? Even a Dragon Knight shouldn't be so reckless. Is the Grand Duke really indifferent? The Count of Hot Spring Island is known for his integrity and sincerity, and although the Marquis of Flames is indeed powerful, he shouldn't bully the weak like this. This is a trampling of a knight's dignity. Many noble landlords dared not comment on this matter in public, but after social pleasantries, they would inevitably make pointed remarks over drinks, criticizing the actions of the Flame territory for bullying the weak. Some even directly entreated the Sapphire Duke, hoping he would intervene to stop this. However, just as the news of the Flame territory's eradication of Hot Spring Island began to spread, merchants and rats brought new explosive information. The Knights of Bulltail Domain had annihilated Square Island in a single day. The attack was brazen and without any concealment, nor did it have the permission of Marquis Deepthroat. The Viscount of Square Island was a follower of Marquis Wallace Pineapple Green of Deepthroat Island, so his downfall would naturally require Wallace's consent, or else it would be a provocation. Here, Dragon Knight List blatantly annihilated a fellow Dragon Knight's follower. There, Marquis Bulltail openly destroyed another Marquis's follower. It completely set the public opinion of Sapphire ablaze. What exactly are the Marquis of Bulltail and the Marquis of Flames, this father and son duo, trying to do? I have dealt with Lee William. He is a knight of utmost loyalty and honor. How could he do such a thing? If it's said that Marquis Wallace had offended Marquis Bulltail, attacking the Viscount of Square Island as punishment could be understandable. But for the Marquis of Flames to annihilate the Count of Hot Spring Island, what does that mean? Could the Tulip family be seeking to turn against the Grand Duke? The Grand Duke must not ignore this, or else, with Dragon Knights and Archmages, the Tulip family could overturn the rule of the Sapphire Archipelago. We must advise the Grand Duke. Yet before these public opinions even had the chance to ferment, an edict from the Sapphire Duke was delivered by the Knights of the Ashen Hawk Knights to all the major landlords of the islands. A message that left everyone agape then erupted. The Lord of the Sea of Azure Waves, landlord of the Sapphire Archipelago, the Great Sapphire Duke, hereby announces to all followers and knights, the Count of Hot Spring Island and the Viscount of Square Island colluded with the Eagle Kingdom, provided help for the invasion by the Eagle Kingdom's 5 dragons and 3 knights, plotted against the Marquis of Flames, and instigated the War of Dragon Slaughtering. The Marquis of Flames resisted staunchly. And with the killing of the Purple Copper Dragon Knight Loyal Purple Copper as the conclusion, he thwarted the sinister plan of the Eagle Kingdom and swiftly took action to annihilate the 2 traitors, the Count of Hot Spring Island and the Viscount of Square Island. The Marquis of Flames and Marquis Bulltail are the embodiment of loyalty, justice, bravery, and fearlessness, exhibiting the noble qualities of knights in the finest manner. Simultaneously, detailed news released by merchants and rats from the Flame territory and Bulltail domain rapidly spread. Every battle of dragon slaughtering was the best headline news of the year, and without effort of promotion, it naturally caused an explosion. White Maw Iron Dragon Knight Alex White Iron, Bronze Dragon Knight Alonzo Zyankli, Purple Copper Dragon Knight Loyal Purple Copper, the Grey Iron Dragon, the Silver Dragon, 5 dragons and 3 knights joined forces to besiege the Marquis of Flames, but the Great Fire Dragon Knight, Formless Dragon Knight, Light Green Sapphire Dragon Knight List Flame, powerfully killed Loyal and crushed the united front of the 5 dragons. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The dragon-slaying battle of Dodo Island involved 8 dragons, with Prince List alone commanding 3 dragons, powerfully defeating 5 dragons and knights, his strength boundless and limitless. The Formless Dragon is a sacred dragon, the legendary sacred dragon. So powerful, the knight's glory shines upon him. The Marquis of Flames is not just the son of glory, he is glory itself. The horror of it all! Exclaimed one onlooker. The Earl of Hot Spring Island and Viscount of Square Island colluded with the Eagle Kingdom, traitors must die, another voice declared. The war the Marquis of Flames waged to annihilate them was a just one. Marquis Wallace personally thanked the Marquis of Bulltail for exterminating the traitorous Viscount of Square Island, someone recounted. Can someone tell me if this is really true? A bewildered voice asked. Why has His Highness List gained the recognition of 3 dragons? Is he the embodiment of knightly glory? In an instant, noble landlords who had previously objected to List's actions against the Earl of Hot Spring Island changed their tune, lavishing praise upon List as if there were not enough hours in a day to do so. They feared their earlier complaints might reach List's ears. If List were merely a dragon knight with an archmage as his assistant, they might have been backed by the Sapphire Duke, defending noble class interests and hoping to gain favor from the Duke for their outspokenness. But now the news was too terrifying. List had single-handedly mounted 3 dragons, cleanly killed another dragon knight, and repelled 3 dragon knights and 5 dragons from the Eagle Kingdom with just his own might. Coupled with that spectacularly stylish archmage, the team was overwhelmingly powerful and cool beyond measure. It was said that even if the Sapphire family were to be destroyed, no one would dare utter an unnecessary word. In a world ruled by a knightly order, where strict order and rules apply, when someone's strength reaches a certain level, what are rules to them? The Master of the Sea has changed. Marquis Wallace Pineapple Green stood at the prow of his ship, feeling a sense of weary resignation. Back when the Tulip family was sweeping Square Island, he took his knight order to confront them and question their leader, Levi's. What does the Tulip family mean by this? What does your father mean, killing my followers for no reason? Levi's rarely took part in wars, he was mainly there to earn military merit. Still, as a newly made Sky Knight, he had cultivated a composed demeanor and casually replied, Marquis Wallace, the orders I follow are from Dragon Knight List. Perhaps there are some things you are not aware of, but List has killed another Dragon Knight. He briefly mentioned the dragon-slaying battle. After that, Wallace's face went from pale to ashen, ending in a deep sigh. He turned and departed without another word, ceasing to care about the fate of Square Island. That same night, Wallace took a ship to Blue Dragon Island. When he arrived at Blue Dragon Island, he saw the Sapphire Duke having tea with the Marquis of Bulltail at the Azure Sky Peak Palace. Accompanying them were Duchess Arette Dehillen, Crown Prince Anthony, Marquis Glendenton Red Maple Leaf of Red Maple City, and Marquis Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea of Quicksand City. Essentially, the entire high command of the Sapphire family was there to join Lee Wheelie M for tea. Such high-level company was simply unbelievable. Seeing this gathering, Wallace knew then that the seas were no longer ruled by the Sapphire family. After spending a night in Azure Sky Peak Palace and receiving a handwritten decree from the Duke, Wallace left Blue Dragon Island feeling dispirited, returning to his own territory. He felt old, ready to retire and enjoy his twilight years, no longer engaging in the noble power struggles. Marquis Merlin Taro of Red Crab Island had grown up with the Sapphire Duke, and Wallace Pineapple Green had been just as loyally dedicated since his youth. The Master of the Sea has changed. Wallace repeated to himself as he looked at the address on the decree. The Sapphire Duke's formal correspondence used to open with Master of the Sea, Lord of all Islands, the Great Sapphire Duke. Yet, this decree began with Master of the Sea of Azure Waves, Lord of the Sapphire Archipelago, the Great Sapphire Duke. The shift from the sea to the Sea of Azure Waves, from all islands to the Sapphire Archipelago. The implication was clear. The real Master of the Sea had officially changed following the dragon-slaying battle on Dodo Island. Chapter 882, High-Profile Actions. The landmass was too vast, making the dissemination of information inconvenient. Pyro Grey Iron's capture and the Grey Iron Dragon becoming List's mount had not yet spread. In fact, the results of the dragon-slaying battle had just begun to ferment among the high ranks of the Duchy of Sapphire and the Eagle Kingdom. Of course, the rats of various kingdoms and grand duchies were already carrying the news to their respective nations. It wouldn't be long before the entire northeastern corner of the legendary continent would be boiling over. Some felt like they had a sword hanging over their heads, some listened as if it were a story, others worshipped with a mad fervor, and some were enviously puzzled, all typical reactions. However, List was destined to add another log to the fire. The reason was simple. He himself was quite low-key, but the Smoke Mission, after completing the traitor's punishment, issued a rather high-profile new mission. The Duchy of Sapphire has begun to sing your name, and the high echelons of the Eagle Kingdom are plotting to contain your growth, but a true man fears no sordid machinations in the dark. It is time to mount the Grey Iron Dragon and visit Blue Dragon Island, to enable the Sapphire family to make the right choice. Reward, the first vassal state to surrender. It was evident, the Sapphire Duke was still hesitant. This was to be expected, as List's ancestors had been followers of the Sapphire family, their roles reversed one day, with the Sapphire family now to become followers of List. Indeed, from the perspective of interests, having numerous dragons and archmages, List possessed the qualifications of a king. It was only natural for a grand duchy to seek allegiance to a kingdom, especially those located on the Great Seas. However, on an emotional level, there were considerable difficulties. Moreover, the Sapphire family still held hopes for the Steel Ridge royal family, wishing to draw benefits from both the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the prospective Flame Kingdom, unwilling to easily switch allegiances. The Sapphire Duke's thought process is not unreasonable. Although he belongs to the treacherous party in the alliance of offense and defense, he has after all been the landlord whom the Tulip family has followed for generations. Being overly harsh wouldn't be good for the family's reputation. In sentiment and reason, the Sapphire family was the old master of the Tulip family, their lord-vassal relationship was amicable. The Tulip family hadn't betrayed, nor was the Sapphire family ever harsh. This friendship needed to be considered. Otherwise, List's reputation after his rise would suffer. The reputation mostly served as icing on the cake, but as part of the noble class and the top dragon-rearing family, they ultimately relied on the knight system for governance, and a good reputation was still required. Then mount the Grey Iron Dragonhorn and pay a visit to Blue Dragon Island. Let the Sapphire Duke weigh the situation himself, he decided, looking at the smoke mission. After completing the food transport, he directly traversed through space, arriving at Mind Island. Orn, the Grey Iron Dragon nursing his wounds, had mostly healed. It hadn't suffered the grave injuries that the light green gemstone dragon did, these were mostly external wounds. Thus, with the dragon's powerful regenerative abilities, he quickly returned to his original state. Only the depleted dragon's superior magic needed more time to replenish. Normal riding and fighting were no longer an issue. Roar. Orn held no good feelings towards List. After all, submission had been forced through a mind battle, but after erasing the mind branding of the first Dragon Knight, Orn accepted List as his Dragon Knight, united in soul. Bard, you carry Ak, while I will ride Orn. List quickly arranged the mounts. Woo yeah. Bard did not refuse Ak's riding. Naturally, the Dragon Tooth platform was reserved for List alone. Even if Bard favored Ak, he would not allow Ak to sit there. Just as the Grey Iron Dragon had protected Pyro, the Dragon Tooth platform was not a place for him to sit. And so, one man and one dragon flew towards Blue Dragon Island, with the magic form of Little Fire Dragon Leo at List's chest. Since he was going to demonstrate his authority on Blue Dragon Island this time, he might as well reveal his full hand. If it weren't for the light green gemstone dragon still being on Flame Island, he would have brought all 4 dragons with him. The situation was set, and he did not mind being exposed to the gaze of various kingdoms on the legendary continent. While the formless dragon's combat ability was not particularly remarkable, its capacity for space shuttle was incredibly strong, enough to ensure his escape from any dangerous situation. The smoke mission mentioned that the Eagle Kingdom was contemplating a plot to restrain List. Other kingdoms on the continent, upon learning of List's rise and his possession of a sacred dragon like the formless dragon, would certainly weave their own schemes. However, these stratagems boil down to either dragon-slaying battles or economic sanctions. No one can tackle a fleeing formless dragon in battle, and economic sanctions are even less effective. If List couldn't do business, he could simply resort to robbery. Robbing Hot Spring Island once fattened him up, and if he were to rob a few marquises from the Continental Kingdom, wouldn't he become a big, fat pig? He could even rob Dragon Knights. A lone Dragon Knight was no match for him, not with his luxurious lineup that included himself, Bard, Leo, and Ak. Slaughtering a solitary Dragon Knight was too easy, if it weren't for the fear of pushing the Continental Kingdom too hard, leading these kingdoms to reach an agreement and deploy all their Dragon Knights to capture him. List would have adopted this tactic long ago. Besides, I have the smoke mission for early warnings. He had a clear understanding of the situation on the continent. With the Eagle Kingdom failing twice in dragon-slaying battles, the other kingdoms would likely try to court him instead. Perhaps a king would even offer his daughter's hand in marriage. Of course. The notion of marrying a princess from some kingdom did not particularly appeal to him. What he now coveted most was not the submission of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire but the reward from the previous smoke mission. Complete the mission. Reward, 1 man-eating tree dragon sprite. This was the prompt in Serpent script when he completed the Punish the Traitor mission. While transporting food to Flame City, he directly sought out Emily, who was overseeing road construction, to inquire about his man-eating tree dragon sprite. He had already heard about it through messages sent by the magic platform. Emily had been investigating the man-eating ogre incidents, the reward from the mission 3 smoke missions ago called Trace of the Man-Eating Ogre. They ultimately found the true culprit behind the man-eating ogress, the reward from the second-to-last smoke mission Man-Eating Tree Cluster, and finally, the third part of the Man-Eating Ogre series of missions granted him the desired Man-Eating Tree Dragon Sprite from the previous mission. Dragon Sprite. A Dragon Sprite. Although this reward fell short of that of a dragon, it was still staggeringly alluring to List, who harbored an extraordinary desire for sprites. He had long yearned for a dragon sprite. After all, a dragon-rearing family without a dragon sprite would seem embarrassingly poor. He had assumed that dragon sprites would scarcely appear in the wild, given the harsh evolutionary conditions for sprites. A greater elf evolving into a dragon sprite would need to spend an extended time in the company of dragons. Dragons themselves were exceedingly rare, and those that fell into the wild were mostly evil dragons with malevolent temperaments, unwilling to tolerate a greater elf's proximity. Hence, he had little hope for wild dragon sprites and deemed stealing one unrealistic. His only option was to cultivate one himself. The greater elf Annie, who loved to touch the little fire dragon, was the dragon sprite he was eagerly anticipating. As time went by, Annie kept touching but did not evolve. Then, unexpectedly, a chain mission, which he didn't pay much attention to due to a dragon-slaying battle, suddenly rewarded him with a dragon sprite, much to his surprise and delight. Regrettably, Emily and the others had spent a long time tracking the man-eating tree but had not found the dragon sprite. According to Emily's conjecture, the man-eating tree could burrow into the ground, the dragon sprite might be hiding underground. After List himself fruitlessly searched the forest 3 or 4 times, he instructed Emily to continue the search. He was determined to find this dragon sprite, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. What was destined to come could not escape. He decided to relax a bit and made his way to Blue Dragon Island first, eager for another encounter with the Sapphire Duke. Chapter 883, Descent of the Emperor. Traveling upstream along the river valley, after a month-long journey through dense jungles, the night squad led by Yevich finally found a human settlement. It was a small village where there were neither knights nor elves, and they did not engage in farming crops. The men in the village hunted for a living, while the women gathered wild fruits from nearby mountains and bred a clumsy bird that resembled a chicken but was larger in size and had brighter feathers. Confrontation and communication. The language barrier made communication difficult, but, by combining gestures and drawings, they managed to get across some basic information. The villagers did not know which country they belonged to and none could write. They only knew that they were under the authority of the Lord of Hueco, and every year they needed to submit a large number of furs and fritillaries, the colorful large chickens with delicate and smooth meat. After handing over a few colorful shells, hunters willingly led Yevich and others to the small town where the Lord of Hueco resided. In a dilapidated castle near the small town, Yevich met the Lord of Hueco. Another session of gestures combined with intimidation, and this barely an Earth Knight landlord disclosed his identity. He followed an honored knight who served a viscount who followed an earl in the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. He was not a native of the Eagle Kingdom but belonged to a duchy that had never been heard of. Snowstorm Mountain Duchy? Yevich sketched out his new question on the paper he was carrying. Which kingdom does this duchy belong to? The Lord of Hueco was utterly amazed by the white paper in Yevich's hands, then took it and drew an abstract complex family crest on it, along with some unfamiliar writing. He tried his best to translate the meaning of the text, which roughly referred to a vast Yellowstone plain. Yellowstone Kingdom? Yevich immediately caught on. He had heard of this kingdom, to the southwest of the Eagle Kingdom, practically a neighboring country. However, the year-round snow-covered plateau between the Yellowstone Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, which was also home to a host of magical beasts, created an extremely harsh environment that led to very little interaction between the two kingdoms. There were a few duchies arranged between the two kingdoms that traded with the Eagle Kingdom. However, Yevich had never heard of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. The southern border of the Eagle Kingdom was still undeveloped and the environment harsh, so it was no surprise he was not aware of the duchy's existence here. He continued to communicate a lot of information with the Lord of Hueco, but in vain, as the Lord, being a stay-at-home honored knight, had limited knowledge. He was unclear about their exact location, only knowing that his viscount landlord lived even further to the west, a day's horse ride away. When he followed his viscount to help the earl they served in a war, they had to ride for 5 days and cross several mountains. As one went westward the climate became colder, but the land grew more fertile, and to the far west lay the Marquisate's territories, and further beyond was the true highland heartland of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. This is a bit awkward. Sailing west from the third archipelago, other than discovering a large island, we went straight to the mainland coastline. His Highness wanted me to clarify the distribution of power here, but within hundreds of kilometers of the coastline, it's utterly desolate. How are we supposed to launch a war in the future? He referred to the model of the Sapphire, which developed by looting the Eagle Kingdom. The Flame Kingdom would also have to follow a looting model in the future, but now it turned out that the mainland coastline directly opposite was undeveloped. Venturing deeper inland would only lead to the highlands where the climate was as cold as in the Flame Kingdom, which implied that robbing the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy would be very difficult. Let's contact His Highness first and inquire about his next instructions. He occupied the Lord of Hueco's castle and indicated to the magician who had come with him to send a message through the magic platform. While Yevich was blending into the legendary continent, gathering intelligence on the surrounding national forces, List had already left Mind Island and quickly entered Blue Dragon Island and flew toward the city of Blue Dragon City, flying high above without alarming the humans below. When he entered the vicinity of Blue Dragon City and sensed the Sapphire Dragon nesting in the valley's dragon nest, only then did he signal Grey Iron Dragonorn to lower the flight altitude. He also signaled Formless Dragon Bard to reveal itself and summoned Little Fire Dragon Leo, forming a 3-dragon formation. During the low-altitude flight, they just happened to sweep over Blue Dragon City. The appearance of a gray-white Grey Iron Dragon, a red and black Fire Dragon, and a transparent crystal-like Formless Dragon in the sky above the city threw the first major city of the Sapphire, with a population of 200,000 people, into a frenzy of chaos. Dragon. 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 What's this, a dragon? There are 3 dragons. By the Knight's honor, what am I seeing? Is this a Dragon Knight invasion? Too terrifying, 3 dragons. Are these dragons here to destroy Blue Dragon City? The peasants were terrified at the sight of the dragons, and many of them even crouched on the ground, holding their heads, afraid to look up at the dragons overhead. Many women quickly took their children and hid inside their homes, fearing that the evil dragons would come to plunder the city. Of course, there were also some brave civilians who shouted at the 3 dragons, their excitement uncontrollable. Even the residents of Blue Dragon City might not have seen a sapphire dragon, let alone 3 unfamiliar dragons all at once. The nobles in the city, however, immediately thought of the recent edict from the Sapphire Duke and quickly recognized the fire dragon that showed its might in the dragon-slaying battle near the waters of Iron Hoof Island. It's the fire dragon. His Highness List himself has came to the Azure Sky Peak Palace. By the Knight's honor, what am I seeing? That's the Marquis of Flames dragon in the middle, the fire dragon, over there is the Holy Formless dragon, and there's the light green. Huh, isn't that a light green gemstone dragon? That's an iron dragon, isn't it? When did His Highness List get another iron dragon? Great Dragon Knight. Some knights worshipped fervently. The stories about List that circulated in the market were so unbelievable and enviable that listening to them was more exciting than even the best knight's novel. Has the Marquis of Flames come to Blue Dragon Island for something, could it be? Some knights instantly considered conspiracy theories, immediately growing anxious. My god, His Highness List is on those 3 dragons, right? My god, is he watching me from the sky right now? My god, if I could ride the same dragon as His Highness List, I would do anything he asked. Countless noble young ladies watched the dragons in the sky, their cheeks flushed with excitement. The 3 dragons simply swept past Blue Dragon City and flew towards the peaks in the distance, heading for the Azure Sky Peak Palace. But the commotion they left in Blue Dragon City was long in subsiding. The nobles hustled to tell each other, speculating on the significance of List's arrival. The peasants prayed silently, boasting about the Dragon Knight stories they had heard. The young ladies either gathered to talk about List or secluded themselves in their rooms, lost in daydreams. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, its ripples spreading outward endlessly. The Blue Blood Knight Order stationed outside the city had already quickly assembled, ready to respond to the Sapphire Duke's call. At once the glory and the fall of the Sapphire family affected them, and they were ready to offer their loyalty, no matter how dear the situation. But this was bound to be a false alarm. As the Sapphire Dragon rose to meet them, List had already landed with the 3 dragons in the square inches front of the Azure Sky Peak Palace. He jumped down from the back of the Grey Iron Dragon, catching Ak as he leaped from the formless dragon. They walked leisurely toward the grand and majestic palace, which seemed like the focal point of the sky and the mountains. The knights guarding the palace had already been alerted and quickly formed a guard of honor, nervously approaching the 3 dragons and surrounding List and Ak. At the palace gates, the Sapphire Duke himself came out to welcome them. Chapter 884, Joyful Atmosphere. Prince List, Lord Acroloides, welcome to the Azure Sky Peak Palace as guests. The Sapphire Duke looked at the tall and spirited List, his eyes calm yet unable to fully conceal a faint sense of loss. A nobody who used to grovel before him. Now, he had become a dragon knight on equal footing with him. No, more precisely, a high and mighty new overlord who required a slight bow from him upon meeting. Especially when he saw that grey iron dragon, his heart clenched painfully. Clearly, it was the Grey Iron Dragon from the Grey Iron Duchy. Last time, he had slain Carlo Violet in the dragon-slaying battle and snatched away the light green gemstone dragon. This time, in the dragon-slaying battle, he killed loyal Purple Copper and took the Grey Iron Dragon. The Sapphire Duke could hardly imagine how this young man, barely 20 years old and smiling, managed to achieve all this. But the Grey Iron Dragon was perched right there in the palace square, leaving him no choice but to believe. It's not the 3 dragons previously mentioned, but 4. With such a luxurious lineup, I'm afraid the visitors have ill intentions. This time, the Sapphire family probably has no choice at all, the Sapphire Duke thought bitterly, feeling a continuous sense of weakness throughout his body, thankfully supported discreetly by the Duchess, Lady Surette, by his arm. So as not to show it. Grand Duke, I hope my uninvited arrival hasn't disturbed you, said List, not arrogantly but still with the gentlemanly demeanor, greeting him properly. His gesture was a salute between equals, giving full respect to the Sapphire Duke. He then turned to the Marquis of Bulltail and bowed, Father. This made the recently overjoyed William even prouder, his smile barely concealable. List, why isn't the light green gemstone dragon here? Instead, you've brought the Grey Iron Dragon? He did not know that the Grey Iron Dragon had already been ridden by List, as it was the dragon's first public appearance. I have captured Duke Birot. The Grey Iron Dragon and I are compatible, it has become my dragon. As if in response to List, the Grey Iron Dragon let out a long roar, casually glancing over the Sapphire Duke and his entourage, as well as the Sapphire Dragon perched on a hilltop not far away. Prince List is indeed the most outstanding youth of this era, a veritable incarnation of knightly glory, observed Lady Surette, aware of the Grand Duke's frailty, and extended an invitation. After a long journey, perhaps Prince List and Lord Akerloides would like to enter the palace for some tea and rest. Akerloides, not fond of such social occasions, remained silent, staying close to List and lost in his thoughts. List readily agreed, very well. And thus, everyone returned inside the Azure Sky Peak Palace. The Azure Sky Peak Palace could be said to be less a single palace and more a conglomeration of castles, sprawled across a mountaintop and connecting from summit to base. Its grandeur was something the few castles on Earth could not match by even a hundredth. Furthermore, it had magical creations, such as a floating garden suspended over one of the castle rooftops. That was the private chamber of the Sapphire Duke. Standing on the castle corridor, one could see the distant Blue Dragon City and the vast blue lake that was Tranquil Lake, the largest lake on Blue Dragon Island. The pearl jewelry that was all the rage throughout the Grand Duchy was harvested from the low-level magical beasts, pearl oysters, farmed in the lake. However, the black pearl products from Black Horse Island were now renowned throughout the nation. Compared to the white pearls produced by pearl oysters, black pearls were bigger, more scarce, and thus more expensive. The top-grade black pearls were kept by List for making coming wind pearls and not sold to outsiders. Likewise, pink pearls and golden pearls were not sold to outsiders. The cultivation of the black tridacna, fenhyle and golden-lipped clams had yet to expand significantly, with production levels insufficient even for their own needs. Perhaps in a few years, or even a dozen or so years, with the maritime development of Flame Island, it would be possible to develop and expand the cultivation of these three kinds of shells. For the time being, there was no likelihood of expansion. In the luxuriously decorated palace hall, List and the Sapphire Duke sat at opposite ends of a huge round table, surrounded by the Marquis of Bulltail, the First Prince, the Quicksand City Marquis, and the Red Maple City Marquis, and of course, Akerloides, who held a magic book and did not look up. Your Highness, List, I warmly welcome your visit. If it's not a formal visit, shall I take it as a private exchange between the Sapphire and Flame families? The Sapphire Duke had recovered his health, the previous moment of weakness merely an emotional fluctuation. List neither confirmed nor denied, of course, this is a private exchange. However, concerning the Dragon War, I felt it was necessary for you, Duke, to have a more detailed understanding, so I came over. The Sapphire Duke nodded. Then, what else do I need to be filled in on? Neither of them had any intention of engaging in empty pleasantries. List thought for a moment. The situation of the Dragon War is completely under my control. Whether it's the Eagle Kingdom, Steel Ridge Kingdom, or Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom that sets off a Dragon War, it is all but a laughable act to me. I need the Sapphire family to understand that the seas should be controlled by the knights who sail them. The Sapphire Duke likewise pondered for a moment, concerning the invasion by the Eagle Kingdom. I apologize, and there will not be a next time when Dragon Knights from the continent brazenly cross the Sapphire Archipelago. That is necessary, List said with clear determination. Whether it be the Tulip family or the Flame family, both were once followers of the Sapphire family. Though the situation has changed, I hope that the two families can still cooperate closely without being impeded by outsiders. Then, how should the position of the Sapphire family be defined? The Sapphire Duke asked in a serious tone. List retorted, Duke, what do you think it should be? The hall fell into a brief silence. Ultimately, it was the Sapphire Duke who broke it with a wry laugh. Formless dragon, fire dragon, gray iron dragon, light green gemstone dragon, His Highness List, Lord Akerloides. Facing the current situation, I fear that I don't have much room for choice. That is not my intention. List spread his hands, indicating he had no desire to pressure others, but a stable maritime order is the prerequisite for the establishment and development of the Flame Kingdom. I am not afraid of the Dragon Wars. In fact, if every Dragon War could yield a dragon, I would look forward to it. He made a rather cold joke. Continuing, he said, however, if peaceful development is an option, I would prefer to patiently build a home. The Flame Islands are far from the continent, vast in size, and deserving of many years of cultivation, rather than relying on war to seize resources. Essentially, I very much prefer peace. After saying this, he laughed. The Marquis of Bulltail, the First Prince, the Red Maple City Marquis, and the Quicksand City Marquis joined in the laughter, and the Duke chuckled along, lightening the atmosphere as though it had instantly become more joyful. Chapter 885, Glory. All over the atmosphere of joy, though somewhat stiff, did not hinder the improvement of the previously tense situation, and after the Marquis of Bulltail told a few jokes, the mood became even more cordial and friendly. Eventually, after some mediation, a new alliance treaty was signed. The treaty stipulated that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire must provide full support for the establishment of the Flame Kingdom. Once the Flame Kingdom was established, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire would formally become a vassal state to the Flame Kingdom, paying tribute to it. At the same time, the Flame Kingdom and List's Flame family must ensure the security of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Furthermore, the Sea of Azure Waves would be allocated to the Sapphire family, and after the establishment of the Flame Kingdom, its influence would not extend there. However, Black Horse Island and Coral Island could be treated as leased territories of the Flame Kingdom within the Duchy of Sapphire, serving as a means of communication, with the lands belonging permanently to List. After signing the treaty, the Grand Duke felt somewhat dispirited. It was not because he had followed List, but because the lease of Coral Island and Black Horse Island within the treaty was a somewhat humiliating gesture of cession for peace. Nevertheless, List needed these two islands as leaseholds. Within the study, he spoke to the Sapphire Duke privately. Duke Andrew, the leasehold of Coral Island and Black Horse Island is not intended to humiliate the Sapphire family. In fact, these two islands are of great importance to me. Let me share some news with you in advance. Please speak, Your Highness. Since the treaty had already been signed, the Sapphire Duke no longer dwelled on formalities and addressed List directly as Your Highness in private. This was a term befitting of someone who took on the role of a follower. Otherwise, the title Your Highness would be preceded by the name List, or be accompanied by a title like Marquis of Flames, or the esteemed Dragon Knight. After the establishment of the Flame Kingdom, Your Highness would change to Your Majesty. The Flame Islands lie nearly 7,000 kilometers from the Sapphire Archipelago. How do you think I manage rapid transit between the two archipelagos and migrate a large number of knights and serfs for development? Does this have something to do with the formless dragon? The Sapphire Duke asked uncertainly. Yes and no, List did not play coy. The magic teleportation array from the ancient legends truly exist. I've discovered an ancient magic teleportation array connected to the Flame Islands, and together with acryloids, we've thoroughly researched and are able to construct new magic teleportation arrays. The Sapphire Duke exclaimed in amazement, magic teleportation array. Indeed. I never imagined that ancient legends could be true, that such grand magic like the magic teleportation array actually exists. It makes sense that only Lord Acryloids could research the magic teleportation array. No wonder you rented Coral Island and Black Horse Island. Is it to build the magic teleportation array on the islands? I plan to establish a magic teleportation array on Black Horse Island to bridge the Flame Islands and the Sapphire Archipelago. Once the magic teleportation array is successfully established, I can protect the Sapphire at any time. You will no longer have to worry about retaliation from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, nor the covetous gaze of the Eagle Kingdom. Now that I understand the essence of the matter, I am completely reassured. The Sapphire Duke poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to List. Your Highness, I will fully support the establishment of the Flame Kingdom according to the treaty, hoping that the friendship between the Sapphire family and the Flame family will persist. List smiled. To friendship, cheers. With this, List had accomplished all the goals of his visit to Blue Dragon Island, riding on the Grey Iron Dragon. In the following day, accompanied by the Grand Duke and his wife, List thoroughly explored the Azure Sky Peak Palace and envisioned the palace he would establish in the future, considering how to construct and arrange it. It had to be many times larger, more splendid, and more magical than the Azure Sky Peak Palace. The most unique aspect of the Azure Sky Peak Palace was its floating gardens, an architectural feat wrought by magic. With acryloids the Archmage at his side and the ever-expanding Magic Guild for support, producing the most extraordinary buildings imaginable was not beyond his means. He even contemplated building a floating castle. A castle on the ground was no longer befitting of his current identity, status, and power. The midday banquet was grandiose and sumptuous, with all the nobility above the rank of Earl stationed on Blue Dragon Island invited to join in the festivities. The protagonist of the feast was not List, but rather the Marquis of Bulltail, who was lively and engaging in conversation with the Sapphire Duke and weaving through interactions with marquises, earls, and landlords with his toasting cup. After 3 rounds of drinks, he was brimming with achievement, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Of course, he understood this was because List was deliberately putting on airs. That's why the nobles were focusing on him. After all, List was too aloof, barely sipping his drink was enough to account for a toast in response to a greeting from an earl or landlord. This Dragon Knight, not keen on socializing at the banquet, was somewhat distracted, pondering over the smoke mission, knowing that when the agreement was reached, the mission would be accomplished. Complete the mission, rewards granted, a vassal state, the Duchy of Sapphire. And then the new smoke mission promptly followed. Mission, due to delays from the dragon-slaying war, the construction of the magic teleportation array in Mind Island Reed Marsh has yet to begin. Now that the battles have subsided, why not seize the opportunity to establish the teleportation array, providing significant assistance for the development of the Flame Islands? Reward, Dragon Pit Great Mine. Establishing the magic teleportation array was an imperative mission, but what he was concerned with was the reward of the Dragon Pit Great Mine. A great mine indicated a vast mineral resource, one whose yield might exceed imagination. Dragon Pit meant it was a certain pit related to dragons, perhaps even formed from the remains of dead dragons. The reward of the Dragon Pit Great Mine was definitely of extraordinary value, yet the type of mineral was unknown. Not sure if he had grown too accustomed to chain missions, he always felt there was a connection between some of the rewards and the content of the smoke missions. The man-eating tree dragon sprite has not yet been found, and Emily is leading the Mammoth Knight Brigade, leaving no stone unturned in the search. Could they possibly stumble upon the Dragon Pit Great Mine? The birth of a dragon sprite cannot be without dragons. There shouldn't be any living dragons on Flame Island. Perhaps the man-eating tree dragon sprite evolved from the carcass of a dead dragon? No record suggested that greater elves could evolve dragon sprites through scavenging, but since the man-eating tree dragon sprite's existence was confirmed by the smoke mission, its evolution indicated it must have come into contact with dragons. How exciting! If it's just dragon carcasses, it's all the same, it will at most add a new mineral resource, but if it's a living dragon, wouldn't it mean adding to my strength? I still have 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits, and as long as they are not formless dragons that can see through the fruits and have an oddness about the mind battle, I can pretty much subdue any. Now, whenever he saw a dragon, he thought of subduing it with a bewildering dragon mind fruit. Ever since he unearthed the hind leg of a jade dragon, he had a premonition that there would be no shortage of bewildering dragon mind fruits, which he might be able to cultivate into a mind fruit tree after some research. Since there was no shortage of fruits, of course, he would use them freely, subduing any dragon that came his way without hesitation. At this time, the banquet had reached the point where the main course was to be served. The Sapphire Duke stood up with his drink and announced loudly, "Today is a day of great significance, as His Highness List has intimidated the Eagle Kingdom in the dragon-slaying war and is sure to usher in a new golden age for our vast seas. Let us all wish His Highness List glory in abundance and victory in every battle. May His Highness List be wrapped in glory and be undefeated in battle." The nobility of the Blue Blood Alliance echoed as they stood and raised their glasses in agreement with the Sapphire Duke's toast. List also stood up, lifted his cup, and drained it in one gulp. "Thank you, Your Grace, and all for your blessings. I wish to share this glory of the Marine Kingdom with you all." Chapter 886 Eternal Agony. List had left the Azure Sky Peak Palace, accompanied by Marquis Lee William of Bulltail, both of whom were riding upon the Grey Iron Dragonhorn. Of course, List was seated atop the Dragon Tooth platform, while Lee William stood on a patch of scales. Viewing the landscape from atop a dragon's back, versus from the back of a black albatross, truly provides a completely different experience, the Marquis of Bulltail said excitedly. His life was destined to be without the fortune of being a dragon knight, relegated to riding his own obsidian Stymphalian bird, so he treasured this rare dragon riding opportunity all the more. A 60-meter long, with a wingspan to match, Grey Iron Dragon ranked among the larger dragons, rendering the riding experience truly exceptional. "Father, upon your return, quickly start searching according to the material List had drafted. These materials are crucial for the construction of the magic teleportation array." "Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately," Lee William replied, then asked, "So, when is the latest the magic teleportation array can be completed?" "If it can be done within half a year, I won't send a fleet to resupply the pioneer team, as the sea voyage is too perilous. As long as we have all the materials, it should show results within 1 or 2 months." "That's good. Also, Father, make sure the Night Order is in good shape. I plan to have Duke Andrew issue the pioneer mandate as scheduled this year, and take the opportunity to put some order in the chaotic seas while the Eagle Kingdom is preoccupied." Coming without reciprocating was not acceptable. Although both of the dragon-slaying wars had ended with his victory and seizing dragons, with the spoils of war richer than ever, the Eagle Kingdom had dared to instigate these wars, and they would have to suffer his retaliation. This time, without cutting a few pieces of flesh, he couldn't swallow this bitterness. The subordinate nation of the Eagle Kingdom has suffered significant damage, but the Eagle Kingdom's own strength hasn't been shaken. You must be very cautious. With the situation greatly in our favor, it's best not to take risks. Father, please rest assured, I have it under control. With the smoke mission in hand, no schemes could be hidden. List had no fear in facing the ordinary dragon knights of the Eagle Kingdom. Even Alex Whitemaw Iron, the most powerful Whitemaw Iron dragon knight, was just so-so. What was there to fear from other dragon knights? Even in a besieging scenario, he could still escape by the skin of his teeth. "You being careful is good, I'm just reminding you," said Lee William with a hint of emotion. His second son's broad vision was now beyond what he, a minor marquis of a remote dukedom, could see clearly. After a slight reminder, he brought it up no more. After List had left, The bustle of the Azure Sky Peak Palace also quickly dissipated. Blue-blooded nobles returned to their respective domains and castles, while the Sapphire Duke and Lady Surette retired to their aerial little flower garden. The energy spent over 2 days of hosting, especially the emotional control and ideological changes, had nearly drained the couple completely. Lady Surette was alright, merely slightly weary, without showing much signs of haggardness. But the Sapphire Duke had aged seemingly another year in an instant. Wrinkles covered his entire face. He was only in his 50s, but seemed near his end. Ah! A sigh made Lady Surette, who was brewing tea, turn around. My dear, is there something you cannot let go of? It's not that I can't let go, it's just that the weight on my mind far exceeds what I can handle. These past 2 years, too many disheartening things have happened, with Andy betraying me, someone from the high ranks of Steel Ridge betraying me, and the Eagle Kingdom considering me a thorn in their side. Now, List has almost become the ruler of the seas. The green tea was ready. Lady Surette presented it to the Sapphire Duke, her heart aching as she spoke. None of these matters are as harmful as Andy's betrayal to you. If it weren't for his betrayal, which caused the Sapphire Dragon's soul to be injured and its lifespan reduced, why would you use your own soul to mend a Sapphire Dragon? Is this green tea new from List? The Sapphire Duke lowered his head to look at the cup, changing the topic. Yes, it's from Space Rings, picked and roasted the same day, then immediately preserved. I really would like a space ring. No gemstone in the world can compare to the space gems he wears on his hands. The space gems produced by the formless dragon, he's probably unwilling to sell them. But giving me the light green gems to handle is somewhat of a consolation. Actually, my impression of List isn't bad at all. He doesn't have the arrogance of youth. Although he brought dragons to force us to make a decision, he largely maintained the dignity of the Sapphire family. Lady Surette became somewhat chatty. It's a pity I don't have a younger daughter, otherwise. Otherwise, what? Do you plan to compete with the Archmage by his side? There is always an opportunity. Perhaps, the Sapphire Duke sighed softly as he blew on the tea leaves, if that Archmage were not by his side, Steel Ridge royal family would probably have chosen a suitable princess to propose a marriage alliance by now. Eagle Kingdom might not have chosen to engage in that aggressive dragon war to reclaim their pride. Noble wars have always been fought with marriages being forged at the same time. Securing a dragon knight through marriage, especially a first dragon knight, was quite simply an exceedingly profitable deal. Suddenly, Lady Surette's eyes lit up as she thought of something. My dear, I heard that List's sister is still unmarried. If. At this, the Sapphire Duke's face fell immediately. Stop thinking about these useless things. He then stood up without finishing his tea and left. He had already lost his dignity in front of List. To allow his son to seek favor through marriage would be losing his character. He did not care how Lady Surette called out from behind him. He directly jumped from the airborne garden towards the gloomy interior of the castle and, after several complications, arrived at a dark, concealed chamber. Your Highness. There were not only knights guarding the chamber but also magicians. Open the door. Yes, sir. Click, creak. The door, made of an unknown metal, emitted a piercing screech as it was opened, and the Sapphire Duke walked right in, then gestured for the knights to close the metal door. The light from several crystal lamp fixtures brightened the room. Beneath his feet lay a giant magic array emitting a faint magic radiance. At the center of the magic array was a large metal cage. In the cage, a large male figure was bent over a desk, writing something. Upon hearing the door open, the man did not stop writing until the Sapphire Duke approached the cage. He then turned his back to the Sapphire Duke and spoke in a raspy voice. Andrew, it has been a long time since you visited me. Has something distressing happened that made you think of me? Duke Andrew dragged a stool over and sat down by the cage, coldly saying, I have something to tell you that you might not like. Let's hear it. The Eagle Kingdom has launched another dragon war, which, unfortunately, not only cost them another dragon knight but also another dragon. Really, did the dragon end up in your hands? No. Then why should I be unhappy? Because the Eagle Kingdom's power is waning and will eventually collapse. When that happens, your offspring will lose their protection, and I will personally bring them back here to send your entire family to the exiled lands intact. You don't need to scare me. The Eagle Kingdom won't fall so easily. My offspring will live safely. Perhaps in a few years, my grandson Andre will become a new Dragon Knight. By then, he will help me procure what I desire, said the large figure as he turned around. The loose garment he wore bore a skull-like face. His eyes, emitting a pale blue flame, were not at all human. They clearly belonged to the once Marquis Andy Sapphire, now transformed into a lich. Ha ha ha. Finally, a decent joke after all this time, mocked the Sapphire Duke. Andre helping you get what you desire, you really dare to dream. Let me tell you straight, because of your betrayal, I now follow a new King's Domain Lord, who is a Holy Dragon Knight. A holy dragon knight? The Lich Andy's blue flames flickered brightly and dimly. The formless dragon, which traverses time and space with ease and can kill a common dragon knight easily. Moreover, he owns not only a formless dragon but also a fire dragon, gray iron dragon, and light green gemstone dragon, and most importantly, he has an archmage. Rest assured, I will ask him to act, so your soul endures eternal agony. Chapter 887, Do you like bondage? Increase the intensity of your research, he demanded. I want you to unravel the secret of the Lich's existence as soon as possible. Otherwise, the God Assembly can forever leave this world and accompany the sinful souls in the exiled lands. As he left the metal door, the Sapphire Duke coldly told the magician standing at the door. The magician from the Goat Assembly, head lowered, replied in a tone full of appeasement, Rest assured, Your Grace, the Goat Assembly has been immersed in souls for a long time. We will definitely master the secret of the Lich quickly, to atone for our past mistakes. It was originally the Grand Magicians of the Goat Assembly who had conspired with the Marquis of Bull to assassinate the Sapphire Dragon. Eventually, the Marquis of Bull was captured, but the Grand Magicians vanished. The vampires, including Mary Dawnbreak, were originally ordered to Ironhoof Island to search for these Grand Magicians. It seems that the Grand Magicians were captured, one by one, by the Sapphire Duke, to reverse engineer the Lich. Remember, I will not give you too much time. 1 year, if you still can't provide a satisfactory answer within the year, prepare your respectable clothes and get ready to do your research in the exiled lands. The magician trembled slightly. Most magicians supported a theory that the boundary between magic power, matter, and spirit is a place where time and space cannot describe. It's a place where eternity and brevity reflect each other, a realm that can only accommodate souls walking within. This place is the exiled lands. People guilty of heinous crimes would be subjected by the nobility to a certain ritual, allowing their souls to be condemned to the exiled lands. Anut Bao, who originally targeted the Sapphire Dragon, was punished by the Sapphire family, who condemned his soul to the exiled lands. Afterwards, in order to save his lover, Curtis Truth dared to become a Lich, crafted a ghost ship, and tried to smash open the gates of the exiled lands. He ended up encountering List. When he left the underground and walked onto the castle balcony, the Sapphire Duke suddenly sighed, murmuring to himself, I hope the exiled lands truly exist, to find the lost soul of the Sapphire Dragon quickly. Otherwise, once I die, the Sapphire Dragon will fall into unconsciousness again. The Sapphire family cannot let every successor fill the life of the Sapphire Dragon with their own souls. Boom. The sound of the metal giant dragon flapping its wings resembled that of a massive airplane thundering overhead. This commotion, caused by the gray iron dragon, drew fearful gazes from knights and civilians around Tulip Castle. Then, the iron dragon landed squarely in the front square. Following this, Marquis of Bulltail leaped down from the dragon's back and turned around to calmly wave his hand. Suddenly, the gray iron dragon crouched on its hind legs, its wings stirred a storm, and it soared into the sky again, quickly disappearing under List's control. Only the Marquis of Bulltail remained, standing with his hands behind his back. Sir, was that dragon just now? Knight Captain Miki approached, cautiously inquiring. It's nothing, just List's new mount. Captain Miki trembled in shock. Prince List has a new dragon again. This exclamation quickly spread among the surrounding knights. All tension dissolved, leaving only boundless admiration and envy, and threads of exhilaration. The Tulip family's followers saw List's strength as the best guarantee of their future prospects. One dragon could defend a nation, let alone 4. Lady Marie, Levi's, Loria, Lidon, and others had also come out, but they hadn't managed to greet List on the dragon's back. This time, List almost reached his home but did not enter. Father, what just happened? Why did another dragon appear, and you even jumped down from its back? I didn't see clearly, but was there someone else on the dragon's back? Was it List? Levi's asked urgently. Let's talk inside, replied Lee William with an air of authority. It was merely List acquiring another dragon. I didn't follow the fleet and had him send me back directly. He had urgent matters to attend to, so I did not keep him. Dragon Knights have many responsibilities, and I too have a pile of issues to address. Orn, you will stay here on Black Horse Island for now. Your dragon nest will be built on Flame Island in the future. However, the journey is long, so you will have to wait until I get the magic teleportation array operational before you can head to Flame Island. Roar. The gray iron dragon Orn, very understanding, settled on a mountain top on Black Horse Island after List explained the situation. The superior magic it had depleted during the great battle and its injuries had not yet fully recovered, and it indeed needed a quiet place to recuperate. He instructed his servants not to forget to provide Orn with food and magic potions. List then rode the formless dragon Bard with Ak, traveling through space, and directly appeared in the reed marshes of Flame Island to continue working on the magic gate. Just after he left, P. Great Elf Ash, who had been studying the art of tying in the worm room, suddenly followed the scent of the grey iron dragon and flew out of the castle, immediately followed by servants on horseback. Ash held a rope in her hand and, without stopping, flew directly to the mountain where Orn was resting. The massive body of the iron dragon came clearly into her view. "Ash, please stop. Up ahead is Lord Orn. The master has ordered not to disturb him lightly," the servant said. Though fearful of the grey iron dragon, he was not too anxious. Thorn Castle often had visits from Little Fire Dragon Leo. It could be said that all residents of Black Horse Island were familiar with dragons. "You go back. I know what I am doing." Ash, although not as irascible as Jayla, was still a great elf with a distinct personality. She continued towards the sleeping grey iron dragon. As she approached, Orn suddenly opened its eyes, staring fiercely at what seemed to it no bigger than a sparrow, the great elf. Ash stopped. But then she slowly approached and gave a smiling face, trying to make her voice as loud as possible, still thin as a mosquito's. "Orn, may I call you Orn?" "Humphrey." The grey iron dragon responded by snorting through its nostrils, a gesture of disdain. Unfazed by Orn's attitude, Ash not only flew in front of its eyes but also waved the rope in her hand. "Orn, do you like being tied up? I can tie you up nice and pretty. I've studied and delved deep into the art of tying. Would you like to give it a try?" Orn turned its head and blew a breath directly at Ash. Whoosh! Like a little bee in a gale, Ash wobbled for a while before stabilizing herself, but stubbornly flew back over. "Orn, your breath blew away my rope, but I have another spare one." She produced another red rope from somewhere. Exasperated, Orn simply closed its eyes and went back to sleep, ignoring the great elf. So Ash circled around it, finally landing on a patch of steel-like scales, touched them, smiled, and wound the rope around the scales. Thus, she amused herself while Orn treated her as if a fly had landed on it, chasing her away twice before losing interest. The castle's servants, helpless, could only relay the message to Chris Truth, then through the strictly guarded magic platform, send the message to List, who had already reached the reed marshes. Upon receiving the message, List's face broke into a smile. "So it seems Ash is also ready to evolve?" Chapter 888, an official letter. Whether it was the Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree Greater Elf Annie or the P Great Elf Ash, both had already begun to attempt dragon evolution, and whether they would be successful was an unknown. There were just too few cases of successful Greater Elf evolution to draw from, but fortunately, failed evolution among them did not lead to death. I wonder if Annie and Ash can be successful under the guidance of the power of destiny. Speaking of which, I have two Greater Elves undergoing evolution, but with so many minor elves, it seems it's been a long while since any of them evolved into Greater Elves, List pondered. The most recent case was last year when Nami evolved into a mangrove Greater Elf. Minor elf bugs evolving into little minor elves also haven't made a move in a long time, the last time being last year when the rubber bug triplets became three distinct rubber minor elves. Perhaps it's because I'm not paying enough attention, and the power of destiny hasn't poured into this area, so the elves are stuck in the normal efficiency of evolution. Thinking this way, the power of destiny I can command doesn't seem to be that strong. No, that's not right. Even dragons have been tricked, so why not some elf bugs? Unable to fathom the mysteries concerning smoke dragons and the power of destiny, these concepts were too ethereal to grasp. He didn't bother to think too deeply either. At the current stage, the construction of the Mind Island Reed Marsh magic teleportation array was his most pressing concern, and he also had to consider searching for man-eating tree dragon sprites. Emily was constantly sending him the latest updates on the search for the man-eating tree. She had also sent a batch of man-eating tree samples. These slender trees didn't differ much from common ones, their trunks and branches were vine-like and slender. They had the toughness of trees, and while they didn't reach the quality of ironwood, they were definitely excellent timber, just too thin for making large objects. The man-eating trees aren't widely distributed in the forest and move very quickly, they can burrow into the ground. Emily mentioned the special abilities of the man-eating trees in her reports. They could burrow underground like snakes and move swiftly, leaving hardly any trace. It's less about physically burrowing and more akin to some kind of earth system magic. But no magic power fluctuations were detected in the man-eating trees samples, and no structures suggesting mobility were found upon chopping them up. The man-eating trees that could be caught were all rooted in the ground, immobile. Those that couldn't be caught would burrow into the ground rapidly, disappearing without a trace. The ones captured don't move, and the ones we can't catch burrow into the ground. They are not animals, nor do they possess magic power. List's interest in the man-eating trees grew stronger. This must be the man-eating tree dragon sprite causing trouble behind the scenes, but is this really an innate ability of the dragon sprites? He had seen the oat dragon elf of the Sapphire family and the juniper dragon spirit of the original bull family in the Azure Sky Peak Palace. Both dragon sprites were about 1 meter tall, their shapes becoming more and more human-like, though their bodies still had a translucent, crystalline appearance, like a large gemstone. Their intelligence was no different from that of ordinary people. They knew how to dress, were multi-talented, helped their owners manage elves, and also took care of sapphire dragons. They didn't know magic, but by relying on their innate instincts, they still possessed some magical methods, such as spreading seeds, hastening crop maturity, and improving species quality. But no matter what, they couldn't make their cultivated crops fly or burrow. Maybe this man-eating tree dragon sprite is cheating? List suddenly recalled the 3 rubber minor elves. The rubber triplets can unleash the triphase force, instantly repairing rubber trees. Could the man-eating tree dragon sprite have a similar trick to make the man-eating trees burrow and run? If that were the case, catching this man-eating tree dragon sprite would be a bit difficult. Usually, the reason for capturing elves is that cordyceps can't move, and elves dare not stray from them, ensuring a certain capture. Now, if the man-eating tree dragon sprite enables the cordyceps to move, they would run away at the sight of humans, the most crucial point being that dragon sprites hold a grudge against humans, hence its name, the man-eating tree. Back in the day, the Moonslayers lost many people to the man-eating trees, which led to the naming of these trees. However, after carefully studying the samples of the man-eating tree, List did not think that this type of tree had the man-eating function. Any man-eating, scavenging, or insectivorous plant must possess an organ for digesting bodies. The man-eating tree clearly didn't have such an organ, unless it buried the bodies under its roots and slowly absorbed them. Compared to killing and burying corpses, I'm more inclined to believe the so-called man-eating of the man-eating tree is the dragon elves' revenge against the Moonslayers, Lee C.T. speculated. From antiquity to the present, the Moonslayers have been using elves to make magic dust to learn magic. It's possible that the kin of the man-eating tree dragon elves were among those killed. That could have sparked the man-eating tree dragon elves to seek vengeance, demoting the river tribe from a large tribe to a small one. If that's the case, maybe I'll have to take matters into my own hands and claim the reward that's rightfully mine. A thought occurred to him. Once decided, he hesitated no longer. He tossed the magic gate construction tasks to Ak and rode the formless dragon bard himself to join the chase for the man-eating tree dragon elf. He slipped into the material boundary, closely following the mammoth knight brigade that was digging 3 feet into the ground searching for the man-eating tree. He was going to use the crystal white trajectory to verify whether there were any magical feedback glows when those man-eating trees burrowed into the ground, then use the glow to pinpoint the location of the man-eating tree dragon elf. Little darling, stop messing about, come over here now. When the gray iron dragon appeared on Blue Dragon Island, the news spread like wildfire, soaring across the ocean from the Duchy of Sapphire, flying to the 3 kingdoms of the legendary continent and the numerous grand duchies. In the grand hall of the palace of the king's castle in the Eagle Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom's king forcefully smashed a crystal goblet against a column, shattering it into fragments. Who can tell me why the gray iron dragon has fallen into List's hands, why Duke Birot has become a captive? No ministers in the palace dared to respond, and the person involved, Alonzo Ziancli, had already gone to defend the borders. Alex White Iron was escorting loyal Purple Copper's body to the Purple Copper Duchy. They were not present. So, the Eagle Kingdom's king's question was doomed to remain unanswered. He didn't even know how Birot and the Grey Iron Dragon were captured, or how List managed to mount the Grey Iron Dragon so quickly. He wasn't a dragon knight, but having grown up with dragons, he knew how extremely difficult dragon riding could be. However, among the sapphire flies that were like maggots clinging to bone, there was an oddity who successively mounted 4 dragons. Just the other day he had been discussing with dragon knights how to contain List, and in the blink of an eye, the man went from having 3 dragons to 4. So much for containment. Who can tell me? The Eagle Kingdom's king didn't bellow, but his tone was nearly identical to roaring, clearly furious to the extreme, his beard quivering uncontrollably. The noble landlords serving as ministers for the day kept silent, letting the Eagle Kingdom's king breathe heavily in anger. An eerie silence filled the great hall where one could hear a pin drop. Taking a deep breath, the Eagle Kingdom's king looked down at his ministers, who were as good as trash, and finally managed to rein in his anger. He knew well that asking these ministers, who had not taken part in the dragon-slaying battle, would yield no results. He could only quickly send letters of inquiry to Alonzo and Alex. However, before he could dismiss the ministers, a knight guarding from outside the palace reported loudly, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent missive from the Duchy of Sapphire." Sapphire? An urgent missive? The Eagle Kingdom's king's face darkened again. What now? The king of the flies over the sea, Andrew, wants to show me his true colors as well. Knight, come in and read that urgent missive aloud. I want to hear what Andrew has to say. The knight walked cautiously into the grand hall, opened the urgent missive, and read woodenly, to all masters of the sea territories, all lords of the islands, the great future king of the Flame Kingdom, The Fire Dragon Knight, the Formless Dragon Knight, the Grey Iron Dragon Knight, the Light Green Sapphire Dragon Knight, List Flame. Chapter 889, Ransom Unbelievable. The Eagle Kingdom's king did not wait for the knight to finish reading the content of the official letter but brutally interrupted because the content of the letter was simple. It was a ransom negotiation letter sent by Licit through the Duchy of Sapphire's official channels, asking the Eagle Kingdom's king to forward it to the Grey Iron family to arrange for someone to go negotiate the payment of the ransom. Since there was no diplomatic channel between the Duchy of Sapphire and Grey Iron Duchy, and because the location of the Grey Iron Duchy was remote, the negotiation letter could not be sent directly. Thus, Licit had a bold idea and let the Eagle Kingdom's king forward it. It was also a slight humiliation. Daring to initiate the war against dragons, Licit would not easily let go of this hatred. First, he disgusted the Eagle Kingdom's king, then it would be no late to cut their flesh when he issued the pioneer mandate. Your Majesty, this official letter. A noble minister reminded. The Eagle Kingdom's king stared with wide eyes, ground his teeth fiercely and finally said coldly, seal the official letter and send it immediately to the Grey Iron Duchy. Gentlemen, you are the ministers of the kingdom. The Grey Iron Duchy lost the Grey Iron Dragon because of the kingdom's initiation of the Dragon War. How should we resolve this issue? A moment later, a minister replied, Your Majesty, the loss of the Grey Iron Dragon is a huge loss for the Grey Iron Duchy, but Duke Birot cannot not redeem it. The kingdom ought to oversee this redemption transaction and even needs to greatly compensate the Grey Iron family for their loss. He meant that the ransom should be paid by the Eagle Kingdom. However, the minister changed his tone. The kingdom should help the Grey Iron family reclaim the Grey Iron Dragon, but Duke Birot encountered an ambush after the Dragon War ended. The ransom should still be raised by the Grey Iron family themselves. Duke Birot has been captured, and the ransom must be paid, but have you considered, with the loss of the dragon as their reliance, how will the Grey Iron family cope? Another minister shook his head and said, I think the Grey Iron family might take an extreme stance. What extreme stance? The Eagle Kingdom's king asked, seemingly knowing the answer already. As far as I know, Duke Birot's son is already 30 years old, in the prime of his life, and just right to inherit the foundation of the Grey Iron family. Perhaps he is not willing to redeem his own father. Even if he is willing, the Grey Iron family cannot afford the massive ransom of a duke. Usually, captives as viscounts require a little minor elf, earls, 2 or 3 little minor elves, marquises, need a greater elf, but for a duke, 3 to 5 greater elves are necessary. But Duke Birot Grey Iron is different. He is a duke from the dragon-rearing family, and also raises metal dragons that produce iron ore, the Grey Iron Dragons. His family's wealth is much higher than a duke without a duchy. His status is equivalent to a Grand Duke. At least a dragon sprite must be paid as ransom. Licit also hinted in the letter that a dragon sprite must be the basis of the negotiation. He believed that the Grey Iron Duchy was richer than the Duchy of Sapphire, and that there certainly won't be only 1 or 2 dragon sprites. Taking out one as ransom wouldn't hurt their core strength. On the contrary, it would lighten the burden for the family. Without a dragon, the family shouldn't occupy so many resources, otherwise, troubles would eventually arise. Are you saying that the Grey Iron family might not pay the ransom, and instead push the redemption of Duke Birot onto the kingdom? The Eagle Kingdom's king frowned. Yes, Your Majesty. Duke Birot is not a dragon knight, and now that the Grey Iron Dragon has been lost, the Grey Iron family will also hold Duke Birot accountable for the lost dragon, which is an irreparable mistake. The minister replied, Nobles don't get up early without benefit. Compared to interests, such minor kinship means nothing. Moreover, since Duke Birot lost the dragon, he also lost the family's future. His son might even wish for Duke Birot to die sooner. Another minister spoke up, Your Majesty, if the Grey Iron family is unwilling to pay the ransom, should we just give up on Duke Birot? Not proper, Your Majesty, said another. I believe no matter what, we must redeem Duke Birot. The Dragon War was initiated by the kingdom. If we give up on Duke Birot, wouldn't all the subordinate countries feel disheartened? The Eagle Kingdom has developed over several hundred years and now has countless supporters. We mustn't abandon the knight's spirit. Yes, Duke Birot must be ransomed at all costs. If the Grey Iron family is unwilling to pay the ransom, the kingdom should do it instead, so that Duke Birot will be more inclined towards the kingdom. The ministers discussed vociferously, some advocating that the kingdom should not be responsible, as it was a private matter of the Grey Iron Duchy. Others insisted that the kingdom must intervene, or else the followers would feel disheartened. Of course, most ministers believed that they should first send an official letter to the Grey Iron Duchy to see their reaction before making a decision. The Eagle Kingdom's king's temples throbbed with frustration. He was familiar with Duke Birot's son, a typical noble who always prioritized interests. Refusing to pay the ransom and blaming the Eagle Kingdom would definitely be something he would do, and he would certainly do so. In that case, the ransom would have to be paid by the kingdom, or else the royal family would lose the loyalty of many more followers. Some ministers urged him to shift the blame to the Grey Iron Duchy, but if he really did so, these ministers would surely be the first to contemplate betrayal. After a while, he coughed lightly, stopping the noisy quarrel in the hall. First send the official letter to understand the attitude of the Grey Iron family. If Pettiford indeed disregards Pierrot's safety, then the kingdom will negotiate and redeem Pierrot. The royal family will not abandon any loyal follower. Your Majesty is kind. Your Majesty never abandons us. We are willing to charge into battle for the royal family. Knightly glory favors us. Duke Pierrot will become your Majesty's most loyal shield. Ready to be your Majesty's spear. Seeing this, the ministers flattered him, expressing their loyalty to the Eagle Kingdom's king. Thus, the official letter personally written by Liszt was immediately carried by a falcon knight, swiftly flying towards the Grey Iron Duchy. Meanwhile, the news that Liszt had ridden a Grey Iron Dragon was also passed to the frontier by the falcon knights, handed over to the Dragon Knights stationed there. Internal administrative affairs of the kingdom were generally managed by the king and his ministers, but matters involving diplomacy and dragons required the collective deliberation and implementation by all Dragon Knights. When the meeting ended, the ministers left in a line, but the Eagle Kingdom's king remained seated on his ornate throne. He did not stand up for a long time. He only stared at the stone columns in the palace hall, carved with the Eagle royal family's badge, his heart tangled with emotions of sorrow, indignation, loss, and hatred. Alonzo, you keep disappointing me. Flame Kingdom. If we don't curb Liszt's rise, the ruling configuration in the legendary continent northeast corner of Eagle, Steel Ridge, and Blast Furnace Fortress will undergo drastic changes. Perhaps, Osborne, Helder will respond to my plan, and the appearance of the sacred dragon will stir their desires. Osborne Platinum, King of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Helder Golden Crown, King of the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom's king's gaze flickered coldly as he plotted further schemes. Unaware of this, Liszt was still busy searching for the man-eating tree dragon sprite. Chapter 890, To the Sanctuary. I'm so pissed, the man-eating tree got away again. Emily swung the crimson blood sword fiercely, her face filled with frustration. She had been tracking the man-eating tree cluster for a long time, delaying even the construction of Charcoal River Great Road, and yet she still hadn't completed the mission. Just a moment ago, they had found a group of man-eating trees. However, they were startled by the horse's footsteps and burrowed away, leaving not a single one behind. Viscount, what should we do? Asked a knight captain assisting Emily in her search for the man-eating trees. Taking a deep breath to soothe her irritation, Emily replied, continue the tracking. This is an urgent mission assigned by His Highness, and we must capture these man-eating trees at any cost. Next time, our movements must be lighter. Inform everyone to wrap their horse hooves with burlap. Yes, Viscount. The knight captain went down to make arrangements while Emily squatted where the man-eating tree had disappeared into the ground. Her eyes were bright and twinkling as if contemplating something. This 14-year-old girl was already as mentally mature as an adult. Among the serfs, many girls of 14 or 15 were already married. However, as a Viscount, Emily had no need to worry about these troubles. Her heart belonged somewhere else. She devoted everything to Lord Landlord. In her eyes, there was no one else but the Prince Dragon Knight who soared through the skies. Fleeing underground, His Highness said that there is a dragon elf manipulating the man-eating trees from behind. It seems now that the ability of the dragon elves is related to burrowing. So, could it also be possible to burrow into the water? She recalled the previous tracking and realized that the man-eating trees intentionally avoided rivers in their escape. It seemed that rivers hindered the movement of the man-eating tree cluster. Interestingly, the river tribe used to live in a valley near a river. After being slaughtered by the man-eating trees, they migrated across the river to another valley. Since then, there had been no further sightings of the man-eating trees. So we should send a knight order to surround and drive the man-eating trees into a closed area. It might be good to dig a river on the periphery. Let the shovel-tusked giant elephants dig up the earth. It should be quite fast. Their two large tusks on their chins are much more effective than shovels. Her mind was made up. Emily immediately enacted this plan. Meanwhile, Liszt, who had slipped into the boundary of the material world, was closely observing Emily, his young follower. She brought him many surprises. Her talents were astounding. At 14, she had climbed to the ranks of Sky Knight. Though his insane resource investment played a part, without talent, not even soaking in magic potion would have elevated her rank. Now, Emily was not only impressively talented in her practice but also extremely intelligent. She directed the Knight Order methodically, with clear and precise thoughts. The plan to capture the man-eating tree cluster, even if organized by him, could not be better. Let's go, Bard. It looks like there is no need for me to worry here. Besides, there is no way to be concerned. A flash of magic radiance from the magic feedback, and after burrowing, even if we stare till our eyes are blind, we cannot find the movement of the man-eating tree cluster. The vision from the crystal white trajectory was powerful, piercing through magic with acute clarity. However, once the magic was covered by the soil, the crystal white trajectory became as useless as blind eyes. After all, it wasn't X-ray vision. Woo! The formless dragon bard called out. Flapping its wings, it found a natural node in the reed marsh and directly passed through. Hirak had already prepared all the materials needed for the magic gates, just waiting for Bard's cooperation to expand the natural node, forming a gate to the world beyond the material. Kenli Truth and other magicians from the Magic Guild had long been excitedly standing nearby, waiting to witness this great moment. Brother, everything is ready, we can start now, Ak said solemnly. Although her face remained as tranquil as before, List could clearly see the nervousness in her eyes. The preparation of theoretical work and validation tests had taken a long time. Still, whether the magic gate could be established was unknown. How could she keep calm? Now was no longer the time of the Moon Empire's magic web. Civilization had been lost, and she could not stand on the shoulders of giants. She had no choice but to independently explore on her own. Luckily, with the formless dragon's help and her own mastery over space elemental incarnation, her understanding of space was unrivaled, unequaled by any predecessor or successor. Are we ready to start? List clenched his fist in excitement, his heart throbbing with anticipation for what was to come. Then let's begin. Bard and I are also ready. Whoa, yeah. Such was the scene. No grand ceremony took place, just a group of magicians witnessing as acryloids activated the colossal magic array laid out in the reed marsh. This magic array, which had cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins, had nearly drained the finances of the Flame Territory for several months, and now, amidst unremarkable changes, it was finally initiated. Magic radiance flickered, and the ambient magic power drifting in the air roared as it converged toward the magic array. Boom, rumble. The dense magical elements directly created thunder and lightning, along with sudden bursts of flame and wind. These changes were short-lived. Soon, a visible air vortex coalesced above the surface of the reed marsh lake. The vortex swallowed and grew, eventually stretching like a funnel to the lake surface of the reed marsh and stirring the water to swell outward, revealing a dark hole. Brother, the rift in material space has been torn open, and now you and Bard must cooperate to stabilize the opening in the world beyond matter. According to the plan set by acryloids, we must inject space magic power between the magic web and the rift to achieve a stable dynamic equilibrium. Understood. List patted the formless dragon Bard on the neck. Instantly, man and dragon charged toward the expanding pitch-black vortex. The vortex was not straight but slanted downward toward the lake bed of the reed marsh. However, as soon as he entered, List found they had reached the world beyond matter. Within the vision of the crystal white trajectory, they could see the material boundary had a large hole torn through it. Around them, they could vaguely see the magic power threads of the magic web extending, attempting to repair this vortex rift. It's our turn to act, Bard. Operate the magic power, dragon breath shattering space. Whoa, yeah. Exhale. A white fog sprayed around the vortex rift, this space magic power acting like a lubricant and sealant, quickly coalescing around the rift. After a complex transformation, the space magic power successfully formed a buffer layer between the rift and the magic web, halting the web's repairs. Moments later, everything was smoothly accomplished, the vortex rift stopped expanding, and the magic web was unable to continue its repairs, achieving a state of dynamic equilibrium. Like the entrance to the Great Whirlpool magic teleportation matrix. Boom. List and Bard flew straight out of the hole, effortlessly without any obstruction. The magic array around the reed marsh had already collapsed during the earlier activation, all the magical materials lost their power and became utter waste. But the magic gate formed by the vortex rift was successfully stabilized. We did it, acryloids. List laughed heartily. We'll need to observe it for a while longer, brother. To prevent the magic gate from collapsing, acryloids will need to personally monitor it. On the dragon. List, maneuvering Bard to glide just above the ground, then reached out to grasp the little hand that acryloids offered, pulling acryloids up onto the dragon's back with a single motion. A quick turn and they were back through the magic gate. Leaving Kenli, and the other magicians standing around the vortex-shaped magic gate, which now rotated on its own without the need for a magic array to drive it, uttering amazed exclamations. The environment around the reed marsh was forcibly altered, the lake water inundating the shores and rotating with the vortex. There seemed to be creatures like fish and shrimp in the lake, all being flung onto the shore. This previously modest-sized lake, now set against the backdrop of the vortex-shaped magic gate, revealed an incomparable mystery. A miracle, truly a miracle. Kenli marveled, wishing she could personally step through and experience the magic of the magic gate. But she knew that without having opened the wormhole space, ordinary people would be directly disintegrated into fine particles by the special space, dissolving into the world beyond matter. Another magician exclaimed, "Joining the Magic Guild is the most important, most successful turn in the road I've ever taken in my lifetime pursuit of truth. Indeed, the incarnation of truth walking in the mortal world, Lord Acreloides has restored the glory of the ancient magician. The place where miracles happen. Great, majestic, unfathomable. I don't even know how to describe it. I've witnessed the mystery of truth. My teacher led me into the world of magic, and here I've found the destination of magic. Praise be to Lord Acreloides, praise be to Prince Liszt, we have completed a magic gate." Even a grand magician with white hair trembled, worshipping with the most devout tone. "This door, it leads to the sanctuary." Chapter 891, Red and White Roses. The magic gate opened. The magic gate stabilized. The magic gate succeeded. On April 21st of Sapphire calendar year 155, this day was destined to be recorded in history books, at least in the annals of the Flame Kingdom, even though the Flame Kingdom had not yet been established. Maintaining the Reed Marsh Magic Gate will be your responsibility, Kenley. Should there be any changes, send a message through the magic platform immediately, Liszt solemnly instructed as he left the Reed Marsh Magic Gate. Kenley Truth responded seriously, "Rest assured, Your Highness. We will keep a close watch on the Reed Marsh Magic Gate, and any disturbance will be reported to you and Lord Acreloides at once." "That's very good." Next, Liszt and Acreloides filled their space rings with plentiful magic materials and rode straight into the Reed Marsh Magic Gate aboard the formless Dragon Bard, rapidly entering the world beyond matter. Enveloped by space magic power, they moved through the non-material world as effortlessly as fish in water, with ease and grace. Arriving at the natural node on Mind Island, they directly crossed through. A number of knights and magicians were on the island, directing serfs in basic labor. They set down Acreloides, then took out the materials from the space rings and had Acreloides set up a magic array there. Liszt continued to shuttle through space on Bard. There was still much to do, such as collecting magic materials from places like Black Horse Island and Bulltail City. Many of the magic materials had been exhausted by the Reed Marsh Magic Gate and needed to be gathered anew. By the time they had collected all the magic materials and Acreloides had set everything up, it was already May when they opened the Mind Island Magic Gate. As the weather grew increasingly hot, all life thrived in wild abundance. The elves of Black Horse Island were producing more than ever, and Flame Island was also welcoming good news. In the potato plantations of Flame City, thanks to the blessing of the potato great spirit Kuchi, a bountiful harvest was had, and full warehouses of potatoes meant food was no longer in short supply. Banana Greater Elf Poppy was also a native elf of Flame Island, but since the banana plantations had only just started, it would take a year or two before they could be harvested. The number of Moonslayer tribes that had been incorporated was growing, with the population now reaching 400,000. However, the size of the Flame people had not expanded, and was still just over 20,000. To prevent mismanagement, the Night Order had put a temporary halt to their campaigns against the Moonslayer tribes, waiting for the establishment of the magic teleportation arrays to resume. For now, the primary tasks were to train, reorganize, and integrate the Moonslayer serfs, while also building cities, repairing roads, and opening up plantations. It could be said that everything in both Flame Island and the Flame Territory was blooming and prospering. Liszt was naturally in good spirits all the time, even though the search for materials to establish the magic teleportation array had the finances of his territory overburdened. He did not feel any stress. At this moment, in the rooftop balcony garden of Thorn Castle, he was leisurely drinking Banpo cattle milk, reading a knight's novel titled The Time Travel of Holy Dragon Knight Mija of the Rose. Ever since he had become famous in the dragon-slaying Battle of April, a deluge of novelists had been struck with inspiration, each using the sacred dragon as material to produce the latest knight novels. The plots were hastily crafted, with many of them simply basing characters off Liszt and making slight changes to write their stories. For example, the Holy Dragon Knights in these stories all tended to have a beautiful archmage at their side. In the knight's novel he was currently reading, the protagonist did not ride a formless dragon but instead mounted the Twilight Dragon that represented time, enabling the writer to travel freely through any period. However, the author was still limited, only describing how the Twilight Dragon Knight could cross days in time to rescue a princess captured by the enemy. Why not travel through the Moon Empire, through ancient times, through the future, through an endless expanse of time to triumph over all, huh? These novelists lack imagination, they don't know how to write an infinite series. Liszt closed the knight's novel and casually tossed it aside. Wah! Below, it seemed that Jayla's voice was audible, either scolding some minor elf or arguing with a greater elf. After the harvest, the elves from Hot Spring Island had begun to move to Thorn Castle in succession, and Jayla needed to establish authority over these elves. Her temper was not good, she was like a bully. But List cherished it and also felt that Jayla might bring about a catfish effect. The stimulation might just increase the probability of elf evolution. If every elf were like the corn miner elf Mickey, spending all day counting corn kernels in the worm room without ambition, it would be difficult to evolve. It was known that Jayla had evolved from an elf bug to a greater elf in just a few years due to environmental stimulus. Fluttering. A black bat fluttered its wings, flying to Thorn Castle and landing on the top floor balcony. A moment later, it transformed into Merry Dawnbreak. Your Highness, Mary bowed in greeting, quietly slipping under the parasol. Vampires detested sunlight, it suppressed their strength and made them quite uncomfortable. Would you like some milk? List asked simply. Mary smiled in response, thank you, Your Highness, but I would prefer a glass of red wine if available. The sun is rather harsh today. She was very fond of her current life. Within the Black Knight family, vampires endured a strict hierarchy and oppressive interpersonal relationships, constantly making one long for escape. But here, the atmosphere was exceptionally peaceful, and the master they followed was not only mighty but also not overly oppressive, especially laid back in private. This young Dragon Knight landlord did not need his followers and servants to be overly cautious or listen attentively. Bring a bottle of the Cellar's Crescent Moon wine, List told the male servant behind him. Yes, master. The servant hurried downstairs to get the red wine, and List then asked, what's the reaction from the three major kingdoms? Your Highness, the glory of your dragon-slaying battle has not spread among the commoners of the three great kingdoms but is circulated among a small portion of nobles. From what the blood servants have gathered, the Falcon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom have been frequently mobilized. It seems there's frequent interaction between the royal family, subordinate states, and Dragon Knights. Have you sent anyone to investigate the Grey Iron Duchy? No, we have insufficient blood servant personnel. However, we've investigated ministers from the Eagle Kingdom and have a new piece of intelligence. The heir of the Grey Iron family, Pettiford, has refused to pay a ransom to redeem Duke Pirot, accusing that the Duke's capture was Eagle Kingdom's doing and urging the royal family to pay the ransom. So what's the idea over at Eagle Kingdom? King Adonis Moonlight Silver of Eagle Kingdom has agreed to send a negotiating team from the royal family. They might arrive in Sapphire soon. What about the situation in the Purple Copper Duchy? There's been no unusual movement there. It seems that after Prince Alex's visit, he quickly settled the moods within the Purple Copper Duchy. The heir assumed the title after the Purple Copper Duke's funeral without any drop in rank. Mary answered, noting that the blood servants had limited capabilities for gathering intelligence. No drop in rank, eh? List couldn't confirm or deny this. Dragon Knights sought to establish kingdoms, and the kingdoms they create are Grand Duchies, corresponding to the rank of Grand Duke inherent to the Dragon Knight himself. When no Dragon Knight progeny emerges, the title must drop to Duke, and the nation from a Grand Duchy to a Duchy. However, the rule wasn't strictly enforced. Regardless, whether a Grand Duchy or a Duchy, they were independent states, and the tributes paid were fixed and would not decrease with a drop in title. Thus, many heirs to Grand Duchies did not wish to change the country's name or reduce their rank. The Duchy of Sapphire is one such case. The three successors after the first Dragon Knight never managed dragon riding, and the Sapphire Duke only recently succeeded. After reporting on the Eagle Kingdom, Mary continued, the blood servants don't know much about Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom and Steel Ridge Kingdom. The official channels of the Sapphire family should relay information. However, the blood servants have still managed to hear some good news beforehand. List raised an eyebrow. What news? The Steel Ridge Kingdom has already sent an envoy, led by Matthew of the Red and White Roses, on an official visit to the future Flame Kingdom to meet with you, Your Highness. It was a recognition of the Flame Kingdom, a prelude to establishing diplomatic relations, indeed good news. But List's focus was elsewhere. Matthew of the Red and White Roses? Isn't the surname of the Red and White Roses from the Rose Duchy's dragon-rearing family? Yes, Your Highness. Matthew of the Red and White Roses is the direct heir of the Rose Duchy. However, he's also the nephew of King Osborne of Steel Ridge Kingdom and a member of the Steel Ridge Kingdom's Dragon Knight Reserve Plan. He now serves as the deputy commander of the Golden Fleece Knight Order, with the rank of Earl, and has very good relations with the Platinum family. Mary continued, solemnly adding, Earl Matthew has a sister, Marilyn Rose of Red and White, only 15 but already hailed as the Steel Pearl, renowned as the Northland's most beautiful woman. Chapter 892, Mermaid's Protection. The Rose Duchy is the northernmost vassal state of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, and the dragon-rearing family, the Red and White Rose family, is renowned both far and wide, mainly because of the roses they cultivate. Like tulips, roses also have a sequence for magic potions. The Red and White Rose family has been cultivating roses for hundreds of years, possessing not only the dragon elves of roses but also a large number of greater elves, little minor elves, and elf bugs. The varieties of roses they have cultivated are highly differentiated, among which the most famous are the red roses and white roses, leading the family to adopt the surname of red and white roses rather than a dragon-related surname. One variety of white roses has an extraordinarily potent effect when used in magic potions. The magic potions produced are coveted by nobles both domestically and abroad, selling for more than gold and still in short supply. The great families are willing to spend unimaginable wealth to let their offspring use the best magic potions. The red roses are even more unique. Among them, there is a variety called Red Dragon Great Rose, and the magic potion made from it is known as Red Dragon Water, which does not significantly enhance a knight's training. However, its primary use is to increase the magic power of dragons, and this value is so tremendous that upon the birth of the Red Dragon Great Rose, the Steel Ridge royal family planned to directly annex the Rose Duchy. After all, the Rose Duchy had only one ruby dragon, which was old and lacked powerful combat abilities. Nevertheless, at that time, the Duke of Rose made a quick and decisive move, courting the princess of the royal family at great cost. Thus, he became in-laws with the Platinum family, and by promising to provide an ample supply of Red Dragon water to the Steel Ridge royal family, the Rose Duchy was able to preserve its autonomy. The Red and White Rose family still ascended the ranks of the dragon-rearing families. Since then, every few generations, a princess would marry into the family or the king would take a daughter from the Red and White Rose family as his wife, essentially merging the two families into one. By this generation of King Osborne Platinum of the Steel Ridge Nation, his sister had married the current Duke of Rose. They had a son, Matthew, and a daughter, Marilyn. Because of the close relationship between the two families, Matthew was raised in the Steel Ridge royal family from a young age and, thanks to his talent, was selected for the Dragon Knight Reserve Plan, awaiting dragon riding. Marilyn was likewise educated in female arts at the Royal Women's Academy, Audis Academy, established by the royal family. Steel Pearl, the first beauty of the Northland. Why are you telling me this? List's face wore a naked expression of what do you take me for, and his tone turned serious. Mary, you need to understand what the focal point is for a blood servant to gather intelligence, and not to collect some boring tabloid news. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Mary apologized first, then argued, but with Count Matthew leading the envoy group from the Steel Ridge royal family, it's full of unspeakable political intentions. What political intentions? The Rose family and the Platinum family are nearly one and the same. The Platinum family wants to cultivate good relations with Your Highness, hence they dispatched Count Matthew here. That's the first layer of political intention. Count Matthew's sister is about to reach marrying age, and as the Steel Pearl, her marriage is destined to be an alliance. Count Matthew may well be scouting out options for his sister in advance. List was startled for a moment. Mary had made her point so bluntly that it caught him off guard. However, at his status and position, every action indeed carried political significance. Even if his intention was merely to live freely, those around him would still painstakingly contemplate the implications. Especially since List was very young and yet was destined to found a nation, for which he would need to designate an heir. His marriage would become a focal point closely watched by all factions. Regarding his own marriage, List was still somewhat perplexed to date. He knew he certainly had to marry and have children. As a transmigrator with traditional Chinese values at his core, he deeply ingrained the proverb of all the actions of a man, filial piety is the most important, and the failure to produce offspring is the greatest of all, feeling life would be incomplete without descendants. And it would probably be difficult for his marriage partner to be acroloids, the sea serpent and humans are reproductively isolated. Let it be, I'll take it one step at a time. If by chance, I manage to contract with the immortal dragon and gain immortality, having descendants might not matter so much. After thinking for a while, he then spoke aloud, don't make wild guesses about political intentions. When the envoy group from the Steel Ridge Kingdom arrives, we'll naturally understand their purpose. The complexities of politics weren't to List's liking. Yes, Your Highness. Mary complied amiably, well aware that while her master seemed deeply strategic, he still maintained the personality of a reckless man. In the suburb of the City of Steel, Audis Academy residential villa, a handsome young man was animatedly explaining something. Aside from the servants, there was also a young girl calculating bills in the living room. The girl was dressed in a light pink pleated long dress, her features bearing a resemblance to the handsome young man. It was clear that they were siblings. Marilyn, father and mother are very optimistic about List. Uncle Osborne also hopes to establish friendly relations with the Flame Kingdom. My leading the envoy group this time is to see the elegance of the Dragon Knights of the Four Dragons, as well as the legendary Formless Dragon, who alone defeated 5 dragons and 3 knights, simply inconceivable. Brother, you're overlooking the Archmage. The Archmage only plays a supportive role, even Truth Incarnate in the mundane world wouldn't be much use in the battle of Dragon Knights. The handsome young man grew more excited as he spoke. List is only 2 years younger than I am, To think he's only 20 this year, the glory that has befallen him is just crazy. So, father, mother, and Uncle Osborne have chosen my future? The girl continued with her accounts, her gold curly hair cascading down her shoulders, genteel with a hint of vivacity. Even though it's a fate I can't control, do you really think this could succeed? I think the possibility is high. With a new sovereign ascending, the Flame Kingdom needs the support of Steel Ridge, and the Flame family also needs a lady to bring knightly glory. None of the three great kingdoms have an eligible princess, and among all the duchies, no one has a more distinguished status than you, Marilyn. You're the most suitable. Marilyn lifted her head, her face spotless and generally expressionless. Have you all forgotten about that archmage named Acroloides? Of course not. The handsome young man was obviously Matthew of the Red and White Roses, who proudly dismissed the servants in the living room, then whispered, before we can secure the secret, father and mother, even if they admire List, would not rashly propose a marriage alliance. That would be harming you. Marilyn waited curiously for what would come next. After some groundwork, Matthew continued, that archmage is not human, but a remnant of an ancient race, a sea serpent. A sea serpent? Marilyn was astounded. She's actually a sea serpent? Yes, a sea serpent. It's impossible for humans and sea serpents to reproduce. Do you remember how the heir of the last generation of the Star Duchy was deposed? He fell in love with a sea serpent, eloped with a knight of lower standing, which ultimately enraged the Duke of Star. Not only was he demoted to commoner, but the sea serpent was also exiled to the exiled lands. Sea serpents belong to legend for most humans, but the royal families of the major kingdoms did indeed come into contact with sea serpents, although some information was confined to nobles only. Acroloides' magic cloak could hide the sea serpent features of her body, but it would inadvertently expose her identity, especially the transparent fins behind her ears and the fish fin-like pinny, which were features easily identified as non-human at a glance. For those with intent observations, exposing a sea serpent's identity was not too difficult. Of course, List had no intention of rigorously protecting Acroloides' identity either. He was already a considerable force, with enough strength to protect Acroloides. A sea serpent, eh? Marilyn looked down at the bill in her hand, speaking as if recounting a young girl's fantasy. Perhaps List and Acroloides are like the heir of the Star Duchy, Dragon Knight and Archmage, human and sea serpent. Brother, when you go to visit List, please take a gift from me to them. Speaking of which, Marilyn returned to her bedroom, opened the cupboard, and took out an exquisite small box. Lifting the lid, there lay a pair of delicate earrings. She silently looked at the light blue earrings, reminiscent of fish scales, then closed the lid and handed the box to Matthew. Please give them this mermaid's protection from me. Chapter 893, Traffic Throat. Adorned with the mermaid's protection, Matthew of the Red and White Roses quickly led the envoy group to set off, preparing to visit his self-proclaimed brother-in-law in the Duchy of Sapphire. In his view, sea serpents could not bond with humans, and List was indeed of typical noble origin. Although only an earl's heir, he could barely be considered among the major nobility. Such nobles have a common attitude towards love, which is that it must be based on interests. Apart from a very few nobles, the vast majority of nobles prioritize family and personal interests, which are the core of the knightly system. My sister Marilyn is a foremost beauty of the Northland and the Steel Pearl. There is no woman in the entire northeast corner of the legendary continent more suited to be the queen of the Flame Kingdom. To have a dragon knight with 4 dragons as my brother-in-law, and a king's brother-in-law, how glorious my status would be. Ultimately, his eagerness to arrange a marital alliance for his sister was mainly to bolster the Red and White Rose family. Since countless generations ago, the Red and White Rose family had understood the importance of hitching to a powerful connection, and without that marriage of convenience, they would have vanished into the annals of history. Even if List is powerful, he cannot ride 4 dragons at once. Perhaps, once Marilyn becomes the queen, I too may have a chance to ride a dragon. The ruby dragon of our family is really too old, yet the Steel Ridge royal family disagrees with me riding any other dragon. Uncle Osborne, in utilizing the Red and White Rose family's marriage alliance, isn't this also a form of self-protection for the Red and White Roses? Matthew had already begun fantasizing. Once the marriage alliance was successful, how illustrious and honored the Red and White Rose family would be, caught between 2 great kingdoms. And all this was based on the premise that List was, as he believed, a noble who put interests at the core. For this reason, in leading this envoy group, he not only carried a multitude of gifts from the Steel Ridge royal family but also brought an enormous number of gifts from the Red and White Rose family, red dragon water made from red roses, potent magic potions made from white roses, and rubies produced by the ruby dragon. Even the most talented young strong men would succumb to the wealth of the Red and White Rose family. List, unaware that someone was preparing to dazzle him with wealth, cast the issue of the Steel Ridge royal family's envoy group to the back of his mind after his blood servant Mary reported it. The idea of an arranged marriage happening to himself was, upon reflection, quite amusing. Before coming to this world, as a person so ordinary to the extreme, he often thought during his failures in love why the government didn't allocate wives to spare honest men the trouble of even catching a plate. But the thought of actually entering into an arranged marriage with a lady of noble repute whom he had never met was rather frightening. After all, the lifestyles of the nobility here were extremely open. Liszt was very particular about the honor of his own name. This was also one of the reasons he maintained a good impression of young girls like Emily, Lucy, Ruth, and Hilita. A young girl is always pure and uncorrupted by the murky world, like a lotus flower that rises out of the mud but remains clean, and with careful nurturing, can always grow into the form he desires. Of course, he welcomed the arrival of the envoy group and happily accepted the overture from the Steel Ridge Kingdom. It was great news as long as the three major kingdoms did not band together. The Flame Kingdom needed time to develop, and he himself needed time to grow. Riding too many dragons in a short period meant training with each dragon was too brief, and up to this point, he hadn't left a single mind branding, not to mention how little he had developed the Dragon Chi manual. The next day, with the last magic ingredient ready, Liszt decisively left the comfortable Thorn Castle and, riding the formless dragon Bard, traveled through to Mind Island. At this moment on Mind Island, a vortex-shaped magic gate was slowly rotating, with a pitch-black passage leading straight into the interior of the island. There was no water, this magic gate was completely built on land. "Brother, you're back," Ak said, standing at the edge of Mind Island, practicing the mastery of the Earth Elemental Incarnation. If it weren't for the delay caused by the Space Elemental Incarnation, after mastering water and ice elements, she would have proceeded with practicing the Earth Elemental Incarnation according to the plan, which was cultivated for the construction of major projects. Ordinary Grand Magicians could only slightly alter the terrain with magic, but once an Archmage mastered the Earth Elemental Incarnation, changing the terrain would be at their discretion. The legendary ancient magicians were said to have the might to move mountains and fill seas, perhaps an exaggeration, but it gave a glimpse of an Archmage's power. I'm back." Liszt walked over and touched Ak's azure blue hair, while Ak tilted her head submissively, enjoying the caress. A profound tacit understanding and intimacy had developed between the two. "So brother, let's start connecting the two magic gates and expand the wormhole space," excitedly said Ak after enjoying a head-patting session. "Okay." Both of them mounted the formless dragon Bard and headed straight for the magic gate. After entering the world beyond the physical realm, Ak took out the magic materials, created the required magic array, and continuously guided Bard to activate the magic array. Then, with the help of its innate abilities, she moved back and forth between the two magic gates, pulling strings. It was a complex magical behavior, roughly achieved by the attraction between magic forces to guide the magic gates. Finally, the beacons of the two magic gates were connected, and then slowly, through Bard's space magic power, they expanded upon the linked magic lines, carving out the wormhole space. The principle was very complex. Liszt did not understand much, but he only needed to do as Ak instructed. After intermittent work for 3 days, when the human, dragon, and sea serpent were all exhausted, the wormhole space between the two magic gates was finally expanded. After carefully reinforcing it one more time, the magic teleportation array was officially complete. The two-way repulsive force of the passage is normal, the velocity of exiting the magic gate has decayed, and it is now equivalent to the velocity of entering the magic gate. "Brother, the Mind Island Reed Swamp magic teleportation array is declared complete." After repeatedly passing through the two magic gates, Ak revealed a sweet smile. A sense of accomplishment filled her heart. This was her replication of the first radiance of an ancient magician. Standing in front of Mind Island's magic gate, Liszt was also excited. This great miracle that only existed in certain legends was just wrought by his hands, a sense of accomplishment no less than what Ak felt in her heart. He took a deep breath. He made a swift decision. Since this magic teleportation array has been completed and the territory temporarily lacks the financial and material resources to establish a Black Horse Island Jade Mountain magic teleportation array, let's use this magic array as a regular transportation nexus to transport resources and start constructing the Flame Islands. With the magic teleportation array completed, Liszt soon notified the Marquis of Bulltail, asking the Tulip family to prepare materials to participate in the construction of Mind Island. To protect the magic teleportation array well, it was best to build Mind Island into a castle fortress. The Mind Island controlling this transport nexus could completely become the trade center of the Sea of Azure Waves, before the Black Horse Island Jade Mountain magic teleportation array was built. Chapter 894, Dragon Pit Great Mind. The magic teleportation array is already complete? So quickly? Marquis Bulltail exclaimed. Liszt sipped his tea with a composed manner. "Father, are you still not aware of my work efficiency?" It's just a magic teleportation array which, handily finalized by Ak and me. Now, you can arrange for the family's knights and serfs to head to Tulip Island via the Heart-Reed teleportation formation. That's great. With the Heart-Reed teleportation formation, I no longer need to keep cultivating deeply in the Bull-Tail domain. I am planning to relocate all knights and serfs, except a portion of them maintained for trade, to Tulip Island. What do you think? I think it's feasible. Ironhoof Island will eventually have to be returned to the Sapphire family, which is not worth managing. Black Horse Island and Coral Island will be future leaseholds of the Flame Kingdom, so there's also no need for you to stay. It's more crucial to develop Tulip Island. Without focusing on domestic development, the trade focus will always be toward the Sapphire direction. Placing the trade focus on the Sapphires will only continuously enrich the Sapphire family, which is not what List desires. He hopes that the bustling Shell Sea will quickly surpass the Sea of Azure waves, and similarly, that the Flame family will also rapidly overtake the Sapphire family, since the latter are merely his followers. The elder brother definitely has to be richer than the younger. Which mainland country is adjacent to the Flame Islands? Marquis Bulltail suddenly inquired. It borders between the Yellowstone Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, though it's a complex terrain, sparsely populated, still a wilderness. Hundreds of kilometers inward, lies the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, a very weak small country. I've had Yavich investigating it, and once we have enough information, we can make plans. Actually, he was harboring a thought, might as well head to the legendary continent to occupy a large swath of land, founding a kingdom that spans both the continent and the ocean. Fortunately, the borderland area between the two countries is desolate and uninhabited, with plenty of lands available for occupation. As for war, he was not afraid. They were precisely lacking an excuse to snatch knight resources. In his eyes, knights are a resource. Once the Flame Kingdom annexes the Moonslayers, there wouldn't be a shortage of serf population. But what about knights? Encouraging reproduction wouldn't yield skilled individuals till at least 1 or 2 generations later, so pillaging is the most logical and quick method. As for the loyalty of the knight class, well, they say you follow whoever feeds you, so it doesn't matter anymore. Marquis Bulltail was unaware of List's thoughts and was a bit worried. Is the coastline all barren? That wouldn't be good for trade. No worries, we'll develop domestically first, and I'll handle the trade issues when the time comes. Alright then. After a discussion between father and son, a servant came to report that Lady Penelope had arrived, so List spent some time with the elderly lady and later that afternoon, enjoyed a new play at the indoor theater built within Tulip Castle. After the play, they chatted for a while and then left Tulip Castle. When he returned to Black Horse Island, a large assembly of knights and serfs had gathered, preparing to board the ship heading to Mind Island. Crossing through the Heart-Reed teleportation formation, they arrived at Flame Island to support the grand development of Flame Island. Both the workshop industries and agriculture were to be gradually transferred there within the coming year. Even though it was a leased territory, List did not feel secure leaving his family's foundation here. Moving it to Flame Island was safer. Captain Marcus, Captain Palizzi, Captain Charles, the knights and serf teams are under your leadership. Be cautious when crossing the Heart-Reed teleportation formation, and terminate the transition immediately if anything changes with the formation. Rest assured, Your Highness. Go on. After giving his instructions, List didn't linger any longer but promptly mounted the formless dragon bard, soared into the world beyond the physical, then found the exit of the Great Whirlpool teleportation formation and quickly crossed over to Flame Island. He headed straight to the location of the Mammoth Knight Brigade. It seemed that Emily had discovered the reward for the smoke mission. Mission accomplished. Reward, Dragon Pit Great Mine. And the new smoke mission was already issued when the Heart-Reed teleportation formation was completed. Mission, negotiation teams from the Eagle Kingdom, Steel Ridge Kingdom Envoy Group, and Blast Furnace Fortress Envoy Group will arrive one after another. The order in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent needs to be re-established, and the ruler of the seas also needs to assert authority. Please force the 3 kingdoms to recognize the Flame Kingdom. Reward, Dragon's Might in Skeleton. The reward for this new mission seemed to be related to the Dragon Pit Great Mine. We're here, Captain. A knight climbed up from the pit and reported to Emily. Prepare to have people encircle the pit. The Mammoth Knight Brigade should immediately dig a canal and fill the ditch with water. We must not let the man-eating tree escape this time. Emily ordered coldly. In front of her was a valley. In the distance ahead, a mountain range split into 2 branches, forming this rather large valley lush with vegetation. However, hidden amongst the vegetation were one pit after another. The smallest of the pits had a diameter of over 800 meters, and the largest even reached a diameter of 10 kilometers. The man-eating tree cluster kept fleeing and was trapped by the Mammoth Knight Brigade in this valley full of pits, ultimately getting cornered in a pit 1.5 kilometers in diameter. The Mammoth Knight Brigade dug trenches around the pit, and once filled with water, they would completely trap the man-eating tree cluster, capturing them as in a barrel. Boom, splash. A river in the valley quickly poured into the trench, filling it in no time. Watching the river water overflow from the trench, Emily clenched the crimson blood sword in her hand and suddenly declared, "Night Brigade, follow me in for a search." The circular pit, 1.5 kilometers in diameter, covered an area of approximately 7 square kilometers, equivalent to over 10,000 acres, a size matching that of several small villages combined. The Night Brigade fanned out to search and soon found traces of the man-eating tree cluster. The trees unable to escape stood tall in the forest. However, though many man-eating trees were found, the dragon elf remained elusive, yet Emily was able to deduce that the dragon elf was indeed here. "Will you not come out then? Since that is the case, let's resort to the blunt method and cut down the forest in the pit." She made the decision decisively. List had instructed that under no circumstances should the dragon elf be harmed, which is why she chose to cut down the trees rather than burning them directly. Serfs accompanying the Mammoth Night Brigade were quickly deployed, starting to cut from the edge towards the center of the pit, leaving only sparse man-eating trees. With the felled trees being transported out, the pit was bustling with activity. Knights shuttled back and forth, searching for any possible traces of the exposed man-eating tree dragon elves, with Emily also overseeing the operations. When List arrived riding the formless dragon bard, he saw a bustling scene. After he appeared, Emily rushed over immediately. "Your Highness. Is this the valley full of pits?" "Yes, we have already trapped the man-eating tree cluster in this pit, but are unable to find traces of the dragon elf. I plan to cut the trees first. If the dragon elf still does not show itself, then we will start digging." Emily spoke earnestly. Hearing her say this, List's heart suddenly stirred. Emily's loyalty to me is beyond question. Should I then teach her the Chi secret technique Eye of Magic? The Eye of Magic was indeed a rare and precious Chi manuscript, but it wasn't as if others in the external world did not possess it. After all, List also found it initially on the cover of a book. The previous owner seemed to be a Sky Knight named Steve Vulture from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. Let's talk about it later. He still hadn't made up his mind and planned to later send someone to investigate the Vulture family before deciding. If the Vulture family still existed and the magic-eyed Chi secret technique hadn't spread, he would plunder the Vulture family and make the Eye of Magic exclusively for the Flame family. The Eye of Magic, being able to collaborate with dragons, had incredibly practical utility and was not suitable for exposure. Chapter 895, Battle of the Five Dragons. Emily was still busy cutting down trees, while Lee CT took a walk around the big pit but didn't spot any glint of magic power feedback. He had no idea just how well that man-eating tree dragon sprite could hide. They had been playing this hide-and-seek for over a month, and it had never shown itself even once. Taking advantage of a break in the tree cutting, he had a group of serfs move to another large pit, and then he chose a central location to start digging, feeling that these big pits could be the Dragon Pit Great Mine rewarded by the smoke mission. The serfs exerted themselves digging and had only managed to go 2 meters deep when they hit a layer of rock, which was brought before Lee CT after being smashed to pieces. The stone was very heavy and a dark red in color. "What kind of rock is this? Does anyone recognize it?" Lee CT tossed it, feeling that it was some sort of ore, especially with the hint from the smoke mission. He even more so believed that the stone in his hand was ore. Fernlink, who was following beside Lee CT, replied, "Your Highness, if I'm not mistaken, this is iron ore." "Iron ore?" Lee CT looked closely, and compared it with the iron ore he had snatched from the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine, noticing some differences, especially in color. "What kind of iron ore is this, and why does it look different from the iron ore I've seen? I remember that the iron ore from trapped Dragon Mountain was very black." "It might be a poor ore with a low iron content, typically found in the upper layers of a vein," Fernlink said with excitement. "Your Highness, there could be an iron mine under this pit. If this truly was iron ore, then without a doubt, this was the Dragon Pit Great Mine, a supersized iron mine." Looking at the valley's many large pits packed closely together, Lee CT's eyes also turned red with excitement. "Send people quickly, dig in every pit, dig 3 feet into the ground to find the ore below. I want to know how extensive this iron mine is." "Yes, Your Highness." Fernlink was full of drive, understanding too well the importance of an iron mine to the nation, the equipment for knights, the everyday tools. None could be made without iron ore. Not only did the serfs dig fiercely, but many knights also took up spades, hoes, and pickaxes to energetically dig into the earth. Several pits around the iron mine were quickly excavated, revealing iron ores of different colors and qualities. In one pit, a mere half-meter of digging unearthed pitch-black iron ore, a high-quality deposit likely to contain up to 90% iron, which could be directly forged into tools with just a few strikes. "It seems we truly have struck a gigantic iron mine. Excellent." Lee CT couldn't have been more pleased. With such an iron mine, plus the Grey Iron Dragon, the Flame Kingdom would never lack iron again. However, as the pits were dug farther afield, soon, different types of ore were brought over. Your Highness, these ores don't seem like iron ore, they resemble copper ore, Fernal Inc. introduced to Lee Ct. As a seasoned knight who had long been involved in the routine affairs of the territory and had some dealings with ore refining, he recognized many types of ore. It's likely bronze ore. Those previous iron ores were probably Blackheart iron ore. He then hypothesized, perhaps a very long time ago, there was a battle here between a Blackheart iron dragon and a bronze dragon, creating this vast mineral-rich mountain. The speculation was logical. Yet soon another knight brought new stones that looked like many cubic stones bonded together. Upon seeing the stone, Fernal Inc. couldn't help exclaiming, "This is Galena." Galena? Ores produced by lead dragons. The Eagle Kingdom has a lead dragon. I have bought a batch of Galena before to refine lead metal. Then, more pits sent up Galena. That is to say, in this valley, there wasn't only Blackheart iron and bronze ores, but also Galena. According to Fernal's logic, maybe in the ancient times, it might have been a triangular battle between bronze dragons, Blackheart iron dragons, and lead dragons. However, List and the others were still underestimating the richness of the Dragon Pit Great Mine. By nightfall, knights brought in a new type of ore, a kind of brittle, red ore that easily crumbled to sand. Fernal didn't recognize it, nor did List, but they were sure it must be a new type of metal ore. They had already notified the Magic Guild to send a magician who researched metal ores to come, and then they would know what kind of metal ore it was. Your Highness, it's truly unbelievable. This valley actually contains 4 types of metal ores. Fernal couldn't conceal his excitement. Beneath the light of the campfire, his face was flushed, as if he had been struck in the head by a gold ingot. List, however, was much calmer. He knew about the existence of the Dragon Pit Great Mine from the beginning. The unexpected part was just how many types there were. Keep calm, Fernal. We have mapped out the ore distribution in the pits within the valley. There is also a large pit on the outskirts of the valley yet to be excavated, and there may be new ores there. More new ores? That would mean there are 5 different ores. Fernal was even more excited. List's excitement about the ores was different from Fernal's. In his heart, List was pondering another question: if 5 dragons battled here, could one have died and been buried deep underground? The new smoke mission reward is Dragon's Might in Skeleton. Could this mean there is a dragon waiting underground to be reborn? Just like Cleo, after a dragon dies, it nurtures an ember within its remains, waiting for the right opportunity to be reborn. A metal dragon or gemstone dragon was unlikely. They didn't have the potential for elementalization, and dragon's super magic couldn't exist for long. Only elemental dragon's superior magic could endure forever. He didn't bring this up to Fernal. He was just speculating to himself, perhaps, it wasn't just 4 or 5 metal dragons battling. Elemental dragons might have been involved as well. It's just uncertain if any gemstone dragons were part of it. Whether or not elemental dragons lay sleeping in the Dragon Pit Great Mine would soon be revealed, as the mine unavoidably had to be developed. And tonight, he still had work to do. As the serfs kept felling trees, within a day and a night, all the trees covering the large pit above the Blackheart iron were chopped down, leaving only a few scattered 100 man-eating trees in the northwest corner of the pit. Your Highness, can we start digging now? Emily inquired. Let's begin. The serfs, who had rotated shifts and rested well, began to dig again, following the spaces between the man-eating tree cluster. According to the distribution of the Blackheart iron ore, the soil layer was less than 2 meters deep. By turning over the soil here, transplanting each man-eating tree to another place, they vowed to find the man-eating tree dragon sprite. Soon after, the moon set and the sun rose. The darkness before dawn was pierced by sunlight, and one by one, the man-eating trees were dug up. Just as they were about to finish the last few dozen trees, those trees suddenly started to tremble. Then the branches softened, and the whole tree bent to the ground, preparing to burrow and flee. Having stayed awake all night, with bloodshot eyes, Emily saw this and shouted to the knights behind her, "Wake up, His Highness!" Then she rushed towards the last few dozen man-eating trees, searching for the shadow of the dragon sprite that was secretly controlling the man-eating trees from the dark. Chapter 896, Spear of Vengeance. Your Highness. Lee Ct., who was napping in the camp tent, woke up as soon as Emily shouted. He wasn't a heavy sleeper. Thus, when the knight called out, he lifted the tent curtain and walked out. Without riding a dragon, he soared into the sky, then transformed into a shooting star. He landed among the last of the man-eating tree cluster, the Eye of Magic active, revealing that the man-eating trees, which normally showed no magical luminescence, were all flickering with a pale yellow magic radiance. Originally, these man-eating trees were burrowing underground, but Emily noticed them and directly used Thunder attribute chi to bombard the ground, disrupting their movement, so they failed to burrow deeper. However, Emily and the others dared not harm these man-eating trees carelessly, fearing they might injure the dragon elf. This caused the situation to be at a stalemate. When Lee Ct arrived, what he saw was the man-eating tree cluster desperately trying to burrow, yet unable to complete the task. He moved swiftly, already rushing to a man-eating tree lying on the ground, and grabbed hold of its soft trunk with one hand, then released dragon might, swiftly subduing all the man-eating trees. The pale yellow magic faded, and these man-eating trees rapidly resumed their original growth state. "Got you, little guy, stop struggling and show yourself," Lee Ct said with a smile. In his hand, this unremarkable man-eating tree, which radiated dense magical light, was evidently the hideout of the man-eating tree dragon sprite. Snap! Seemingly knowing it couldn't escape, a large, crystal-clear elf with a human-like form jumped out from the man-eating tree. It was translucent, and at first glance, it was hard to tell whether it looked more like a boy or a girl, lacking any gender characteristics. It was about 1 meter tall with a slightly slim figure and a pale yellow body color. A pair of transparent wings fluttered, keeping its feet hovering above the ground. It had delicate facial features and lively, pitch-black eyes. Above its head was a leaf, and below the leaf, there were a few root-like tendrils. Jililagulavadi Sayak. The man-eating tree dragon elf faced List, who was radiating immense dragon might, and despite trembling slightly, it boldly shouted at him. This was an unheard language, somewhat similar to moon language, but not quite, as it lacked any discernible pattern. It was likely a meaningless shout. "Stop yelling, I can't understand you. Come, let's make a contract and then communicate normally," List gestured with his hand, urging the man-eating tree dragon elf not to waste any more time. "Yula Shakulaka," the dragon elf shouted. The dragon elf, now possessing a human-like form, wasn't as cute as the minor elves or the greater elves, but it was undeniably beautiful. However, this slightly fierce-looking man-eating tree dragon elf seemed a bit tough to deal with, still daring to retort even under the cover of dragon might. "So, do you want jade powder? I have all sorts of flavors." Seeing this, List pulled out a big bag of jade powder, holding it up. The man-eating tree dragon elf's eyes lit up but then glared at List, "Bilep Durawarishi. After the contract, all of this will be yours, little fellow, rest assured. With me, you won't suffer any harm again. Moonslayers can't hurt you, nor can the flame people. Because I am the master here, everything on this land belongs to me. Das Vidiania. You're making this difficult for me. You should know, I've already picked out some names for you. How about Twisted Tree Sprite Ma Okai? If you don't like that, how about Void Sprintrixi? Not bad either? Maybe you'd prefer Verdant God Ivern. Judging by your expression, you don't seem to like it? List listed 3 names, then another one, or maybe Spear of Vengeance Callista. How about simply Carly? No more rejections, I'm calling you Carly. Carly, my patience is nearly gone, it seems I need to take matters into my own hands. Seeing that man-eating tree dragon elf Carly didn't cooperate, he had no choice but to step forward and grab Carly. Under the powerful strength of a dragon knight, Carly couldn't struggle at all. Even its efforts to unleash innate magic were scattered by List's surging dragon chi, unable to even channel its magic power. Beside, Emily quietly watched List, highly coveting the formidable strength of a dragon knight. Although List had promised her that she would be able to interact with the light green gem dragon Ethan when the time was right, she was still just an ordinary sky knight, far from reaching the completion level. Of course, she was unaware of List's plans. List didn't care when Emily would reach completion. He just needed to first imprint his mind branding into Ethan's psyche, and then let Emily ride the dragon. Given his relationship with Emily, the mind branding wouldn't be too difficult for her. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of Emily's dragon riding. While she was slightly distracted, List had already grabbed Carly and then forcefully placed his finger into Carly's mouth. He slightly propped Carly's jaw, and Carly's teeth bit into his finger. Blood made contact with teeth, and instantly a strange sensation lingered between him and Carly, a familiar power of the elf contract. However, compared to contracts with Elf Bug, Little Minor Elf, and Greater Elf, the contract power of a dragon elf seemed much weaker, not so pronounced. Yulagaya Brusta. The dragon elf continued to shout loudly. At that moment, List had already realized its emotions. It was berating List for being too rough, and furiously accusing all humans of being evil and worthy of death. A very aggressive dragon elf, the power of the contract has completely failed to twist its worldview, at most reducing its feelings towards me from hatred to unfamiliar. Greater elves and little minor elves are better. After contracting, they immediately become closest to me. Taming a dragon elf is a bit troublesome. For the following period, List was appeasing Carly. Nothing more than communicating the previous conversations through emotions and enticing Carly with a large amount of jade powder, eventually diminishing Carly's unfamiliar attitude towards him. Coupled with the power of the contract subtly changing, By nearly noon, Carly finally accepted List. Calling out List's name, List. Very good, Carly, so from now on, take your cordyceps and these man-eating tree clusters and go live in my newly developed plantation. He had many questions about dragon elves, but now was not the time to study them. Carly still harbored a strong defensive instinct. It had indeed been harmed by the moon's layers. According to emotional communication, its cordyceps had nearly been chopped down by the moon's layers. From that time on, it began retaliating against the moon's layers, slaughtering over 1,000 moon's layers, capturing them and burying them at the roots of the man-eating tree cluster, then absorbing their nutrients. The man-eating tree surprisingly possessed a scavenging ability, emitting a scent to attract dying animals. When animals fell under the tree, roots or even the trunk and leaves would grow root hairs, which would penetrate the animal carcasses to absorb nutrients. Quite an interesting plant. Once Carly's guard is down, I want to study the dragon elf and the man-eating tree in detail, List thought as he watched Carly quietly sitting in the tent eating jade powder. No matter what kind of elf, their greatest value still lies in the crops they cultivate. After finishing a simple, 10-dish field lunch, he took a short rest. In the afternoon, he began summoning the magician who had already come to identify the ores, working on the 4 types of ores already discovered and the 5th type discovered that morning. Your Highness, after my identification, if nothing unexpected happens, these 5 types of ore are, black heart iron ore, bronze ore, galena, the outer layer of mercury ore, and titanium ore. Mercury ore and titanium ore? List was truly surprised at this point. So-called non-magic metals, mercury and titanium. Mercury, the only metal that remains liquid at room temperature. He had not expected to find a mercury mine and a titanium mine on Flame Island. The reward value of the Dragon Pit Great Mine was indeed worthy of the term great. Chapter 897, Retainer Knights. A city shall be built here, named Dragon Valley City, then a road from Flame City will be constructed, called Dragon Cinder Road. Another road from Dragon Valley City to Estuary City, it shall be known as Dragon River Road. Flame City must also build a road to Reed Marsh, to be called Reed Cinder Road, and a city needs to be established in Reed Marsh, named Reed City. List casually sketched on a map. The Flame Island is essentially square inches shape, albeit slightly tilted. The Holy Mountain, where the Moonslayer Holy Tribe resides, is about at the island's center. Slice the island diagonally and it can be divided into the northwest and southeast halves. The current range of activities for the Flame people is primarily concentrated in the southeast half. The geographic center of the southeast half is approximately Whirlpool Mountain, making the city at the base of Whirlpool Mountain, Flame City, the transportation hub and central city of the southeast half. Reed Cinder Road extends east from Flame City, crossing the 2 upper tributaries of Whirlpool River and stretching nearly to Reed City near Reed Marsh. As a guardian of Heart Reed Teleportation Formation, Reed City will inevitably become a trading city. Eastward from Reed City lies the east coast, where a suitable port can be found to build a harbor city. Jade Salary Avenue goes from Flame City towards the northwest, reaching Jade Mountain, a spur of the Flame Mountain Range, and connecting the under-construction Jade City. In the future, a road could extend further northwest from Jade City, reaching the position of the Holy Mountain. List intends to establish a city at this central point of the island. Dragon Cinder Road is an extension southwest from Flame City, all the way to Dragon Pit Great Mine. Dragon Valley City will be the future mining center city. Dragon River Road is an extension due south from Dragon Valley City, reaching Estuary City at the estuary of Whirlpool River. This city will be Flame Island's sole port city at the current stage, responsible for communication between Tulip Island and Flame Island. Essentially, these 4 roads are the development veins of Flame Island at present, with all agricultural and industrial production revolving around these 4 roads. The Heart Reed Teleportation Formation has already been activated, with knights and serfs pouring into Flame Island continuously. Once they arrive in large numbers, it will be time for the frenzied development of Flame Island. The construction of Dragon Cinder Road must be completed quickly, Emily. After it's done, you immediately lead the Mammoth Knight Brigade to build Reed Cinder Road, and finally, Dragon River Road. Understood, Your Highness. Having delegated the road construction and city building affairs, List habitually took on the role of a detached director. He rode on the formless Dragon Bard, circling above the Dragon Pit Great Mine a few times. The mining area located in this valley is unimaginably vast, about 20,000 square kilometers in size. To give a more vivid comparison, List's original home, Coral Island, was about 10,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the area of an ordinary prefecture-level city. And Dragon Pit Great Mine is about equivalent to 2 Coral Islands or 2 prefecture-level cities, with 5 types of minerals distributed within. Of course, averaging the mining area for each type of mineral, it didn't seem too large. At present, it has been confirmed that the galena is deep in the valley with a small area, Mercury ore is on the right side of the valley, also small in area. Black heart iron is on the left side of the valley, the largest in area. Copper ore is in the hinterland of the valley, also not small, and the extent of the titanium ore at the entrance to the valley is yet undecided. The exploration magicians from the Magic Association are working together with the knights to survey and strive to determine the accurate distribution of the minor areas, as well as to formulate a mining plan. As for the reserves of the mining areas, that's difficult to calculate, but these are shallow layer minerals, making mining quite easy. Unlike Earth, where many minerals are deep underground, in this world, metals and gemstones originate from dragons and are buried relatively close to the surface. Perhaps there are deep layer minerals too. After all, no one has been able to explore and mine them. Once this mining area is exploited, it will support the resource consumption of the Flame Kingdom for decades. Add to that the jade mines of Jade Mountain, and there's no need to worry about resources. Flame Island truly deserves the praise of being rich in land and resources, List rejoiced in his heart. But I wonder if there are elemental dragon bones buried under Dragon Pit Great Mine? This is a question worth exploring. Mining isn't an easy task, and to completely excavate this valley would take a considerable length of time. Unfortunately, even though my eye of magic has merged with a dragon, it still can't peer into the underground to detect magic. The eye of magic is already impressively effective, yet he still feels it's not good enough. Mind Island. Knights were supervising the serfs in their construction work, with the chief architect being Bap Brokenstone, who was also the teacher of List's head architect Jamaya Bangtu. Jamaya once almost met his death for sleeping with Bap's daughter-in-law and was ultimately bailed out by List. Bap had long served as an architect for the Tulip family. With Mind Island in urgent need of development, List hired him to oversee the construction of the island's castle. Perhaps Bap harbored a grudge against List for protecting Jamaya, but he dared not show any signs of it and still worked diligently, especially with the knights from Black Horse Island supervising. No one dared to skimp on the work. The cement mixing is not up to standard, we must use ample amounts of cement here, he shouted, commanding with a loud voice. The construction craftsmen immediately brought over another wheelbarrow of cement, pouring it onto the shallow tidal flats of Mind Island. The use of high-quality volcanic or artificial cement had become another major infrastructure tool in List's hands. Once set, the cement was harder than rock. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the sound of a horn resounded, and a fleet with the red tulip flag slowly approached the hastily constructed dock of Mind Island. A huge, pitch-black bird circled above the fleet. The bird descended straight to the construction site where Mbap and the others were working, and from the back of the bird, a knight clad in silver-white armor leaped down. The supervising knights immediately drew near to greet him. Lord Marquis. Just carry on with your work, I have come to take a look. The visitor was none other than List's father, the Obsidian Albatross Knight, Marquis Lee William of Bulltail. Lord Landlord. Mbap hurried over to greet him as well. Lee William smiled and said, Mbap, it must be hard working on the island. It is Mbap's honor to serve Prince Dragon Knight. It's not hard at all, Mbap quickly responded. Despite being a renowned master architect, in the eyes of the nobility he was not much different from a commoner, and skill could not bridge the vast gulf of class status. Good, keep up the good work, Lee William said contentedly with a slight raise of his hand. Although Mind Island was not his territory but his son's, he shared the same sense of ownership. Build the fortress of the mind well and strictly protect this island and the door behind it, allowing no oversights. Please rest assured, Lord Landlord, Mbap's architectural quality has always been the best. I believe that. He believed that List would definitely grant this favor for his father. Chapter 898, Unique Ore. The fleets from the Tulip family, Black Horse Island, and Iron Hoof Island arrived one after another, transporting knights and civilians in large numbers toward Mind Island. Paris stood before the dark and profound magic gate, shaken by an indescribable awe. Although she held little interest in history or novels, she knew that magic teleportation arrays belonged to the realm of powerful magical creations from legends, yet now, one was right before her eyes. Normally, when she interacted with the Magic Guild, those magicians struggled to cast even a small fireball. Even when grand magicians cast spells, the effect was minimal, far from comparable to the powerful moves she herself could perform with a flash of flight. Nor had she found Archmage Archie particularly amazing, as she rarely witnessed him in combat. However, in front of the Magic Gate, for the first time, she profoundly felt the incredibility of magic. She had heard from Chris Truth that in this era, the magic web had withered, magic had declined, and only if it returned to the level of the Moon Empire's magic web would the inconceivable nature of magical creations truly manifest. Captain Paris, what are you thinking about? Speaking of the devil, Vice Chairman Chris of the Magic Guild had arrived from the Magic Association's camp to her side before the Magic Gate. I'm thinking about how terrifying magic can be. Magic is the most direct manifestation of truth, And truth is the deepest mystery of this world, unfathomable. But as magicians, exploring truth and taming magic are the ideals we pursue all our lives. Although you are not a magician, you should still seek truth more. Hey, look at magic books and research notes? That's certainly not my hobby. Paris felt a headache just thinking about books. So without further delay, she called the patrolling knights to escort the surf squads, either carrying goods or pushing wheelbarrows toward the magic gate. The knights, having received advance notice, constantly moved among the surf groups. They loudly explained the essentials of traversal. When entering, your body will be uncontrollable, but do not panic. Just hold tight to the goods in your hands or the handles of your carts, and in the blink of an eye, you'll be through. The first trip through the teleportation array might cause dizziness, but rest for a moment, and you will recover. Despite such reassurances, many serfs still stood in front of the magic gate, hesitant and afraid to proceed. At that moment, the knights would unhesitatingly crack their whips on the ground to spur the serfs forward, and if the serfs still did not move, the next lash would strike them. Hitting people was inhumane, yet sometimes, without it, they couldn't force serfs, who've never seen anything of the world, to move. Do not be afraid. The teleportation array won't eat you. Paris, holding a newly invented magical device, a megaphone, joined the ranks of the announcers. Once you step through this door, you will be freeman. Lord Landlord will grant you land, your own land. All the harvests from your toil, the fruits of your labor, will belong to you. Just pay 1/28 in taxes, and you will have knight's protection. To avoid whippings, for the status and land of freemen, even the most timid serfs steeled themselves and charged into the magic gate. As serfs entered the magic gate in rapid succession, the subsequent serf squads, driven by inertia, stepped through the magic gate without any further commotion. Quickly, the serf groups all entered the heart-read teleportation formation, smoothly and successfully. The knights followed suit. Paris planned to go last and, truth be told, she too was somewhat afraid. So she stealthily went to the Magic Association's work camp, watching Chris and the others busy collecting information about the magic gate. This was the task Archie had set. The heart-read teleportation formation was only an experimental product. More information needed to be gathered to perfect this great magical creation, the magic teleportation array. Did any information come from Reed Marsh? Asked Paris. Chris nodded. Everyone safely crossed through the heart-read teleportation formation. Aside from some of the physically weaker serfs experiencing vomiting and dizziness, there were no other issues. How much longer does the Magic Association need to work here? It will take a considerable amount of time. The gathering of information on the magic gate is rather complex, but only a group of magicians need to be stationed here. I plan to head to Flame Island today as well. His Highness has sent word that there are more and more ancient magicians of the Moon's Lair, and they need me to assist in the management at the Magic Association. Ah, that's good to hear. I'll be leaving first. See you on Flame Island. See you on Flame Island. She took a deep breath. Stepping through the magic gate. Immediately, she was engulfed in a sensation akin to weightlessness, and as she opened her eyes, she could see nothing around her but occasional, faint glimpses of light passing by. The feeling of confinement was rather unpleasant, but fortunately, it lasted only a brief moment. Then her body felt as if it were cast forward, and light returned to her sight. Regaining control of her body, she swiftly twisted her waist, like jumping down from a great height, and steadily landed on the wooden planks that covered half of the lake's surface. A thud. Her boots struck the ground, causing the planks to slightly tremble. Above, the sky was a pristine blue, the sunlight blistering and unrestrained, while around her bustled serfs who had just arrived, busily getting their teams in order. A somber magic gate towered behind her, rising from the lake, with simple wooden huts lined up around the lakefront like blocks in a child's game. Further away lay an endless, dense forest, its imposing ridges reaching toward the horizon. Captain Palizzi, welcome to Reed Marsh on Flame Island, greeted a Viscount Sky Knight responsible for reception, leading a knight squad to inspect the entirety of Reed Marsh. His Highness has ordered that the patrol knights will be stationed in Reed Marsh to maintain law and order and to construct Reed City. Suppressing her curiosity about the surroundings, Palizzi responded, do I need to pay a visit to His Highness in Flame City? There's no need. His Highness will come to Reed Marsh tonight and hold a dinner for his followers. Then you will be able to hear His Highness's commands. If Captain Palizzi isn't tired, you can take over the security maintenance here immediately. I still need to inspect the campsites in the Bulltail domain, and I'm too busy to manage everything. Then leave it to me. Palizzi promptly entered work mode. She convened the patrol knights for a meeting and started to assign duties to inspect the campsite of Flame Territory in Red Marsh, organizing the serfs into teams for housing assignments, and established a strict protocol for entry and exit. After a moment of reorganization, order was swiftly restored in the campsite of Flame Territory. The campsite of the neighboring Bulltail domain also quieted down quickly. Unnoticed, the night had fallen. With a majestic and inviolable dragon's roar, List, astride the formless dragon Bard, descended from the sky. After signaling to Bard to check with Aki if assistance was needed, he, surrounded by knights, arrived at the campsite of Flame Territory to inspect the first batch of immigrants who had come through the Heartreed teleportation formation. He dispatched knights to the Bulltail domain campsite to invite the Marquis of Bulltail and others to a banquet. Half an hour later, by the roaring bonfire, a barbecue dinner commenced, with all the nobles from the Bulltail and Flame territories gathering to grill their own meat. Only List, Lee William, Palizai, Chris, and other Viscount nobles and Grand Magicians sat at a table, served grilled dishes by the servants. "Father, how do you find Flame Island?" asked List, raising his beer mug with a smile. Lee William clinked his mug with List's, drained his beer, and exclaimed, "It's a bit hot, quite a bit hotter than the Sapphire Archipelago. But it feels more free, bustling with life here. All the land is untouched, yet it harbors unseen civilization and wealth." Chapter 899, Unworthy of owning the Grey Iron on Flame Island, List only needed to manage one overarching direction, like constructing more roads, advocating for sanitation, and discussing other generic topics. His followers were the ones truly responsible for spearheading development and construction, while he was in charge of loudly urging them on from behind. "Here we need a road constructed, as soon as possible. Golden Dragon Valley must begin mining ores immediately, make it the top priority. The construction of Dragon Valley City must also be scheduled promptly, I need to see you all busy. Consultant Galtai, the plantations must be fully implemented, and the transplantation of the rubber trees must start swiftly. Your first task upon arriving at Flame Island is to oversee the plantation development, transferring all the elf cordyceps from Black Horse Island and Hot Spring Island to Flame City, and also take good care of the native elves of Flame Island. President Chris, isn't the cultivation of the crystal Ulsifila completed yet? The efficiency of the Magic Guild is too low. I hope you immediately reorganize the association's research projects and pull Lars and those Grand Magicians who are dizzy from studying natural magic into more beneficial projects for the territory. Commander Dirt, the operation to incorporate the Moonslayers can continue, and don't forget to follow up on the statues' whereabouts. We haven't found the hands of 3 statues. Leaders only need to talk, subordinates run around until their legs break. That pretty much sums up the current state of development on Flame Island. However, motivated by the lure of military exploits, no one complains. On the contrary, all the immigrants of the Flame territory are fervently busy. It is indeed too simple to earn military exploits here, compared to risking one's life on the battlefield. Here they could get military exploits by working on engineering projects, mapping, or incorporating Moonslayers. For knights, this is even less dangerous than hunting in the forest. Guiding with benefits, rather than oppressing with power, is a much more effective way to ignite the passion of followers and citizens, a principle List had understood long ago. As his subordinates worked hard, he then had spare time. He spent time practicing with his 4 dragons, cultivating a relationship with the man-eating tree dragon sprite Kali, and incidentally annihilating some powerful magical beasts. Time swiftly moved to mid-May. A message from Black Horse Island via magic platform indicated that the negotiation team from Eagle Kingdom had arrived. "Father, please lead this negotiation on my behalf." List went directly to the rapidly developing Tulip Island and found the Marquis of Bulltail. He was a dragon knight, and the future king of the Flame Kingdom. Naturally, it wasn't suitable for him to personally sit at the negotiation table. Lee William did not hesitate. "Okay." Following this, he rode a dragon for the second time, still riding the Grey Iron Dragon. List now liked to ride a 60-meter wingspan, full-grown Grey Iron Dragon. It looked more imposing. Similarly, Fire Dragon Leo, Formless Dragon Bard followed, while the light green Gemstone Dragon stayed behind. Passing through the Heartreed teleportation formation, after a quick ride, they arrived at Black Horse Island. On the way, father and son had already agreed on the bottom line for the negotiations. List only needed to make an appearance, entertain the negotiation team with a dinner, and then he could remain behind the scenes, awaiting the outcome of the negotiations. The negotiation team from Eagle Kingdom was led by a marquis hailing from the royal family, Alexander Moonlight Silver. The deputy team leader was the foreign minister of Grey Iron Duchy and a marquis from the Grey Iron family, Pierlot Grey Iron. At the time of the dinner, Duke Pierrot, who had spent over a month as a captive, was also arranged to sit among them, and he could even participate in the negotiations. After all, he was still a Duke of Grey Iron Duchy, although once he returned home, he would likely be ousted by his family and ministers. Having lost the dragon was a sin too grievous for even a monarch to bear. "Pierrot, how are things within the country?" asked Duke Pierrot, full of hope. The Eagle Kingdom had finally sent someone to negotiate, and he would soon regain his freedom. Pierlot glanced at the former Lord Landlord. Captivity had not dimmed him, on the contrary, Duke Pierrot's complexion was rosy. His stay at Black Horse Island had brought surprisingly good meals. Initially fearing a loss of appetite, he found himself falling in love with the local cuisine, consuming vast quantities of food daily, except for magic potion and magical beast meat. Your Grace, Pierlot used an unfamiliar title, previously it had always been Your Highness. Duke Pierrot's face turned cold, and he felt a chill in his heart too, a bad premonition quickly rising. Pierlot, what's going on? The atmosphere at the banquet was subdued, with only Marquis Lee William and Marquis Alexander making sporadic conversation. Pierlot responded in a low voice, we will try our best to have you ransomed back to the country, but you must also maintain your dignity. As of today, the Grey Iron family can no longer sustain more losses. This negotiation will be led by Marquis Alexander, do you understand? What do you mean by that? Duke Pierrot's face turned red with a surge of anger, raising his voice inadvertently and drawing the attention of everyone at the banquet. However, normalcy soon resumed, and the attendees continued their conversations as if they hadn't noticed the dispute between Pierrot and Pierlot. Pierlot coughed awkwardly, this is the family's decision, please don't blame me. You are in this situation because of the war started by the royal family. Marquis Alexander will represent the royal family and handle everything accordingly. I hope your grace will refrain from making it difficult for others. Duke Pierrot was about to erupt with rage, but his anger swelled without finding release. He held it in until his face turned purple, and then suddenly deflated. Aging decades in an instant, he had came to realize his current predicament. His family and the royal family had both betrayed him. This was confirmed at the negotiation table the next day. Alexander, Pierlot, and Lee William bargained without considering his opinions, treating him as if he were just heir. Why? Why? I fought for the Eagle Kingdom, losing the dragon was not my fault, why betray me? My wife, and my dear son, Petterford. And you too, Adonis Moonlight Silver, perched so high, have you also betrayed me, casting me aside after using me? Duke Pierrot sat on the edge of the negotiation table, overwhelmed with complex emotions and extreme anger. He had thought his family would go to great lengths to ransom him back, and even if he had lost the dragon, he could make a comeback and reclaim his glory. Yet now, all his beliefs had collapsed, his once most beloved son, his most trusted king, and even his friends and relatives had abandoned him. You have betrayed me, betrayed me. Duke Pierrot screamed silently to himself, his eyes bloodshot. But no one cared about his self-pity, everyone was busy parrying words, discussing the amount of the ransom. Marquis Bulltail took the lead, unwilling to back down. I represent King List Flame of the Flame Kingdom, and I repeat our final terms. His voice was not loud, but very calm. Firstly, we demand one dragon elf no older than 200 years, either a grain or magic potion type. Secondly, 400,000 serfs including 30,000 craftsmen, with a reasonable age distribution. Thirdly, a certain amount of resources including jade, magic potion, metals, gemstones, and armor and weapons. Meeting these three conditions will secure Duke Pierrot's freedom immediately. Alexander argued loudly, Marquis Lee William, this is outright robbery. Lee William gave a slight smile, you may see it that way if you wish. You. Oh, right. Lee William picked up a cup of green tea from the table and took a gentle sip. King List also instructed me to relay that the Grey Iron family no longer deserves the noble Grey Iron surname and must change it immediately. This is not part of the ransom, but a mandatory order from the Flame King. If the Grey Iron family is unwilling to change their surname, then they might as well cease to exist. Chapter 900 Pierrot's Revenge. A day had passed without any results, which was normal, given it was a negotiation and naturally required some tugging on either side for a few days. However, in the evening, Duke Pierrot took the initiative to visit Lee Ct, who happened to be chatting over tea with Lee William. Thus, Lee Ct invited him into his study. The study in Thorn Castle was enormous, filled with all kinds of books and radiated an antique charm, full of artistic taste. It is said that a man's study is a reflection of his cultivation. Lee Ct's study exemplified the portrait of a gentle and refined gentleman within his inner world. Duke Pierrot, in a few days you will gain your freedom, Lee Ct said, motioning for the other to sit. What brings you here at this time? Pierrot, unabashed, took a seat. He took the green tea handed to him by a servant and gulped down half the cup. You two must be laughing at me in your hearts. As a sinner who lost a dragon, even if I can return, my position as Duke is likely at its end. He was right. Lee Ct indeed mocked him internally, but those were thoughts best left unsaid. Wars always have winners and losers, Duke Pierrot. It is unfortunate you took part in an unwise dragon-slaying war. Originally, my targets were either Alex White Iron or Alonzo Ziankli. I indeed chose the wrong opponent for the war. Duke Birot nodded, speaking calmly. From a sovereign to a captive prisoner, this transition has made many things clear to me. Honestly, if it were not for saving the face of the Eagle royal family, I doubt anyone would come to ransom me. Li Ct exchanged a glance with Li William, and they remained silent. Just earlier in their casual father-son conversation, Li William was complaining about the difficulty of negotiations. The Eagle Kingdom and Grey Iron Duchy only wanted to save face with the least cost, indifferent to Duke Birot himself. Therefore, they firmly refused a high price demanded here. Duke Birot continued, originally, I harbored intense hatred for your highness, burning day and night for the grievance of dragon theft. But today, I was betrayed by those closest to me, and that hatred towards your highness has dissipated. Defeat and capture naturally leave everything to the victors. What is most despicable is betrayal. Li William offered insincere comfort. From a family interest perspective, perhaps they also face their difficulties. Do you think I'm talking about family betrayal? Duke Birot shook his head. No, I do resent their betrayal, especially that of my son. But if I were him, I would make the same choice. To preserve the family's power is more important than rescuing someone like me, a captive. Then who are you talking about? Adonis Moonlight Silver. The king of the Eagle? Li Ct was still unclear about Birot's intentions. At first, he thought Birot was so angry he might switch allegiance willingly, but that was impossible since they needed him for a trade with the Dragon Elf. A mere Sky Knight waste could never compare to a Dragon Elf. Birot quickly explained, I once thought Adonis, loyal, and I were an iron triangle. As the two most loyal vassal states to the Eagle Kingdom, both loyal and I grew up in the Eagle Kingdom and were together selected for the Dragon Knight training program. Unfortunately, my lack of talent failed to win the Ash King's approval. Despite being middle-aged, Birot still regarded the Iron Triangle as close as family. Thus, when the Eagle royal family waged the dragon-slaying war, he and loyal Purple Copper promptly responded. Unfortunately, Loyal died in battle, and he was captured. I thought even if my family abandoned me, Adonis wouldn't abandon me. I fought for the dignity of the Eagle royal family and for Adonis's friendship. Now, I have become an insignificant nobody, and Adonis didn't even send someone to console me with a single word. His voice gradually grew louder. Duke Birot became more agitated as he spoke. This is an insult, this is betrayal. He betrayed my friendship, betrayed the interests of the Grey Iron Duchy. Traitors do not deserve forgiveness. So, Duke Birot, what are you trying to say? Liszt wasn't particularly interested in adolescent emotional worlds, which didn't even possess the ups and downs found in a knight's novel. I want to take revenge on Adonis and I need your highness's help. Birot finally made his purpose clear. How can I help you? All the information I know about the Eagle Kingdom, including the grandson of the Marquis of the Bull, can be given to you, your highness, in exchange for your support in helping me return to the Grey Iron Duchy. Going forward, the Grey Iron Duchy will serve the Flame Kingdom. Before Liszt could speak, Li William responded, Duke Birot, do you think that is even possible? The Grey Iron Duchy has already lost its dragons, which means in a few years, your country will cease to exist. Even if we support your return, what do you have to suppress your country and repay the Flame Kingdom? Of course, there are returns. Let's hear it. Marquis of the Bull's grandson, André, is taming a new dragon, and from what I know, he is close to succeeding. If I am willing to provide information on this dragon to your highness, would you be willing to protect the Grey Iron Duchy for 20 years? 20 years, I believe within this time, your highness would obliterate the Eagle Kingdom. Duke Birot said, his gaze unusually firm. By then, if the Grey Iron family still hasn't found a new dragon, I am willing to exhaust all my wealth in hopes of becoming just another noble family within the Flame Kingdom. After hearing Duke Birot's words, Liszt slowly narrowed his eyes, contemplating the truthfulness of the other's words. Originally, he wasn't too concerned about André, the enemy of the Sapphire Duke. Even if he was a genius, he would first seek revenge against the Sapphire family. Moreover, even if he became a Dragon Knight, what could he do? Dare to act violently in the presence of a Dragon Knight owning 4 dragons. But the news of André taming a new dragon piqued his interest. What new dragon is he taming? A miraculous dragon, though not as powerful as your highness's formless dragon, yet more magical than the usual metal dragons and gemstone dragons. If not for this dragon, how would the Marquis of the Bull dare to betray the Sapphire family? Duke Birot leaned back in his chair, gaining the upper hand as long as Liszt showed interest. Li William suddenly asked, Duke Birot, do you think the Flame Kingdom can obliterate the Eagle Kingdom within 20 years? With the momentum of His Highness Liszt, I believe there is a chance. Of course, it's mostly a bet on the future. Without dragons, the Grey Iron family will eventually lose their country, so instead of becoming mere nobility, why not gamble? It's been many years since a holy dragon knight appeared, why can't the Eagle Kingdom fall? His reasoning was cogent. Liszt couldn't and didn't want to refute. Tell me what dragon Andre is taming first. If I'm interested, agreeing to your terms might be possible. After some hesitation, Duke Pirot nodded. I believe in your highness's integrity. The dragon that Andre is taming is the Eagle Kingdom's biggest secret, which I incidentally learned during a banquet with Adonis, where he divulged it in a drunken spiel and I investigated secretly afterward. He paused, then gritting his teeth, he said, it's a mountain copper dragon. Chapter 901, Dragon Rearing Families Game. My thrill is as light as air, fine gold is indestructible, and mountain copper is unbreakable. These are the three types of magic metals known on the legendary continent, currently the only ones known on the market. Of course, Liszt also had a batch of magic metals from the Child of the Sun, including blue steel and cast aluminum. These magic metals are very compatible with magic power, serving as excellent materials for magic conduction and possessing unique properties. Whether for crafting magic equipment or standard weapons, they are top-notch raw materials. Thus, their prices remain high, affordable only to a few nobles. The three major kingdoms and their subordinate states did not possess magic metal dragons. It was said that only the empire of the legendary continent had control over magic metal dragons, the Mithril dragon, fine gold dragon, and mountain copper dragon. Unexpectedly, Eagle Kingdom managed to find a mountain copper dragon and tasked Andre Sapphire, the grandson of the Marquis of Bull, with its conquest. Quickly, Duke Pirot revealed what he knew, omitting only the location of the mountain copper dragon. Andre's mother was the daughter of a marquis from the Eagle Kingdom, who had met due to the war. So, Andre earned the skills of an Iron Knight in that marquis's territory during his youth. It was hard to tell if the union of Andre's parents was out of love or arranged by the Eagle Kingdom. Nevertheless, the Bull family had long been connected with the Eagle Kingdom. Thus, Andre was born. Reportedly, not only was Andre exceptionally talented, but he was also very lucky. Once, while hunting in the mountains with adults, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the mountain copper dragon. Of course, although the mountain copper dragon showed some affinity for Andre, its proud nature wouldn't allow it to pay attention to an unknown young man, let alone be ridden easily. Andre's discovery was quickly known by his family elders, and closely monitored by the Eagle royal family behind the scenes. Adonis initially planned to capture the mountain copper dragon and then gradually subdue it, but found that the dragon's power was extremely strong. After all, mountain copper is unbreakable, and its combat power far exceeds that of the White Maw Iron Dragon. Even without a Dragon Knight, it could make the Royal Dragon Knights flee in defeat. Therefore, the Eagle royal family finally decided to support Andre in dragon riding. They spared no expense in helping Andre conquer the mountain copper dragon, bringing the effort to a critical stage, and preparations were in full swing. It's said that if one can secure a chance for a mind battle, one will certainly earn the mountain copper dragon's approval and become a powerful magic metal dragon knight. Your Highness, although Andre has reached the strength of a sword saint at 18, compared to your incredible talent, he falls short. Your Highness, it would be effortless for you to seize both the gray iron dragon and the light green gemstone dragon, and so would riding the mountain copper dragon. I hope this information represents my sincerity, said Duke Pirot. And he revealed Andre's talent, a sword saint at 18, which meant he must have advanced to a sky knight by 16 years old, or even earlier. But Liszt had long stopped paying attention to the talent of others. In this world filled with countless geniuses, even his follower, Emily, had ascended to sky knight at 14. Not frightening at all. Because he was endowed with the power of destiny. However, the attraction of the mountain copper dragon to Liszt was deadly, the value of magic metals was one aspect, and the combat power of the mountain copper dragon itself was another. I still have 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits. Keeping one in case of future contracts with an immortal dragon, I can spare one for dragon riding. So should I use this bewildering dragon mind fruit to ride the mountain copper dragon? He pondered slowly in his heart, knowing that without the bewildering dragon mind fruit, riding the dragon would be impossible. After all, he had already ridden no fewer than 4 dragons. With a dragon's proud nature, they wouldn't bow to Liszt without external interference. Little fire dragon Leo was too young to understand the wicked ways of men and ate the bewildering dragon mind fruit by mistake, losing both body and mind. Light green gem dragon Ethan was severely injured and dying, also affected by the mind fruit tree and lost his mind and body in a coma. Formless dragon Bard was terrified by a world beyond material existence, high on smoked grass, clumsily establishing a dragon rider bond. The gray iron dragon refused to submit until the very end and eventually ate the bewildering dragon mind fruit under external force, allowing Liszt to erase the mind branding. In any case, following the normal path of dragon riding, he would not be able to mount even a single dragon, even if the dragon were severely wounded and on the brink of death. As long as its spirit remained undamaged, he could not mount it. To ride the mountain copper dragon, one must present a bewildering dragon mind fruit. Originally, I wanted to keep an additional fruit to contract with the sacred dragon, but it's a now or never opportunity, so it's decided, it will be you, mountain copper dragon. Once Ak finds the time, and we study the hind legs of the jade dragon together, perhaps we could cultivate a new mind fruit tree. Then, we can contract as many dragons as there are. Having made up his mind inwardly, List maintained a composed exterior and responded to Duke Pirot, let's put it this way, I need to thoroughly contemplate the pros and cons. You may go back and wait. Negotiation isn't a matter of 1 or 2 days, especially when it involves supporting your return to continue as a duke. I believe that as long as His Highness is willing, the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't dare to obstruct, and Steel Ridge would certainly welcome a weakened eagle. Likewise, Blast Furnace Fortress, only a weakened eagle would bow their heads, allowing them to focus their strength on more distant threats from other kingdoms, added Duke Birot. List smiled, I hope so too, Duke Birot. Moving forward, my father will be in contact with you often as the diplomatic matters of the Flame Kingdom are his responsibility. Having sent off Duke Pirot, who was ready to mend his ways, List and his father, Li William, deliberated carefully in the study for a long time before List made a decision, reach an agreement with Pirot as soon as possible, have him disclose the whereabouts of the mountain copper dragon and Andre. I will personally verify its authenticity. If it is true, then we must seize the mountain copper dragon. Will the Eagle Kingdom agree to our demands? Li William was somewhat uncertain. Leverage Duke Pirot's ransom, a single dragon elf will suffice, but the Eagle Kingdom must sign a legally binding document ensuring Duke Pirot continues as the Duke of Grey Iron Duchy and allowing trade between the Grey Iron Duchy and the Flame Kingdom. I fear that the Eagle royal family will not let Pirot live for long. Once I mount the mountain copper dragon, whether Pirot lives or dies is of no consequence. Can we really expect him to hand over the wealth of Grey Iron Duchy? List was inclined to grasp the crux of matters, and in this issue, the crux was the mountain copper dragon. Obtaining it would mean a huge profit. Li William had grown accustomed to following List's decisions. How should negotiations about the dragon-slaying war with the Eagle Kingdom be defined? The Eagle Kingdom must issue an apology and officially recognize the legitimate status of the Flame Kingdom. As for reparations, they must provide a batch of supplies. Even if we don't secure them, it hardly matters, eventually I will personally go and seize them. Pirot made a good point, within 20 years, I hope to annihilate the Eagle Kingdom. Li William frowned, you're ambitious, and as your father, that pleases me, but isn't that shooting too high? Shooting too high? I don't believe so. Although the Flame Kingdom is yet to be established, with its meager national strength and sparse population, we are not short of high-end combat capabilities. 20 years is sufficient for me to train several Dragon Knights. By then, with my abilities, leading a large number of dragons and Dragon Knights to sweep across the northeast corner of the legendary continent won't be an issue. He gently shook the teacup in his hand. His gaze seemed to peer into the river of fate, where countless lives slowly flowed. His voice turned ethereal. The world, as they say, is ruled by knights, but for dragon-rearing families, knights are merely servants who devote themselves to the families. Dragons are the core of the world. Serfs, commoners, and knights working and fighting desperately, merely contribute labor and resources for the enjoyment of a few families. So-called night wars, so-called national peoples. They were merely playthings in the hands of a group at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Father, because of my emergence, the Tulip family's future is bound to join forces with the Flame family, becoming part of that small group controlling the game. In Li William's contemplative gaze, List, with a bewitching tone, said, do work hard on nurturing Richard, the son of Levi's. I hope the Tulip family can also produce a Dragon Knight. Chapter 902, Rupture Mountain's Dragons, there is no one who does not yearn for them. Just like how List, even with so many dragons, was still captivated by the mountain copper dragon and began to plan uncontrollably. When Li William heard that the Tulip family also had the opportunity for dragon riding, his heartbeat surged, but he soon came to terms with it. The kingdom would inevitably carry out a Dragon Knight reserve plan. As long as the Tulip family produced progeny with exceptional talents, it was only natural for them to be selected for the plan. Indeed, the Marquis of Bull was a negative example, but the blood relation was there, and no matter what, it was closer than that of ordinary people. Moreover, as long as the mine branding belonged to the Flame family, no matter how others rode dragons, they were just working stiffs, and could they possibly ride away with the dragons? Li William's recent thoughts had changed dramatically, no longer focusing solely on the Tulip family. After all, List was the only person in the Flame family, and as long as List held his position, the protection and grace afforded to the Tulip family would not cease. Perhaps one day, the Tulip family might become a true dragon-rearing family. And one more important point, whether it was the Tulip family or the Flame family, both were families he had sired. List was his son. For Li William, life was already perfect. All he hoped for now was that his eldest son Levi's could also enjoy wealth and prestige, and that his youngest son Lidon could bask in some reflected glory. Your brother has limited talent, and the future of the Tulip family will be handed over to Richard eventually. I hope Richard can lift them up, and as his uncle, you'll need to guide him a lot. Don't worry, as long as Richard has talent, I won't let him waste it. List quite liked this adorable little nephew. Because of his transmigration, his emotional connection to family was somewhat diluted, but little Richard, whom he had watched grow up since he was 2 years old, had a special place in his heart. With 2 lifetimes combined, his mental age was not small, and although he had never been a parent, his affection for children gradually changed. Young people always find children annoying, but older people tend to adore them, and List, who held his head high in the world, was no exception. 2 contacts. After the interests were clear and the covenant was amicably signed, Duke Birot quickly provided information about Andre and the Mountain Copper Dragon. In this location, adjacent to the vassal state of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy of the Yellowstone Kingdom, this area is the undeveloped southern wilds of the Eagle Kingdom. The topography here is complex with high and low undulations, featuring many cliff-like mountain ranges. The Mountain Copper Dragon lives here, and it seems the Eagle royal family refers to this place as the Rupture Mountains. Rupture Mountains? List's eyebrows raised, remembering that he was not unfamiliar with this name. He had read about it in a book from the Marquis of Bull's collection. That book was written by a magician named Sethwan Truth from the Silver Moon Gathering, which was donated to Alonzo Ziancli, with no title and a dragon circling the cover. He didn't know how it ended up on the Marquis of Bull's desk but was taken away by List when Juniper Castle was attacked. He called this book Dragon Raising Manual, which held records of all the Silver Moon Assembly magician organization's research on dragons. The Silver Moon Assembly was a magical organization of the Eagle Kingdom, and Sethwan probably gave the book as a way to make an early investment while Alonzo was yet to become a Dragon Knight. Alonzo, as a member of the Dragon Knight Reserve Plan, was clearly a person the magicians saw as a valuable investment, and he did indeed successfully become a dragon rider. Dragon Raising Manual mentioned the evil earth dragon of the Rupture Mountains researched by Sethwan Truth. With this in mind, List's gaze flickered slightly, and he said calmly, "Aren't there supposed to be an evil earth dragon in the Rupture Mountains?" "An earth dragon?" Duke Birot was taken aback for a moment, not panicked but rather surprised. "Your Highness is aware of the Rupture Mountains?" "What?" "I don't know if there is an earth dragon in the Rupture Mountains, but when I sent rats to investigate, they did find out that there once was an earth dragon in the Rupture Mountains, but its whereabouts later became unknown. Subsequently, the Rupture Mountains became the dwelling place of the Mountain Copper Dragon, having lived there for nearly 3 years." Birot was curious about how List knew about the Rupture Mountains, but it was clear that List had no intention of explaining. He simply nodded. "Please continue." "One of my rats is disguised as a servant beside Andre, who has done a lot of homework with the help of the Eagle royal family to ride a dragon. The key to riding the Mountain Copper Dragon lies in the quality of the knight. They need to be steadfast, unyielding, and fearless in the face of death, understanding sacrifice. Only by being so can they touch the heart of the Mountain Copper Dragon." With each quality valued by the Mountain Copper Dragon that Duke Birot listed, List's face darkened slightly. Although he possessed these qualities, they were not perfect in him, and it was clear that there was almost no hope of riding the Mountain Copper Dragon by conventional means. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, it still wasn't easy to accept. So how far has Andre really gotten? He was somewhat incredulous. With such high standards of quality, he had to wonder if truly anyone else was capable. Duke Birot responded with teasing laughter. "Although this Andre is the descendant of a traitor, he indeed is an excellent knight. To prepare a type of bird egg that the Mountain Copper Dragon fancies, he personally climbed cliffs and sheer rock faces, braving attacks from magical beasts and birds, entering caves to collect eggs, getting pecked all over his body. There were many similar actions. He was a daredevil, truly willing to dedicate himself to the Mountain Copper Dragon." After confirming the location of the Mountain Copper Dragon, List began to prepare for the conquest, leaving the negotiation team in the hands of Li William. The smoke mission required all 3 major kingdoms to acknowledge the Flame Kingdom. With envoys from Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress yet to arrive, there was no rush to negotiate any terms. Duke Birot couldn't be sent back just yet either, lest he harbored ill intentions and the so-called Mountain Copper Dragon was just a trap to harm List. "The Mountain Copper Dragon is very strong, I need assistance." The Grey Iron Dragon would stay temporarily on Black Horse Island, one reason being to intimidate the negotiation team and Duke Birot, and the other to hide its tracks. He decided to bring along Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan, who would depart from Flame Island towards the legendary continent. Ethan's speed wasn't fast enough. Following the formless dragon would slow the team down, while himself would follow closely behind with Little Fire Dragon Leo, Formless Dragon Bard, and Archmajorchi. The whole journey is expected to take a week, to tackle the Mountain Copper Dragon. By the way, we could reach out to Yevich to see how his investigation in the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy is going. When Ethan set off, List swiftly handled some estate matters, then, after fully stocking supplies and making a brief appearance on Black Horse Island, quietly left. The Flame Archipelago was about 1,700 kilometers from the legendary continent. But its geographical position was much more advantageous than that of the Sapphire Archipelago, with other islands in the middle of the direct sailing route to serve as supply points and forward bases. After flying out 500 kilometers, List and his party landed amidst a large group of unnamed islands, the third archipelago. Although the islands were numerous and fragmented, with none as large as Black Horse Island and with low development potential, they made for good supply points. In the future, the Flame Kingdom could perhaps build several port cities here. Naturally, if the magic teleportation array connecting directly to the legendary continent was constructed, the need for supply islands would be moot. After a brief stop, another 500 kilometers flew by, and then a large island came into view. From the aerial perspective, the island seemed no smaller than Coral Island, also suitable for development as a supply point. Another 700 kilometers flown, and they arrived at the coastline of the legendary continent. Here, there were no signs of life. In fact, within 100 kilometers, there were no people. One had to venture several hundred kilometers inland to reach the smallest village on the outskirts of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, the very hunter's village Yevich had previously encountered. Taking out a map, List and Archie studied it for a moment. Our current location is the border between the Eagle Kingdom and the Yellowstone Kingdom. To the west lies the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, and northwest is the direction of the Rupture Mountains. However, we first need to locate the Rhine River. It originates from the Rupture Mountains, and following the river would prevent getting lost. As they spoke, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Light green gemstone dragon Ethan had already reached their rendezvous, following the heart-to-heart connection with List, arriving at the legendary continent a day early to rest and gather strength in a nearby forest. Archie, you ride Bard. I'll ride Ethan. We'll go find the mouth of the Rhine River first. All right. Roar. Yeehaw. The 2 men and 3 dragons continued on their dragon-seeking, dragon-riding journey. At this very moment, atop a cliff several thousand kilometers away, a golden giant dragon suddenly awoke from its snoring slumber. An indescribable, unclear sensation had caused a sudden surge of anxiety in its heart. However, as it fully awakened, that feeling quickly vanished. It looked down the cliff with puzzlement, where a knight was practicing and flickering with chi beside a gray and white dent. The golden giant dragon curved its mouth into an enigmatic smirk, as if silently mocking, "Keep toiling away, ignorant little ant. Life is so comfortable when you don't need to hunt for your own food." Chapter 903, Time Cannot Be Blocked. Blue skies and white clouds, green mountains and blue waters. Flying upstream along the Rhine River, List, who was riding on the back of light green gem dragon Ethan, closed his eyes to rest and used Ethan's eyes to navigate. The Eye of Magic, this chi secret technique, didn't blend well with Ethan, or to say, its effect wasn't good, it was just slightly clearer than when he used it alone. Not to mention breath decay, it essentially had no effect on reducing consumption for Dragon Knights, and spiral rotation also didn't have much of an effect. It must be said that aside from producing light green gems, Ethan was quite mediocre in every other aspect. This gemstone dragon's combat power probably ranked at the very bottom among all dragons. Little Fire Dragon Leo was only 3 years old this year, but with the supply of superior magic from the endless volcano cluster and the constant support of magic potions from List to assist him, his growth was rapid, and he had already surpassed Ethan in head-to-head combat strength. The reason he brought Ethan here was more in the hopes of deepening the mind branding so that Ethan could quickly start cultivating with Emily. Roar. Within the mind, the silhouette of the knight riding on Ethan's back became clearer and clearer. Every time List entered its mind world, he was deepening the imprint of that shadow. This unique method of cultivation was unlike any system and was exclusive to dragons, exclusive to the first Dragon Knight. But to List, no matter how many dragons he had, he was always the first Dragon Knight. To this day, my personal strength has barely improved, and I rely entirely on supporting dragons for battle. What would be the cultivation system above a Dragon Knight, and what exactly should I do to become stronger? As the mind branding of Ethan became clearer, he gradually felt the shackles of reaching a strength limitation. This shackle was shared by all Dragon Knights in the northeast corner of the legendary continent. It was the culmination of Dragon Chi cultivation, and the dragon's strength also reached their peak. At this point, both man and dragon found themselves in an inescapable shackle, only to be poetically called completion-term Dragon Knights. List had ridden 4 dragons and still couldn't break free from such shackles. He was a knight of fire attribute chi, and his synergy with Leo was the most fitting, flawless. The coordination with Ethan, Bard, and Ornn was a bit sluggish, but fortunately, dragon magic power belonged to the superior magic level, which meant there was no obstacle when it combined with any dragon chi. Even a knight with fire attribute chi riding a water dragon could still cultivate and fight together. Although a knight can ride any dragon, I have this indescribable feeling that to break through the level of a dragon knight, it's not just about practicing soul synergy but also about a closer integration between the knight and the dragon. Perhaps Leo is indeed my best partner for breakthroughs. Roar. Ethan, sensing List's wavering commitment, let out a dissatisfied roar. List smiled and soothed, I know you don't like Leo, nor do you like me, but soon I will choose a more suitable knight for you. Ethan, she is a woman knight with extraordinary talent, a 14-year-old sky knight who is truly a standout of her age. Roar. Ethan signaled for List to bring the person over soon. Although the mind battle had wiped the imprint of the first dragon knight from its mind, Ethan's body and mind belonged to List, but it hadn't lost its memory and still held a grudge against List. Coupled with List's lack of qualities it recognized, there had always been some awkwardness. Despite the mental connection and the power of the mind branding that forced it to maintain a close bond with List until death from old age. But that didn't stop Ethan from wanting a different knight. Grey Iron Dragon Ornn also had similar thoughts. That Iron Dragon had a considerable grievance against List since it was ridden forcefully by List while fully aware, a nightmare-like memory that would likely be etched in its dragon life, never to be forgotten. Still, upbringing matters. Leo is an evil dragon, and even though he occasionally exhibits evil thoughts and reverts to his wild nature, his affection for me is absolutely unquestionable, he murmured to himself with some emotion. This brought another scornful roar from Ethan, roar. Meanwhile, Formless Dragon Bard was quite happy. It carried Ak on its back, and even though Dragon Tooth platform would not be open to Ak and a magician couldn't establish a power connection with a dragon, it liked Ak very much. This fondness was based more on Ak's understanding and knowledge of space. It knew deeply that compared to List, Ak was the one who could truly guide its growth, the pity was that he wasn't a knight. Woo yeah! Bard turned its head and glanced at Ak, who was holding a scepter and studying it. Ak looked up at Bard and responded with a perfunctory smile. Bard instantly felt pleased. But it didn't know that in Ak's heart, she was a bit annoyed by it, for a simple reason, Bard loved to chew smoked grass. Though a dragon's digestive abilities were powerful, even their saliva had a strong digestive power that left no trace of the climate. But while chewing, that peculiar stench would spread everywhere. Every time this happened, Ak would take out 3 of the masks designed by List and cover her nose tightly. That was precisely the case now, as Bard, not knowing where List hid the smoked grass prepared for it, felt happy and silently took out a piece to grind finely between its teeth. That stench immediately drifted with the wind, all towards the back. Brother must try Ethan because he dislikes the smell of smoked grass. Ak thought to herself and quickly put on 3 masks. Even with the masks on, the lingering stench still wafted into her nose. She could only silently endure and then focus her attention on the time scepter in her hands, which she had been researching all along the way, especially the time diamond at the top of the scepter. The knowledge ancient book's assessment of the time scepter was, Twilight Dragon Gemstone, Tree of Golden Apples, Reflections of Time. However, despite long research, she couldn't figure out how to activate the time diamond, what effects the Tree of Golden Apples had, and the meaning of the Reflections of Time. She looked at each reflection of herself on the faces of the time diamond. There were faces of her as a young little sea monster and even as an old sea serpent, as if all the changes of a lifetime were engraved within the time diamond. Unlike the aging of humans, a sea serpent, even in old age, did not change much, merely gaining a few crow's feet at the corners of the eyes. Is this what I'll look like when I'm old? Ak's body had reached adulthood, but her mentality still retained that of a young sea serpent girl, naive about many adult matters. Time oh time, Ak wants to grow old with brother, but brother wants to form a contract with the immortal dragon, so what about Ak? Her heart felt a moment of vagueness, and unconsciously, she started channeling magic power in her hand. At that moment, the magic power that should have decayed upon touching the time diamond was not erased by the power of time but instead slowly seeped into the diamond. Then, the formless dragon bard in Ak's eyes suddenly grew larger, as if its 15-meter wingspan expanded to a full-grown 20 meters in an instant. And on its back, where the dragon tooth platform was, a knight clad in armor forged by flame slowly turned his head. The figure seemed like an illusion yet also real, and that face was both familiar and strange to Ak. It was clearly List's face, yet it had a scruffy beard, as if he were middle-aged. Only his gaze was as clear as it had always been. The knight saw Ak and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, then he smiled with the demeanor of a mature man and spoke words that sounded ephemeral, as if right by the ear and yet also at the ends of the earth. Ak, time cannot hold us back, I will conquer the exiled lands. Brother! Ak exclaimed in surprise at the scene in front of her. However, before she could say anything, the eerie image that was both illusory and real suddenly vanished. The formless dragon was still 15 meters in wingspan, with no knight on the dragon-tooth platform, and the stench of smoked grass slowly creeping into her nostrils. Only her time scepter in hand, where the time diamond that used to emanate a colorful light, had dimmed slightly. Chapter 907, A Dream in Ak. Brother, come here for a moment. After trying and failing to activate the time scepter again, Ak decisively called for List. Jumping directly off Ethan's back, Bard quickly caught him, then sat on the dragon-tooth platform. What happened? Just now, Ak accidentally activated the time scepter and then saw a very peculiar scene. Bard had grown up, and Brother had reached middle age, wearing a set of armor solidified from flames, saying to Ak. Ak mimicked the voice from the scene. Ak, time cannot hinder me, I will conquer the exiled lands. Time cannot hinder me, I will conquer the exiled lands. List stroked his chin, conquering the exiled lands. This authoritative tone does suit me, but what does time cannot hinder me mean? Ak, describe the scene you saw in detail again. When Ak depicted the scene she had witnessed in detail, including the adult formless dragon, the middle-aged appearance of List, the surprised expressions, the tone of speech, and the armor, all were carefully described. List then started to ponder deeply. Armor condensed from flames made him think of Leo, perhaps a new Uchiha secret technique he had developed, which could be performed together with Leo. It might also be some kind of divine-level magic equipment. Time cannot hinder. Ak, how did you see this scene? I don't know, Ak was just wondering what Brother would look like in the future, and what Ak would look like in the future, and then she saw it. If it weren't for the severe consumption of magic power by the time diamond, Ak would have thought it was an illusion, but the vision was incredibly clear. If that's the case, it's possible that the time diamond presented a future scene to you. By the way, you mentioned I had a scruffy beard in the scene? Yes. List immediately relaxed. It seems it's just one of the many possibilities of the future, and a very improbable one at that. Ak, you should understand why. The first thing I do each morning is shave. As a great dragon knight, a noble king, personal image is extremely important. He disliked having a beard, he would shave it off the moment it showed even a little bit. And also, I am the embodiment of the knight's glory, even fate must bow before me. How could the time diamond foresee the future when it's inherently uncertain? Even the destiny maneuvering smoke dragon would experience death, with remnants of the power of destiny clinging to him. As for the twilight dragon, representing time, it hadn't been born for many years, meaning it too had died. Such magically powerful dragons couldn't even grasp their own futures, let alone the futures of others. But brother, does time cannot hinder mean Ak might die before brother, since sea serpents only live 400 to 500 years? If brother bonds with the immortal dragon, you could live forever. Maybe the time diamond saw something like that. Ak said with a slight girlish sentimentality. Her eyes slightly misted, as if imagining some romantic notion, two lovers who cannot be together, parting with tears. List chuckled, if I can't enjoy life with Ak, what's the point of bonding with the immortal dragon? Ak, don't overthink it. He vigorously ruffled Ak's bright blue hair. How could he ever let go of Ak, not even for a moment? He strongly concluded, the time diamond merely provides a possibility, perhaps reflecting the future scene formed by your desires. You think separation by death is romantic, so it presented you with such a scene. Yes. After being counseled by List, Ak also felt the future was full of uncertainties and unpredictable fates. List then added, however, conquering the exiled lands, such a grand undertaking, is indeed to my liking. If the exiled lands truly exist, I'm bound to conquer them someday. This world has too many wondrous and bizarre places, it would be a pity if we didn't explore them all in our lifetime. Ak would like to see the exiled lands too. Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll conquer the exiled lands together. List took Ak's hand and pulled her into his embrace, then grabbed the time scepter. Come, teach me how to activate it. I want to see what the future looks like through my eyes. If Ak is not mistaken, the power of the time diamond requires the combination with the tree of golden apples. There is a legend that says the effect of the golden apples is to fulfill one's desires. Perhaps if brother imagines the future earnestly, it could stimulate the time diamond and show the future scene. I'll try it. List began to fantasize about the future with all his might. He had countless outlines for the future, but no matter how he imagined it, he couldn't activate the time scepter. Then he let Ak try to activate it, and Ak also tried many times, but to no avail. Could it be a lack of magic power? That's not right either. The time diamond has consumed some of its magic power, but there's still a lot left. It shouldn't be unable to activate. Otherwise, if the ancient magician made it, could it only be used once? It should be a regular magic wand, List speculated. Perhaps there was one possibility. As someone who holds the power of destiny, the time diamond simply cannot reflect my future. All day long, he was too busy to train with Ethan, as he occupied himself with trying to activate the time scepter, but the time scepter didn't respond at all. Instead, it exhausted him until he felt dizzy and had a headache. At night, the team camped by the Rhine River. He simply held the time scepter as he slept and subconsciously suggested to himself, imagine the future, imagine the future. Just like that, as he was about to drift off in a daze, suddenly, his vision blurred, and the tent lit by a crystal lamp seemingly transformed into an endless starry sky. A pristine shell hovered above the starry sky. A female magician dressed in a luxurious magic cloak, with magic seemingly overflowing, had azure hair. She held a dusty long sword, gazing into the endless starry sky. Seemingly sensing something, the female magician suddenly turned her head. It was Ak's familiar beautiful face. But she appeared more mature, with a sweet smile on her lips, emitting a surreal voice. Brother, you've come. List felt a bit muddled. You. Something's not right. If I'm seeing a vision of the future, how can you talk to me? Brother, the time scepter has already reflected time. Ak and brother are in different times and different spaces. Among countless possibilities, we found one possibility to have a short conversation. Ah. List, stunned, didn't know what else to express for a moment. By now, Ak had completely turned around. Her luxurious magic cloak, composed of several colors, was like a magnificent dress, adorned with dense magical patterns, making her seem like a divine maiden from the heavens, noble and flawless. Brother looks so young. You must ride dragons more often. It's best to ride every dragon on the legendary continent and Matha continent. Ak spoke and then suddenly looked behind at the starry sky, frowning. It's awakened. This creature is even more annoying than Dulu Mikita. Ak must hide. Oh, I forgot to remind brother, the immortal dragon is in the exiled lands. The next moment, Ak casually waved, and a magic gate appeared beside her. With a sweet smile towards List, she stepped into the magic gate and disappeared without a trace. Ah. List still hadn't grasped the situation. Within the backdrop of the endless starry sky, suddenly a pair of eyes opened, filled with a bone-chilling gaze, indescribable, unbearable to directly face. Just a fleeting glance at List. The next moment, the ethereal vision shattered, and the scene returned to the tent lit by the crystal lamp, but List couldn't break free from the gaze of those eyes for a long time. He shivered all over as if encased in millennia-old ice, unable to move, even his breathing and thoughts halted. Clatter. A glass-breaking sound, like a sudden hammer strike, pulled List from his frozen state. He gasped heavily, his heart contracting fiercely, still out of breath. After a long while, he suddenly realized that the time diamond at the top of the time scepter had shattered into fragments, just like a common gemstone drained of magic power. And the scepter crafted from the tree of golden apples had also decayed into ordinary rotten wood. Was it all just a dream? His heart felt a sense of loss, but his mind was very clear. A dream couldn't simply destroy a divine artifact like that. Chapter 908, Time Paradox. List didn't rush to wake Ak up for consultation. Instead, he quietly reflected alone. The momentary impact just now had made him feel uncomfortable. He endured it for a while before he slowly calmed his emotions, discarding the decayed stick in his hand. Those eyes surfaced in his mind again, such terrifying eyes, more sinister than Bilios. No, not sinister, they should be described as... He struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, he settled on merciless, the kind of mercilessness that speaks to the idiom if the heavens had feelings, they too would age, suggesting an order of the universe that no one can escape. Whose eyes are these? Could it be the dragon of the magic web? When he tore through the magic web and peered at its nodes, List had once caught a glimpse of the dragon of the magic web, sleeping in an indescribable space, fearsome and fierce, yet the magic web emanated from it. The flourishing civilization of magic during the era of the Moon Empire had perhaps risen because of it. If it is indeed the dragon of the magic web and it has awakened, does that mean that at some point in the future, magic will be fully revived? It seems I've been focusing on the wrong details. I should consider the impact of the magic dragon's awakening. It seems to be hunting Ak. Before Ak left, he said, it has awakened. This fellow is more annoying than Dulu Mikita, indicating that the magic dragon is no ordinary dragon. Initially, Ak was pursued over great distances by Dulu Mikita, and only then did he meet List. Dare to hunt Ak? Even if you are the dragon of the magic web, I will ride you. List clenched his fists. This glimpse of the future did not put too much pressure on him. When he met future Ak explained the time scepter's ability to reflect time, connecting through one of countless possible outcomes, which bears the notion of parallel universes. Though he did not quite understand it, he was clear that the so-called future is only a possibility, not necessarily what will transpire. The time power represented by the Twilight Dragon seemed more like a prophecy. If the future were set in stone, then the power of the Twilight Dragon would be a complete paradox. Its interaction with the future would inevitably affect reality, and changing reality would alter the future. Just like List seeing the future Ak, and, upon Ak's advice, riding many dragons, which then changed the future. The new future, compared to the previous one seen, clearly isn't the same future, so at this time, did List truly see the future? He picked up a gemstone shard from the ground, which had lost its color but vaguely reflected a normal human figure. Thus, only the present is real, everything about the future and the past is false. Or rather, non-existent, for the past has already passed and cannot be touched or changed, the future has not yet arrived, and every change affects countless branches. While living on Earth, List enjoyed watching sci-fi movies and had studied parallel universes and time travel. He had quite an understanding of time paradoxes. Especially after studying a movie Predestination, which he found very intriguing. Simply put, the main character has a child with himself, then the protagonist, who becomes an agent, fights with his other self who turns into the antagonist. Time is like an Ouroboros, a closed loop from beginning to end. Suddenly, he envisioned another possibility. What if the existence of the Twilight Dragon is meant to create an Ouroboros loop like in Predestination? The future List seen by Ak, the future Ak seen by List, might very well be parts of an Ouroboros loop. However, this terrifying speculation had just arisen when he denied it. The Twilight Dragon may be able to foresee the future, but the Smoke Dragon can change fate. Both being sacred dragons, the Jade Dragon cannot trick the formless dragon, so on what basis should the Twilight Dragon be more powerful than the Smoke Dragon? Most importantly, this was only a future foreseen by the Time Diamond, but List had a life boosted by the possession of the Smoke Dragon. The future seen by the Time Scepter is not truly the future. But the information revealed may not necessarily be false. The dragon of the magic web will eventually awaken, not staying asleep forever. The immortal dragon is located in the exiled lands, and I must go to the exiled lands if I wish for eternal life, and Ak will become very powerful, casually using the magic gate. Even the dragon of the magic web will be unable to do anything about him. So, he casually gathered the time diamond away, muttering to himself, now I am in control of clues about the smoke dragon, jade dragon, twilight dragon, and immortal dragon, and I have already ridden the formless dragon. Are the sacred dragons destined to be captured by me in one fell swoop? Even the dragon of the magic web now has a clue. If that counts as a clue. No matter what. Whether this future is prophecy or fate, List did not need to be anxious. In both sequences of the future, both he and Ek were doing quite well, free of sickness and disasters, and had grown very powerful. What he needed to do now was to keep riding dragons, continually riding dragons, until he rode all the sacred dragons. Even if the dragon of the magic web was the antagonist boss, so what? He would ride it too, if he even knew how, wondering if such a huge dragon, the dragon tooth platform, would fit its butt. His decision was made. He went to the neighboring tent, woke up Ek from her light sleep, and recounted to her in detail the scenes of the future he had seen. They then talked until the middle of the night inside the tent, although they did not manage to deduce much from their discussion. In any case, they came to one conclusion: more dragons needed to be ridden. The next dragon will definitely be the mountain copper dragon. Late into the night, List had another dream. Still the same transparent river, a fierce giant dragon with indistinct details was battling another with fuzzy details, a fluorescent giant dragon. He did not know where he was, only seeing that the slaughter was nearing its end, the fluorescent giant dragon brutally slain. Then, with a silent explosion, the fluorescent giant dragon chose to self-destruct, its body transforming into countless beams of fluorescence, cascading towards the pitch-black world. In that pitch-black world, it seemed countless plants were growing, some nurturing elf bugs. The fluorescence quickly merged into the plants and the elf bugs. The next moment, the elf bugs began to swell and enlarge, and then a tiny hand tore through the shell, emerging from within the elf bug. Spreading wings, joyously flying. Suddenly evolving into a little minor elf. Then, one by one, little minor elves flew up, playing over the transparent river. However, their reflections did not appear on the transparent river. Instead, as numerous little minor elves gathered, a faint shadow of a dragon faintly arose on the transparent river. This dragon's shadow, resembling the self-destructed fluorescent giant dragon, suddenly, a crack tore through the pitch-black world, and a bizarre dragon claw tore through the darkness, as if searching for something. But gradually, smoke appeared over the transparent river, concealing the shadow of the fluorescent giant dragon. The bizarre claw paused momentarily, then slowly retracted back into the darkness. The smoke over the transparent river dissipated. The little minor elves had long since left, only a group of transparent and numb people, walking dazedly along with the river. Chapter 909, fearless charge. Waking up with a clear mind and refreshed spirit, List could no longer remember what dream he had had last night, but his life goal was set, to ride all the dragons on the legendary continent and another called the Mafa continent. The Mafa continent was a future event revealed by Ak, but List did not have a clear understanding of which place it specifically referred to. When he was discussing with Ak the night before, he thought that the Mafa continent might just be the continent where the children of the sun lived. In ancient times, the Moon Empire unified the legendary continent, whereas the children of the sun unified the Mafa continent. The two ancient civilizations, separated by the Devil's Sea, exchanged visits using sky ships. Of course, it was also possible to directly establish a magic teleportation array for communication, but it was unknown why the civilization of the children of the sun also declined. List still remembered the note in the cast aluminum drift bottle: the tower collapsed, Tree City burned, 20 perished, the children of the sun shall rise with the flames, leaving the homeless children, you are free now. Maybe this pointed out that the Mafa continent once suffered a huge catastrophe. But some timelines did not match up. According to the narration of Old Tannerfile, Phil, and the diary of Philip, descendant of the sun, their ancestors were only exiled hundreds of years ago. That note should also be a record of the civilization of the children of the sun from hundreds of years ago, not an ancient civilization from a distant past. Moreover, List had salvaged a wreck of a sky ship, which, judging by its decay, had at most 1,000 years of history. Whereas the downfall of the Moon Empire was lost to time, at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands of years. It seemed that the civilization of the children of the sun was not contemporaneous with that ancient civilization. There might be another possibility: after the fall of the Moon Empire, the states established by knights all claimed to inherit the glory of the Moon Empire. The civilization of the children of the sun might also have had a successor, only to experience another downfall? He frowned. He soon felt that he might have misunderstood something. Perhaps the civilization of the children of the sun was not an ancient civilization from the era of the Moon Empire at all. Otherwise, the bits and pieces passed down from the Moon Empire wouldn't lack records about the children of the sun. Maybe this children of the sun was a new type of civilization on the Mafa continent? He even felt that the children of the sun could be descendants of the Moon Empire. Just like the Moon Slayers living on Flame Island, perhaps a group of descendants of the Moon Empire crossed the Devil's Sea and settled on the Mafa continent. A Moonslayer, a child of the sun. The names do seem quite symmetrical. Thinking too much about some issues could cause headaches. List, after washing up, pushed these issues aside for now and had a simple breakfast with Ek. Then they continued on their journey. His great endeavor to ride the mountain copper dragon was currently the most important thing. There were many tributaries in the upper reaches of the Rhine River, but luckily the main channel was quite broad. Soaring along the river, by the end of May, they finally arrived at a vast and endless mountain range. This mountain range had many branches, but the mountains themselves appeared fractured, a characteristic of the Rupture Mountains. Ak, we have arrived, this is the Rupture Mountains, List said, taking out a map from his space ring. According to the map given to me by Duke Pirot, within the Rupture Mountains, there is a particular range of ridges that are arranged like knife blades, easy to tell apart. The Rupture Mountains were vast, perhaps as large as a province on Earth. Even searching on Dragonback was not an easy task, but time was something List had enough of. From high in the sky, he conducted a slow reconnaissance, needing only to locate the strip-like mountain range. Not letting light green gem dragon Ethan follow, he and Ak rode formless dragon Bard, slipping into the material boundary. Bard was exceedingly fast, had incredibly broad vision, could become invisible, and reduced its scent to avoid alarming the mountain copper dragons. The following noon, suddenly, a mountain range with a distinctive shape appeared in their view. Brother, isn't that the strip-like mountain range over there? It looks a lot like a row of knife blades, Ak pointed out. The formless dragon turned its head, and within the crystal-white trajectory of its vision, it caught sight of bright golden light shining amidst the mountains. Because the distance was quite far, over 100 kilometers, the shape of the golden yellow light couldn't be discerned clearly. However, List could confirm that this was where the mountain copper dragon resided. Only superior magic could present such a gorgeous aura within the crystal-white trajectory, found it. As the formless dragon drew nearer, List also caught the unique scent of the mountain copper dragon. He was certain that it was a dragon. Big brother, what do we do next? Ak asked. Wait until I call Ethan over. Have Leo and Ethan distract the mountain copper dragon first, then, I'll capture that traitor Andre. List's eyes flashed with a plan he thought brilliant, though it was indeed quite reckless. In any case, it was about going forth and doing it. 3 dragons, 1 archmage, 1 dragon knight. Even though the mountain copper dragon was mighty, having routed the white Moa iron dragon knight, it still couldn't possibly withstand such a luxurious lineup. Especially since after over a month of training, Leo's growth had been meteoric, strong and robust, much more so than when it sneak attacked the grey iron dragon. Dragon Heart electrical signal contact. Ethan, who was far away making repairs, suddenly rose and soared. It couldn't hide its own aura, so when it approached within 100 kilometers of the mountain copper dragon, the golden yellow light quickly made a move but did not flee from the bar-shaped mountains. The concept of territory is not strong among dragons, but a fight was inevitable with the approach of a strange dragon. Roar. Ethan, too, sensed the presence of the mountain copper dragon and let out a dragon's chant, rushing directly towards the mountain copper dragon. Beside it, with List riding the formless dragon bard, the 100 kilometers were crossed in a moment, and by now the formless dragon's presence clearly could not be concealed. Yet the mountain copper dragon still did not flee. Within the crystal white view, the mountain copper dragon hadn't even unfolded its flight posture. Clearly, it was highly confident in its own strength, not believing that two dragons could overcome its impregnable scales. Roar. A domineering roar sounded from within the bar-shaped mountain range, the mountain copper dragon warning Ethan and Bard, the two intruders, no need to learn the dragon language to clearly understand the warning implicit in it. Roar. Woorah. Ethan and Bard refused to show weakness, continuing to fly at high speed and closing in on the other dragon. When the distance had shrunken to just 10 kilometers, the mountain copper dragon finally stood up, wings unfolding. With a gentle flap of the massive dragon wings and powerful striding of sturdy hind legs, the dragon's body was already soaring into the air, coming to meet Ethan and Bard. Within the crystal white view, it was an overwhelming stance. Such a big dragon. List was shocked inwardly, even having heard Duke Pirate mention that the mountain copper dragon was incredibly large, far bigger than iron dragons. Seeing it with his own eyes was shocking nonetheless. The wingspan of this mountain copper dragon was definitely over 70 meters, perhaps even reaching 80 meters. It was likely that no dragon's wingspan was larger than this below the elemental dragons. Oh, roar. Suddenly, another domineering roar forcefully intervened in the standoff between the three dragons. Little fire dragon Leo had entered the fray. It felt the mountain copper dragon's dominance, filled with anger inside. No dragon can be arrogant in front of a grown fire dragon with a 100-meter wingspan, even if it was still a juvenile fire dragon. Boom. The flames dissipated, revealing Leo's fleshly form, which had reached a wingspan and length of 35 meters, just a size smaller than a light green gem dragon with a wingspan of 45 meters. The black-red scales shimmered in the play of light and shadow. Without any fear, it charged at the mountain copper dragon, shrouded in glittering golden scales, even more eye-catching than those of a golden dragon, ignoring the sizable disparity between their forms, charging forth like this. Chapter 910, Oh, the young boy Leo, don't be reckless, hold the mountain copper dragon with Ethan, I'll be back soon. List instructed Ethan and Leo using the dragon heart electrical signal. Immediately, he maneuvered Bard to shift form and flew towards the peak where the mountain copper dragon had previously rested. According to clues provided by the mouse of Duke Pirate, Andre was always closely following the mountain copper dragon, only returning to the supply team when needing supplies. List had to eliminate both Andre and the supply team. To prevent any leaks, while he didn't fear a fallout with the Eagle Kingdom, delaying the news of the copper dragon being seized made carrying out the smoke mission more convenient. The smoke mission required the three great kingdoms to recognize the Flame Kingdom, and once the Eagle Kingdom was dealt with, Blast Furnace Fortress and Steel Ridge shouldn't pose any trouble. Once the Eagle Kingdom recognized it, List wouldn't care about any subsequent fallout. Help me look carefully, Andre shouldn't be hunting at this time. Hearing the dragon's roar, he must be hiding nearby. Both the crystal white trajectory and Eye of Magic Power searched the vicinity of the mountain copper dragon's nest, not overlooking a single inch of territory. Although List, as a man with a cheat, didn't care about those with extraordinary talent, deep down he felt some resentment towards geniuses. Why should he rely on the smoke mission to advance rapidly, while these geniuses could progress just as quickly by merely eating and drinking? Soon, List and Ek found a tent at the foot of the cliff of the mountain copper dragon's nest. Undoubtedly this was where Andre resided, the genius knight plotting to conquer the mountain copper dragon, who had always stayed by its side, hoping to move it with his relentless spirit, seeking a chance for a mind battle. He's not in the tent, but the campfire hasn't gone out, he is hiding nearby. With a brief scan, List was certain and looked up slowly, casting his gaze up the towering cliff. Sure enough. Near the top of the cliff, a figure made of magic appeared within the vision of the crystal white trajectory. This guy must have been drawn by the roar of the dragon, wanting to see clearly which dragon it was. He might even be hoping to benefit from the fisherman's luck by riding two dragons at once. He chuckled. United with the dragon, he directly charged towards the cave entrance on the cliff. Meanwhile, Andre Sapphire, standing at the cave entrance and gazing into the distance at the sky where three enormous creatures were battling tens of kilometers away, had, just as List predicted, an irresistible thought of a fisherman's windfall fight. Let them fight, preferably both the mountain copper dragon and those two smaller dragons get heavily injured. A gravely injured dragon would be his opportunity. But that dragon seems to be a fire dragon, and that light green one, could it be the light green gemstone dragon lost by the Eagle Kingdom? Andre had been focused on conquering the mountain copper dragon and was unaware of the current external situation. He had only heard during a previous resupply that there was a rising fire dragon knight in the Sea of Azure Waves. However, that fire dragon was said to have just a 20-meter wingspan, much smaller than the one before his eyes. In just a year and a half, the little fire dragon could not have grown this big. So this one was not the same one. A fire dragon, exceptionally powerful. If the Sapphire family hadn't had the participation of a fire dragon knight in the past, it would have perished long ago, and the grudges of my grandfather and father could have been avenged immediately. But no need to rush. Once I mount the mountain copper dragon, I will personally destroy the Duchy of Sapphire and fulfill my grandfather's wish. He still remembered helping his grandfather pluck a white hair from his head as a child, and his grandfather had said, "Everyone has to die." "But I don't want grandfather to die," young Andre had boldly stated. "No one lives forever, except for the Dragon Domain Landlord. The Grand Duke will become the Dragon Domain Landlord. He cannot. Only members of the Sapphire family have the chance. Andre will help grandfather become the Dragon Domain Landlord." Grandfather then lifted him onto his lap, saying affectionately, "You need a dragon to become the Dragon Domain Landlord." Grandfather does not dare to hope to become the Dragon Domain Landlord. But it would still be good to obtain a strand of a dragon's soul and become an undying lich. "Andre, when you become a dragon knight, give grandfather a strand of dragon soul as a birthday gift, will you?" Humphrey, Andre will not only give grandfather a strand of dragon soul but also a dragon. As a filial grandson, Andre still remembered the promise he made to his grandfather, the Marquis of Bull, when he was a child. He watched the two unfamiliar dragons, steadily forced back by the mountain copper dragon and falling at a disadvantage, his heart surging with eagerness, wishing he could immediately mount the mountain copper dragon and keep these two dragons. "Since grandfather has fallen victim, then I will shoulder grandfather's wishes. I will become both a dragon knight and a dragon domain landlord." However, before the heat in his heart could reach its climax, a clear greeting suddenly came to his ear. "Young man, is this mountain copper dragon yours, or is this little fire dragon?" "Huh?" Andre suddenly awoke, immediately drew the knight's sword he carried with him, and turned to press himself against a corner of the cave wall, his reaction swift as lightning. But when he looked up, following the direction of the voice, he nearly lost his soul in fright, for a dragon, glittering like flowing crystal, hovered at the cave entrance. On the dragon's back was a knight wearing silver-white armor and holding an azure greatsword, his strikingly handsome face looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Beside the knight, there was a beautiful young girl wrapped in a magic cloak, not looking at him, but rather watching the distant dragon battle. "Who are you?" Andre forced down the panic in his heart, trembling as he inquired. He had allied with the Eagle Kingdom for many years, always being a candidate in the Dragon Knight program, yet had neither seen nor heard of such a dragon. Although it did not look very big, just about 10 meters across in wingspan, its beauty was breathtaking, like a model of flower touched with dew. Danger radiated from its entire being. "It seems neither dragon is yours. Since the dragons aren't yours, your lurking here obviously has no good intention, very likely aiming at my dragon." Having said that, Bard, unified in mind and spirit with List, suddenly unleashed a fearsome dragon might that pressed the already trembling Andre, choking him like a tightening grip around his neck. List leaped into the cave, grabbed Andre, trying to struggle, retrieved specially made handcuffs and shackles that could lock up chi, and promptly shackled Andre. Without encountering strong resistance, a mere sword saint could offer no retort to the overwhelming suppression of a dragon knight. "Who are you? What are you going to do?" Andre shouted, thrown on the ground. "Tell me where the logistical supply troops of the Eagle Kingdom are." List had no intention of wasting time with a villain's rhetoric. "Who are you? Do you realize what you're doing? I am a dragon knight candidate of the Eagle Kingdom, with the Eagle royal family standing behind me. Even if you are a dragon knight, you should think carefully. Interrogation is not my forte. I knew I should have brought a blood servant with me." List shook his head, suddenly raising the ice soul dragon slaying sword in his hand. "Since you're unwilling to talk, I will kill you first, then take my time searching for the Eagle Kingdom's logistical supply troops." Clang! With a flash of the sword, Andre was scared witless, wetting himself, facing a dragon knight who would draw blood without a word. He no longer dared to delay. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I'll talk. Chapter 911, Isn't it wonderful? "Ak, you and Bard wait outside. The scene might get a bit bloody, so you'd better not follow." He gestured for Bard and Ak to move away. List personally wielded the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword as he charged into the logistical support team of the Eagle Kingdom. With his dragon chi and dragon might unleashed, he embarked on a killing spree. Knights and servants in the support team, all were buried under his sword, not one escaped. There were no scenes of blood splattering, the fire attribute chi cauterized and scorched the flesh as it cut through. Igniting a fire, the support team's camp was completely torn apart by flames that buried everything. Watching the flames ascend, a trace of inexplicable emotion arose in List's heart. There was a time, not long ago on Earth, when he considered the slaughter of a chicken as cruel. Now, a mere momentary decision led him to massacre a group of people. Fortunately, they were the enemy, the competitors for dragons, and no innocents were involved, saving him from self-reproach. In a world ruled by knights, being weak was a sin. Especially when it involved dragons. It was the Eagle Kingdom who made the first move. I'm merely retaliating. Besides, you colluded with a traitor Andre from the Sapphire Camp, a crime unforgivable. He casually fabricated an excuse for his own psychological comfort. Shaking his head, List turned and left the blazing camp. Ever since his first battle, killing no longer posed a psychological barrier for him. As long as he wasn't slaughtering civilians, wars between knights, in his view, were nothing more than a game. Let's go, Ak. List returned to the formless dragon's side and glanced at Andre. Originally intending to kill him, upon consideration, he felt it better to keep Andre to hand over to the Sapphire Duke. He could exchange him for some chi secret techniques, or information about the dragon domain landlord or the Lich. However, he soon thought again, if I ride dragons too often in the short term, I might arouse a strong sense of crisis in the three major kingdoms. Perhaps I could disguise it as Andre successfully dragon riding and counter-killing the Eagle Kingdom's support team, betraying the Eagle Kingdom. As for the Eagle Kingdom daring to let Andre ride a dragon, they must have had some checks in place, but who could guarantee Andre wouldn't undo these measures? Such checks are unlikely to involve threatening family members. Emotional bonds have little power over nobles. It's probably some kind of magic contract or curse. With Ak the Archmage and the extensive group of magicians in the Magic Guild, breaking a contract shouldn't be hard. Even if Andre is killed by the contract or curse, what loss would it be to me? So it's decided. He gestured to Bard to capture Andre. Then List quickly hurried to where Ethan, Leo, and the Mountain Copper Dragon were fighting, finding a corner to drop Andre. He then drove Bard directly into the battlefield. Woo! The formless dragon didn't attack the Mountain Copper Dragon. Ethan and Leo also ceased their attacks. The previous dragon fight had not been fierce, focusing mainly on restraint. Hoo-hoo. The Mountain Copper Dragon watched the suddenly emerging formless dragon, unruffled. Oh ho. Leo responded defiantly. Mountain Copper Dragon, I know you understand the wind language. Why don't we put aside our disputes and talk peacefully? I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. List broke the tense atmosphere, speaking loudly. From Andre, he had already extracted information about the Mountain Copper Dragon. Over its long period of being fought by knights, it had clearly learned wind language. Dragons are very intelligent. After hearing a few sentences, they can easily grasp the meaning. There would be no problem communicating. The Mountain Copper Dragon glanced at List with a look one might give an ant, deeming him unworthy of communication. To show my sincerity, I have brought your favorite Wind Thunderbird eggs, specially grilled tender steak, and some of the fruits you love. List calmly took out a batch of food from his space ring, placed it on the ground, and displayed his attitude. In truth, he had only brought tender steak, intended as a reward for Leo, Bard, and Ethan. Dragons generally love beef. The Wind Thunderbird eggs and a large batch of fruits, however, were collected from the support team's camp, intended for Andre's attempt to tame the Mountain Copper Dragon. Now he utilized them. He had slipped a bewildering dragon mind fruit into the specially grilled tender steak. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea. His original plan was to subdue the Mountain Copper Dragon first and then forcibly feed it the bewildering dragon mind fruit. However, the lingering grievances of the Grey Iron Dragonborn made him think that perhaps his methods could be somewhat gentler. The effects of coercing a dragon in a daze versus forcible taming would certainly differ. Hoo-hoo. The Mountain Copper Dragon squinted its eyes, its golden scales glittering in the sunlight. Its pupils shifted slightly as it glanced at the food on the ground. He let out a warning roar. This indicated that it was not moved by List's friendly gesture and did not want to engage in further communication with List. Even the scales on its body expanded, signaling a readiness to attack. Since you're unwilling to accept my good intentions, then let's part ways here. List didn't waste any breath. He called the three dragons and flew straight away. Leo and Ethan indeed flew out of the Mountain Copper Dragon's sensory range, but Bard sneaked into the material boundary, quietly hiding at the edge of the distance the Mountain Copper Dragon could sense. List took out a telescope and carefully observed the clearing where he had dropped the food, watching the stakes he had arranged. Due to the presence of dragon might, no wild beasts or magical beasts came to eat, and the food lay quietly on the ground. The mountain copper dragon stayed away from the food, lying atop another mountain. It neither went to eat nor showed interest in the food. It was unclear if it was out of caution, lack of hunger, or disdain for List's offerings. "Brother, are we going to keep waiting like this?" Ak curiously asked. "Let's wait a bit longer, wait till nightfall. If it still doesn't eat, then I'll take the stakes back." List was very patient. To seduce a dragon with intelligence comparable to a human, one must be patient. Dragons have a special constitution, no poison could kill a dragon. Thus, a free meal presented in front of them, if it were List, he certainly wouldn't want to waste it, nor would he be suspicious. Night fell quickly. The mountain copper dragon, having lain there half a day, did not receive the familiar little ants to bring it food and was somewhat puzzled. However, it soon thought that the little ants might have already been killed. It was that damned human, and the 3 pieces of trash willing to be ridden by ants. The mountain copper dragon, being an adult, had experienced hundreds of years of life and encountered quite a few humans. It knew very well how fierce the human struggle for dragons was. The previous dragon knight had definitely come to seize dragons. Therefore, it had to kill the competitor first. What a hassle. It lifted its head, feeling that it could no longer rest well in this place. That dragon knight would certainly come again, followed by another tiresome struggle. Deep down, it disliked that dragon knight, feeling that his character clashed with its own, seeing no glint of sacrifice or devotion. However, the mountain copper dragon suddenly remembered that the dragon knight seemed to leave behind some food when leaving, attempting to tempt it with the food. Naive, childish, laughable. Was it a dragon that would bow down for such a small amount of food? There was no ant in the world worth lowering its proud head for. "I need to find a new place to live, and on the way, see if there are any ants pleasing enough to provide me with food." The mountain copper dragon moved its wings and stood up, slowly moving towards the clearing where the food had been placed. However, before leaving, why not eat the food the dragon knight left behind? Wouldn't that be delightful? It disliked List but did not despise the food. Walking over, the food was still lying there quietly, with only a few real ants crawling on it. These small insects did not react to the dragon might. However, with just a slight breath, the ants died instantly, an elementary application of dragon magic power. Then it swallowed a whole basket of wind thunderbird eggs in one gulp. The wind thunderbird is an intermediate magical beast. Interestingly, the male has a wind attribute, and the female has a thunder attribute. Still, the eggs contain both wind and thunder attributes. As the gender develops, the attributes eventually leave only one behind. During its long dragon life, the mountain copper dragon had a particular fondness for wind thunderbird eggs. However, wind thunderbirds like to nest in narrow caves, and they are very clever. As soon as the dragon's huge bodies appear and their might is revealed, the birds quickly flee, making their eggs difficult to find. After eating the eggs, the mountain copper dragon ate some fruit, and finally looked at the tender steaks. The steak had gone cold, and the flavor was not as rich as when it was fresh from the oven, but the mountain copper dragon sniffed them and still swallowed all the steaks down its belly. Mediocre, passable, it finished eating all the food and prepared to find a mountaintop to spend the night, planning to leave early the next morning. But as its wings flapped, suddenly, a wave of sleepiness overcame it. It shook its head vigorously but couldn't resist the strong urge to sleep, its eyelids heavy as lead. Moments later, unable to fend off the sleepiness, the mountain copper dragon thudded to the ground, crushing a large swath of forest. The loud snoring echoed through the sky. From a distance, within the material boundary, List, holding the telescope, couldn't help but snap his fingers. Done. Chapter 912, 80. In the midst of mighty snores, List descended from the sky to the side of the golden mountain copper dragon. The sky was growing dark, but that didn't hinder him from taking out his crystal lamp, a hand magic tube, to meticulously observe the enormous creature. The classification of metal dragons was quite interesting. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, all these metals had corresponding dragons, and so did lead, mercury, titanium, platinum, etc. Moreover, often a single metal didn't correspond to just one dragon. Iron dragons could be classified into at least 5 known types: black heart iron dragons, white heart iron dragons, malleable cast iron dragons, white maw iron dragons, and gray iron dragons. Copper dragons had at least 4, including bronze dragons, purple copper dragons, brass dragons, and white copper dragons. However, the mountain copper dragon didn't fall under the category of copper dragons but belonged to the magic metal dragons. Mountain copper, an indestructible metal, seemed a bit like gold but with a brighter color, and couldn't be forged by ordinary casting methods. Only an iron knight could forge it relying on chi. The Long Taro family from Red Crab Island had a knight order that wore armor made from a mountain copper alloy, looking shiny and quite dashing. Ding ding. With the pommel of his sword, List tapped on the scales of the mountain copper dragon, eliciting a crisp metallic sound. Ak, do you think if I were to infuse dragon chi and thrust down hard, I could pierce through this scale? Hee hee, big bro, why would you want to stab it? Ak giggled. I'm irritated with the sky, it scorned me before. It was just a joke. Having confirmed that the mountain copper dragon had been thoroughly stupefied by the bewildering dragon mind fruit, he quickly found the dragon tooth platform where the dragon's neck met its body. Guard me, I'm going to start the mind battle. Understood. With Ak guarding him, List felt secure. He positioned himself on the dragon tooth platform, and with a plop, sat down. Boom, a peculiar, marvelous feeling rushed to his forehead, and in the next moment, he had entered a world sparkling with gold. In this world, everything was golden, the soil, the giant trees, and in the golden sky hung a golden sun. In the center of the world stood a massive transparent, golden yellow rock, from which deep snores emanated. The mountain copper dragon was deep in slumber inside the rock, its body flickering with the 7 colors of the bewildering dragon mind fruit's power that enveloped it. Although it's not the first time I've used the bewildering dragon mind fruit, every time I see a dragon stupefied in the world of the mind, I am reminded of the strong power of the jade dragon. I fear that any dragon that consumes the bewildering dragon mind fruit would be bound by this power, leaving it at the mercy of others. Leo was tamed after consuming it, Arn was tamed after consuming it, and now it's the mountain copper dragon's turn. Only the formless dragon hadn't been stupefied by the bewildering dragon mind fruit, but that was not because the fruit lacked power, it was because Bard had seen through the fruit and refused to eat it. Had it not noticed and simply eaten it, the outcome likely would have been the same, total stupefaction. Even if the formless dragon had been stupefied, overcoming it in a mind battle would still be quite a challenge. The complexity of its maze was no easy task for any knight. Without it consciously lowering the difficulty of the maze, List couldn't hope to win. Now, do I need to just smash this rock? Standing before the 100-meter-tall rock, List already knew how to proceed with the mind battle. To emerge victorious, one must shatter this rock that symbolizes the mountain copper dragon's indomitable nature. It's hard to imagine how Andre might break the rock if he were to mount the mountain copper dragon. Even licking the dragon to ecstasy in reality wouldn't make the mind battle any easier when facing this nearly unbreakable rock. Perhaps with years of endless pounding, it might finally shatter. But time in the mind battle is limited. All the so-called preparations made by Andre and the Eagle Kingdom, in their hubris, were utterly in vain. The brown noser licks but ends up with nothing in the end. Hey, List shook his head. That's why I still prefer to use force and get it done. He glanced at the blue ice soul dragon slaying sword in his hand, and as the thought flickered through his mind, smoke rapidly converged upon the sword, transforming it into a large hammer. He took a deep breath. List suddenly swung the hammer and struck down hard on the golden yellow transparent rock. 80. 80. 80. 3 blows landed, but the golden yellow rock merely trembled twice and was left without a single mark. Clearly, he couldn't smash the rock with a hammer and had to think of another way. If it had been a native knight, he would have probably been at his wit's end, but List still had many ideas. The smoke twined again, and the ice soul dragon slaying sword this time transformed directly from a hammer into the shape of a drill bit. He took another deep breath. Inside his body, the dragon chi traversed, employing the chi secret technique, spiral rotation, then drove the drill in his hand to spin wildly. Ang ang ang. Between the drill bit and the rock, a screeching, grating noise rang out, and the next moment, powder sprinkled everywhere, with the drill bit having already penetrated the rock's outer layer. It worked. List reassured himself, focusing his thoughts. The smoke grew denser. The drill in his hand sped up further, drilling through the rock's outer skin bit by bit with an incessant ang 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 ang. The moment the outer skin was perforated, the entire rock surface cracked from the drill bit's position. Crack crack, like a spider web, the cracks extended everywhere, quickly covering the entire rock surface. Seemingly reacting to this, the mountain copper dragon inside the rock trembled its eyelids slightly but was soon suppressed by the flickering rainbow light, unable to affect the rock. He pulled out the drill bit. List once again relied on the power of the smoke to transform the iced soul dragon slaying sword into a large hammer, and struck hard at the drill hole. 80. 80. 80. Each blow expanded the cracks a bit more and produced even finer fractures. 80. 80. 80. On the 10th swing, finally, the dense cracks covered every inch of the rock, and upon List's 11th forceful swing, the rock collapsed with a mighty crash. Once the dust settled, the mountain copper dragon, unbeknownst to him, had already awakened, watching List with a complex gaze. It was a tangle of emotions mixed with confusion, reluctance, surprise, relief, and loss. But in the end, it let out a call towards List, Rauur. With a mighty leap, List was already mounted on its dragon tooth platform, and at that moment, The minds of man and dragon united, inseparable. The mountain copper dragon flapped its wings, its massive body lifting into the sky toward the golden yellow sun, the sunlight dazzling, its radiance bathing the world. When the blinding light in front of him dissipated, List suddenly realized that he had left the spirit world and returned to reality. Beneath him, the mountain copper dragon was still emitting deafening snores, but there was now a strong mind connection between it and List. It's done. List stood up, gave a slight smile to Ak. Once the mountain copper dragon awakens, we'll set off and leave the Rupture Mountains. Chapter 913, The End of Dragon Breath. Nobody knew that at this time, the Rupture Mountains were home to 4 dragons: Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan, Fire Dragon Leo, Formless Dragon Bard, and Mountain Copper Dragon Mada. Mada, this was the name List had prepared for the Mountain Copper Dragon. It originated from a game he had played before, Monster Hunter, which featured a monster nicknamed Mamutaro, the discarded glow dragon that resided in the land of veins called the Golden Homeland, revered as the Earth Goddess of Gold. The Mountain Copper Dragon didn't look anything like Mamutaro, nor did it have any relation to gold. Perhaps the only similarity was their color. But List's logic, which was beyond ordinary, still linked them together. As dawn broke the next day, Mountain Copper Dragon Mada finally awoke, its massive body coiled on the ground, its mind still in disarray. To it, the previous night had been like a terrible nightmare, yet the more terrifying fact was that the nightmare was real. It stared at List, its black, narrow pupils flickering. Mada, this is the new name I've given you. How about it, do you accept it? List looked into the dragon's eyes and said with a gentle and refined smile. After a long while, Mountain Copper Dragon Mada slowly turned its head away and let out a snort from its nostrils, tacitly accepting it all. Regardless of how complex the process had been, in the end, List overcame it in the mind battle, which was enough to subdue the dragon's pride and dignity, and to earn its recognition. If that's the case, Ak, use the magic platform to contact Yevich and have him determine the coordinates with the sextant. On our way back, let's take in the views of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. List leaped nimbly onto Mountain Copper Dragon Mada's Dragon Tooth platform and instantly completed the mental bond with the dragon before guiding Mada into Dragon Knight resonance and swiftly entering Dragon Rider mode. For an experienced Dragon Knight, this whole procedure was a breeze. Ak, riding on the back of Formless Dragon Bard, took out the magic platform and contacted Yevich. While waiting for the reply, List and Mada flew to the logistics supply team camp that had been burned the day before, leaving behind a few footprints from the Mountain Copper Dragon and simply staged the scene. They made it appear as if Andre had ridden the Mountain Copper Dragon, forcefully destroyed the camp, and defected from the Eagle Kingdom. After completing these tasks, by the time they returned, the magic platform had already received a response. Ak received the precise coordinates and determined their specific location. Brother, from here, if we head 15 degrees west-southwest and fly about 3,000 kilometers, we'll reach Yevich's location. 3,000 kilometers, that's a day and night's flight, then let's set off. With that thought in his mind, Mada flapped its wings and soared into the sky with a roaring whoosh. Bard followed closely with Ek. Then came Leo and Ethan, with Ethan's claws still clutching Andre, who was bound tightly, blindfolded, and gagged, a young knight despised by the Sapphire Duke. Though not of great value, if he could be exchanged for some information regarding domain knights or liches, it would be a gain. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Even List, who kept 5 dragons, had to live frugally. The team traveled intermittently, and their mood upon departure was entirely different from when they had arrived. The sun seemed so bright, and the moonlight so pure. Meanwhile, List used the riding time to communicate closely with Mada, fully understanding its capabilities to devise a training plan, and started creating the Mountain Copper Dragon Knight, Dragon Chi Manual. Mada, do you have a copper plating state? The copper plating state was a kind of innate talent of metal dragons. Some dragons had it, and others didn't. The Grey Iron Dragon Orn, for instance, didn't have this instinct. Strictly speaking, it should be called the gold plating state. It's a protective measure extended by the dragon's innate superior magic, using its source to generate an outer shell of the same kind of metal, enhancing the defense of its body surface. The gold plating state of the Mountain Copper Dragon could, roughly, perhaps, maybe, also be called the copper plating state. Roar. Mada answered arrogantly, it couldn't and didn't need to, due to its already formidable natural defenses, it had no use for such fanciful instincts. What a pity. Although you don't need protection, your knight does. In critical moments, if you had the copper plating state, the Mountain Copper Dragon Knight's fighting power would be off the charts. List flicked the golden scales on Mada's neck, finding it hard to imagine the level of force needed to penetrate them. Maybe only a full-powered blow using the Dragon Chi Manual might scratch the surface. Roar. Mada was proud of its strong defensive scales and believed that its golden color was the most beautiful and the most aesthetically superb among dragons. Beauty aside, compared to the flowing crystal-like part, it was akin to a nouveau riche adorned with a thick gold chain. Regarding this matter, Lys didn't respond. He bluntly changed the subject. What is the status of your dragon breath? Is it a metallic torrent? The purple copper dragon's metallic torrent dragon breath could transform into innumerable bullet-like metal spheres. The gray iron dragon's metallic torrent dragon breath could turn into countless blade-like iron shards. Roar. Mata responded with a negative. Its dragon breath was a special magic power with extremely strong plasticity. It could form a shield to ward off attacks, transform into a long spear to pierce through enemies, and also wrap objects in a thin film. Moreover, it could recycle the mountain copper produced by the dragon breath back into a magic form. Under Lyst's strong insistence, Mata decided to demonstrate its dragon breath. The dragon's mouth opened, and a golden yellow stream of air sprayed out, swiftly turning into a huge javelin against the wind and shooting towards a mountain peak. PFFT. The mountain copper javelin plunged directly into the mountain, its powerful impact force almost shattering the entire peak. Its might was formidable. Then it flew low over the ground, and as it passed the mountain peak, its mouth opened, sucking back a golden yellow stream of air through the original hole of the javelin, swallowing it back into its belly. Even though it could be recycled, a bit of superior magic was still lost between releasing and retrieving it. Of course, this bit of superior magic was nothing to mature mountain copper dragons, which had lived 200 years and had accumulated enough superior magic within them to flaunt for a considerable time. It's a powerful move, I've decided. This move will be called Dragon Breath Terminator. The T-1000 from Terminator, made of thought-controlled liquid metal, came to Lyst's mind at that moment, capable of free transformation. His thoughts then diverged. So, Mata, can you freely retrieve all the mountain copper? I'm referring to the mountain copper that might not have been produced by you. Mata responded that it could not. For a short time after being released, the mountain copper created by the Dragon Breath Terminator maintained the properties of superior magic. But as time passed, if more than an hour elapsed, that superior magic would dissipate into intangibility. Without the superior magic, the mountain copper was virtually indistinguishable from ordinary mountain copper and could not be recycled. In that case, how about we exchange a resource? Mata, I will spare no resources in providing for you from now on, delicacies, magic potions, you name it. In return, could you now exhale for me a 10-meter-long mountain copper dragon lance? He had an alloy dragon spear that was 5 meters long, Wrath of Thunder. While coordinating with Bard and Ethan, the 5-meter-long dragon lance was sufficient. But with Mata's body length of 80 meters and a wingspan of 75 meters, a 5-meter-long dragon lance was severely inadequate. It had to be 10 meters long to facilitate cooperation and execute the Dragon Chi manual. Since Mata was capable of such a feat, it was a perfect opportunity to create a 10-meter-long dragon lance. A pure mountain copper dragon lance didn't need the forging skills of an iron knight, it was already a powerful weapon on its own. Feeling enticed by Lyst, Mata turned its head to look at him. Lyst smiled back at it. For a full 50 kilometers, the pair kept this eye contact while flying, their minds locked in a mind battle. In the end, Mata succumbed. Perseverance was victory in the contest between dragon and knight, and steadfastness was one of Lyst's admirable qualities. Reluctantly, it opened its mouth and aimed at Lyst, gently exhaling a golden yellow magic power stream that immediately transformed into a 10-meter-long, arm-thick dragon lance in the wind. The lance had a sharp conical head, a spiraling twisted pattern along the shaft, and the tail tapered off to a point as well. The 10-meter-long mountain copper dragon lance was crafted completely according to Lyst's wishes. He grabbed it with his hand and felt as though it weighed 10,000 jin. It was so heavy that he wouldn't have been able to lift it without his strong physique and the support of his chi. Trying to swing it around, it felt heavy and stable. Although he wasn't quite proficient yet, the feel was excellent. This is the dragon lance I wanted. Suddenly infusing it with dragon chi, the mountain copper dragon lance erupted into blazing red flames, its conductivity for chi virtually like a superconductor, without any sluggishness. Mata, charge with me. Guided by willpower, man and dragon began their somewhat clunky first charge, plunging towards a steep mountain peak not far away. The golden yellow wings tucked in, skimming past the mountain. At the same time, Lyst brandished the mountain copper dragon lance, unleashing a flame slash mixed with dragon magic power and dragon chi. It struck the mountain peak, shearing off a large portion of it, as the thunderous sound of countless boulders tumbling into the valley broke who knows how many trees. Thrilling. Chapter 914, a single word but not far away. Little fire dragon Leo let out a dissatisfied roar, objecting to Lyst's ever-growing number of dragons. This put Lyst in a difficult position, and he gradually felt drained of energy. A common dragon knight needs a lifetime to manage a single dragon, yet he had to develop so many in such a short time, which was indeed challenging. Now he could only hope to quickly imprint his presence in the minds of some resource dragons, and then find suitable knights for them, or as they might cheekily be called, poop scoopers. For now, Emily was tentatively assigned as light green gem dragon Ethan's dragon knight, and Ethan was also close to forming a mind brand. Still not enough, having only Emily does nothing to alleviate the burden of caring for the dragons on me. It seems I must select a group of exceptionally talented orphans to train upon my return, hoping that in a few years, or a decade or so, some from this group could become qualified dragon knights. The qualifications for becoming a dragon knight were exceedingly difficult, and all the major kingdoms had contingency plans for dragon knights. However, not every dragon could find a suitable knight. Many dragons had even been neglected for decades, if not a century. Without dragon knights for cooperation, just relying on the mind brands left by the first dragon knights posed a serious issue. The kingdoms couldn't command these dragons at will. Some dragons, when they got into a temper, wouldn't even give the king face, and a significant amount of resources had to be provided for the dragon's daily consumption. It would be best to issue a few smoke missions regarding talent, so as not to let the good seeds go to waste. In any case, the more dragons he had to ride, the more List suffered in his pleasure. Day and night went by, and in early June, List left Mountain Copper Dragon Mata and Light Green Gemstone Dragon Ethan to rest in a forest, recalled Little Fire Dragon Leo, and rode the Formless Dragon Bard with that directly to a designated coordinate. It was a small city in the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, the domain of a viscount. Pretending to be part of an Eagle Kingdom adventure fleet, Yevich Water Peanut had struck up a deal with this viscount to discuss border smuggling matters, and thus he had taken temporary residence in this small city, known as Bulb City, named after a large, colorful bird resembling a chicken, famous for its abundance in Bulb City. The Viscount of Bulb City, Kansas Kink, was the landlord here, and he owned a kink sprite where kink was quite similar to barley, although whether they were the same species was uncertain. At a manor outside the city bought by Yevich, List and Ek, having crossed the material boundary, met Clearwater's Sword Saint Yevich Water Peanut, whom they hadn't seen in over half a year, along with 2 other Sky Knights, and a large number of Adventure Fleet members. Your Highness. Seeing their Lord Landlord in a foreign land thousands of miles away, Yevich and his Adventure Fleet members were thrilled. Yevich, you have been diligent and responsible during your voyage, to my satisfaction, and you have also made great contributions to the establishment of new territories for the Flame Kingdom. I now formally confer upon you the title of Earl, and, once the Flame Kingdom is founded, will grant you land and nobility immediately, said List without any pleasantries, offering the carrot first to reward his knights. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yevich almost burst into tears. Thank you for your favor, Your Highness. Yevich is willing to charge into battle for you. He had become famous in his youth through the Dragon Knight selection program, but went through twists and turns, nobility problems, and poor relations with several landlords. He thought his life might never amount to anything, and yet, unexpectedly, was granted the title of Earl in the yet-to-be-established Flame Kingdom. This is the title and land you deserve. The future Flame Kingdom will still need your enthusiastic contribution. List consoled Yevich, then turned to the other 2 Sky Knights, who had surrendered to him during the battle at sea, and then later joined the Adventure Fleet. They had contributed to the discovery of the 3rd archipelago, supplied the Great Island, and conducted investigations in the Yellowstone Kingdom, and were therefore also bestowed the title of Viscount. Essentially, their titles from before their surrender were restored. The distribution of land would also wait until the founding of the kingdom. The other knights of the Adventure Fleet were variously bestowed the titles of honored knights or barons, and the serfs who came from sailor backgrounds were also promised by List the restoration of their freeman status and granted land. In fact, anyone of Flame People origin would gradually be arranged by him to become freeman, paving the way for the future knight class. The indigenes known as Moonslayers would form the primary serf class. However, he would also cultivate a group of knight class from among the Moonslayers to differentiate them. Even if there were exceptionally talented individuals among the Moonslayers, it was not impossible for them to be promoted to Dragon Knights, like the young girl named Hilita, who was among the first batch of Moonslayers trained by List. Because he sheltered a few elves, he had a good impression of Hilita and had already decided to set her up as a future noble. The little girl's magical talent was very poor, and she had already switched to learning Chi. It was uncertain whether she could achieve anything. Your efforts need not worry about no gains. As your Lord Landlord, I will not forget any knight who has fought for me land, wealth, women, elves. As long as you follow and dedicate yourselves to me, I can grant you everything you desire. Willing to charge for your highness. The knights, who had just been promoted to nobility or had their titles elevated, shouted enthusiastically, eager to immediately mount their horses and charge into battle to repay Lord Landlord with their lives. After the commotion had subsided, the knights were dismissed to continue doing what they should be doing, gathering information. List kept Yevich and the other 2 Sky Knights with him to inquire about the detailed information they had gathered during this time. Yevich narrated, "As per your highness's instructions, we have conducted detailed investigations on the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy and the Yellowstone Kingdom. However, due to constraints of time and manpower, most information is garnered through local noble channels, which may not be very accurate. In an era where knights primarily relied on foot travel, the sparsity of population greatly restricted the circulation of information. The knights of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy probably didn't even know about the existence of the Duchy of Sapphire in the open sea, let alone that a battle of dragon slaying had occurred there. There were no official diplomatic or trade channels between the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy and the Eagle Kingdom. Give a general description. The Yellowstone Kingdom has 6 vassal states. The situation with dragons and dragon knights is unknown. Among them, the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy is within the northern border of the Yellowstone Plains, but due to the ice field acting as a barrier and the fact that the Eagle Kingdom has never cultivated its south side, there is little communication between the two countries. The main communication channel between Yellowstone and the Eagle Kingdom is through its other vassal, the Dragon Spring Lake Grand Duchy. The Dragon Spring Lake Grand Duchy allegedly has 2 dragons. It borders both the Eagle Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, serving as the sole official channel between Yellowstone and the Eagle. Because of the distance, it's difficult to gather information about that area, and Yevich doesn't know much. His main understanding is of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, which is mostly situated on the highlands. The country's name originates from the perpetual snow and mountains. The surname of the dragon-rearing family is Cicada, with the current duke being Scaura Cicada. The cornflower is a common blue flower found throughout the legendary continent. The Cicada family is not named after this little blue flower but because they rear a cornflower gem dragon. Cicada blue refers to a shade deeper than ordinary blue. The Snowstorm Mountain Duchy is poor, the knight class is poor, the duke is poor because their only trading partner is the Yellowstone Kingdom. As a result, the country's products, including the cornflower sapphires, are undervalued by the Yellowstone Kingdom, leading to a very difficult and backward life. If one wished to conquer it, they would simply need to employ a strategy backed by gold to definitely win over half of the knights. Even to the point where giving enough money could embolden the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy to rebel against the Yellowstone Kingdom. Duke Scaura once initiated a war against the Yellowstone Kingdom. Although he ultimately lost and was forced to compensate with a large amount of goods. Combining this information, List felt that he could completely absorb the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy in the dark, just like how he initially took over the Grey Iron Duchy in secrecy. Then, using the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy as a cover, he could rapidly establish a foothold on the legendary continent. Yevich, do you plan to return to work on Flame Island or are you willing to continue working here? I plan to snatch the vast barren land by the sea at the junction between the Eagle Kingdom, the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, and the Yellowstone Kingdom, incorporating it as part of the Flame Kingdom. From there as a foundation, we shall commence trade with the 2 great kingdoms or, perhaps, war. On the rudimentary map just sketched by Yak, he casually drew a circle, encircling an area of millions of square kilometers. Then he conveyed one intention: seize. The sea no longer satisfied his ambition, it was time to start claiming land. Of course, it wasn't yet wise to brazenly rob land, risking getting sandwiched by 2 great kingdoms. After stabilizing his base on Flame Island over the next few years, it would be convenient to implement this plan. On the side of the Yellowstone Kingdom, we can start by establishing contact with the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy and claim land in the name of the duchy. As for the Eagle Kingdom, a battle seems inevitable sooner or later. When that time comes, forget the consequences, at the worst, we'll just have a few more dragon-slaying wars. List pointed out territories on the map. With eyes full of ambition and an undeniable presence of authority, he proclaimed, I have the formless dragon, I have several dragons, and nothing can stop me from getting what I want. Yevich and the 2 Viscount Sky Knights were inevitably left breathless. Lord Landlord's formidable power and boundless ambitions were precisely what knights desired in a leader to chase glory, because only through war could knights gain all the riches and status they sought. Chapter 915, Saki returns. Yevich had prepared a batch of fertile bulb eggs, and List didn't stay in Bulb City for too long, as there wasn't much of interest in the poor and remote Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. He led his own giant dragon army directly toward the sea. Of course, considering that Hak was eager to return and summarize the information collected about the Heart-Reed teleportation formation and the improvements to the magic array, he had barred Hak through space to return to Reed City first. He rode Mata, with Leo and Ethan, flying slowly behind. Mountain Copper Dragon Mata was visiting the Flame Islands for the first time and didn't know the way, so she needed to be guided. Besides, he wanted to use this opportunity to get to know Mata better and lay the groundwork for establishing the mine branding of the first Dragon Knight. By the time they reached the Endless Volcano Cluster, it was June 6. Leo returned to its Dragon Nest Doomsday Volcano Crater and focused on cultivating. The Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree Greater Elf Fanny took the chance to indulge herself in a bit of handiwork, while Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple, the 3 flame dragon birds, excitedly circled around Leo. The 3 little birds had grown a lot and were very obedient under Annie's training. Even with Annie's soothing, List managed to ride each of the 3 little birds for a while, which showed that the creatures known as phoenixes, these super dragon beasts, could potentially be tamed as mounts. Unfortunately, I have the mounts, but not the qualified knights. At least young and promising elite Earth Knights of Fire attribute are required to ride these flame dragon birds and to form a branch of the Burning Legion, the Royal Knight Squad. Of course, 3 flame dragon birds are too few. Next time I hear news about phoenixes, I should capture a bunch to breed. Super dragon beasts were treasures all over, and part of their bodies harbored souls, like the teeth of dragons, involving some special kind of property transformation. This inspired List for the next stage of the Dragon Knights training. He and I had deduced that to break their shackles, Dragon Knights must study souls. That is, spiritual power. Matter, magic power, and spirit are the 3 fundamental rules that make up this world, and Dragon Knights, being at the pinnacle of power, must start with these rules to break through. There's also a lightning dragon turtle on Black Horse Island, its shell, like the flame dragon bird's tail feathers, with properties that pertain to the soul. But there aren't enough super dragon beasts. When I have the time, I should go to Pegasus' Great Forest in search of the wind attribute unicorn. He had received the lead about the unicorn, a super dragon beast, a long time ago, but he never found the time to search, unsure about the existence of unicorns or whether any had been captured by the Knights of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. He shook his head. After dismounting from the flame dragon bird, he waved at Annie. "Annie, I'm leaving. I will see you in a few days." "Alright, List, bring me some blue soft jade powder, I want to change up my flavor," said Annie. "No problem." Leaving Doomsday Volcano Crater, List had an idea. He flew directly with Mountain Copper Dragon Mata and Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan to Hourglass Valley, which was the Moon Slayer's holy mountain and had a holy tribe at the foothills, along with 6 broken statues of ancient magicians. Hourglass Valley had excellent terrain, plus it was the absolute center point of Flame Island. There was also the entrance to a ruin, waiting to be excavated. Perhaps I could establish my king's castle here. The ancient magicians chose to construct some ruins here, obviously after careful selection. Moreover, once the entrance to the ruins and its natural node are well managed, we could build a magic teleportation array, allowing the king's castle to communicate quickly with other places. Best if it can directly connect to the legendary continent. In thought, the Hourglass Valley was already within sight. Hoo-hoo. Ho. Mata and Ethan simultaneously let out earth-shaking dragon roars, signaling to the tribe within the valley that a dragon knight had arrived. Their great Seiki had returned. In the moon language, Seiki means sacred. Originally, when List rode atop the formless dragon and successfully subdued the holy tribe, the moon slayers shouted Seiki in awe, bowing down in worship. At this moment, Sazamit, who enjoyed the gentle kneading of his shoulders by the moon slayer women inside the tribe, was feeling very content. He was just one of many ancient mages in the holy tribe. However, an unexpected disaster left the original listener and the ancient mages loyal to the listener slaughtered. That unknown Seiki from afar, along with the terrifying Big Ol' Swade, exerted their inviolable majestic might and directly appointed him the new listener of the holy tribe. From then on, Sazamit became the most authoritative person in the holy tribe, and wherever he went, everyone respectfully addressed him as Su. While enjoying himself, Su suddenly heard 2 distant, imperious roars that could not be violated. The sound was very special. Because of the distance, it wasn't very loud. However, the sense of power it conveyed made his scalp tingle, as if it came from some indescribable noble presence. "What's that calling?" He immediately stood up from between the legs of the Moon Slayer woman and quickly walked to the window of the wooden hut, looking in the direction from which the sound originated. "Su, is it a wild beast calling?" One of the Moon Slayer women responded. "No, it's not right, the cry is wrong. I've never heard this cry before, but it's very familiar, eternally unforgettable familiar." In Su's mind, another peculiar cry woo-oo-ya emerged, the call of Big Ol' Swade by Seiki's side. Legend had it that the ancestors fought alongside Big Ol' Swade and killed the moon. The woo-oo-ya was different from the roar and howl, but the nobility and authority they contain were the same, stirring in him a feeling from the depths of his soul that made him want to submit. He looked at the azure blue sky, nervously anticipating something. Suddenly, 2 small black dots appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger, eventually turning into 2 black silhouettes. Seeing those 2 silhouettes, Su's heart violently trembled, breathing quickened, almost suffocating. Yes, it's Big Ol' Swade. Big Ol' Swade? The women in the wooden hut turned pale with fright. They had never seen that Seth alongside his companion Big Ol' Swade, because when the dragon might was released, they fainted on the spot. It was only afterward that they learned Seth had killed the former listener and a host of ancient mages, and then supported Su, and laid down the strict rule of prohibiting harm to elves. The ban on harming elf bugs meant that magic dust could not be produced. This caused many young people who aspired to become ancient mages to grumble and complain. However, Su executed this regulation strictly. Previously, tribe members who secretly killed elf bugs were discovered by Su and immediately skinned and flayed. Since then, no one dared to oppose it. Su also said that ancient mages could not protect the tribe, and Seth would bring new methods of cultivation knights. Because Seth himself was a great knight, a knight riding big ol' Swade. Half a year passed, and Seth had not returned. The methods of knight cultivation had not been received either. Many young men doubted Su behind his back. But Su was full of confidence. He had felt the greatness of Seiki, knew what Seiki meant to the holy tribe, and was willing to believe that Seiki would return. That would be the moment when the holy tribe would leave the forest and return to the glorious civilization of the ancestral period. Big ol' Swade, 2 big ol' Swades. It's Seiki. Seiki has returned. Su shouted loudly, running out of the house to quickly gather all the ancient mages of the tribe and rush to the altar of the 6 statues. By the time they reached the altar, the 2 big ol' Swades had also landed with immense and boundless dragon might. Unlike the flowing crystal big ol' Swade in Su's memory, the big ol' Swades this time were one light green like a gemstone and the other brilliant like gold. Their color, size, and posture were all different, but the overwhelming dragon might that made one feel breathless remained unchanged. Roar! Roar! The 2 big ol' Swades roared again, asserting their authority before slowly retracting their dragon might, and then a knight jumped down from the back of the golden big ol' Swade. Tall, straight, handsome, valiant, noble, too dazzling to look at directly. It was indeed the Seiki of Su's memory. He immediately knelt down excitedly, exclaiming, "Seiki! Big ol' Swade!" The other ancient mages did not dare to delay and fell to their knees, following Su's cries, "Seiki! Big ol' Swade!" Chapter 916, Envoy Group arrives. After a systematic study, List had mastered the basic conversational ability in moon language. After deterring the Moonslayer people of the Holy Tribe, he let listener Su and the ancient mage stay behind. "Su, my visit this time is to fulfill my promise to the Holy Tribe. Since you sincerely follow me, naturally I won't let the Holy Tribe decline. I will send the Knight Order to the Holy Tribe to teach you a brand new night cultivation system to replace the obsolete magic system." Su was still somewhat incredulous. "Seiki, is magic really in decline? The magic web is waning. How do you think a magician like you could ever achieve the level of power that I have reached now?" List snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with Su's doubt. When had his followers ever questioned his words in his own territory? Only these natives were dull-witted. Su dares not compare himself to Seiki, but Seiki, can Su also become trained as a knight? You can't. You ancient mages are doomed to be eliminated by the times. Starting now, select excellent youngsters who are the seeds for receiving knight training. In the future, under my rule, the Holy Tribe will have a wonderful future, not one where they're chased by wild beasts in the forest. When the knights began to teach, the talented young Moonslayer children would learn wind language and serpent script, and they would be instilled with the concept of loyalty and patriotism. When this group of Moonslayer knights grew up, assimilation would also be complete. By then, the superior-feeling Moonslayer knights would surely exploit the ordinary Moonslayer people even more ruthlessly. History has proven that the banana people often treated their own kinsmen more harshly. Ethnic Germans who joined the American forces in World War II fought the German army to the death. Ethnic Japanese who joined the Americans fought fiercely as well, not to mention the Chinese who joined the Japanese or American forces. Human nature is just like this. You might not envy a stranger who has more money, but if Wang Dan, who you grew up playing with, gets rich, you'd certainly be driven mad with jealousy. And how else to prove that kowtowing to foreigners was the right thing to do, if not by demeaning and crushing one's own people? Not that everyone is like this, but most people certainly are. Su felt very aggrieved by List's blunt words, as he didn't want to be eliminated, and he still wanted to serve as a listener until death. However, having held high positions for many years, List had developed a piercing insight into the hearts of people. "Su, how many children do you have?" Su has 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy is 15 and is learning magic, and the girl is 12, learning to work with the women. The boy is 15, it's not too late for knight training. I will ensure that he receives special attention. In the future, he will become a noble of the Flame Kingdom, with his own lands and servants. The girl, at 12, let her go to Flame City's girls' school to learn, so that she may marry a noble in the future. As List spoke, he turned to look at the other ancient mages whose eyes were filled with expectation. "It's the same for you. Your children will all become part of the Flame Kingdom's knight class. Remember, as long as you're loyal to me, you will all have a beautiful future." Su and the ancient mages immediately began to trip over themselves expressing their loyalty. After a session of flattery, List gestured with his hand for everyone to stop. No more brown-nosing, as these natives with limited vocabulary only repeated some common words like great, Seiki, handsome, with no novel or imaginative phrases. I grant you a beautiful future, and I also entrust you with 2 tasks. Please speak, Seiki. Big Ol' Suede Mountain Copper Dragon Mata will stay in the Holy Tribe, and its diet will be your responsibility. It represents my authority, its vision is my vision. Everything in the Holy Tribe will be in my sight. Do you understand? Mata had simple requirements for its dragon nest. It was simply too lazy to move and liked to have someone bring food to it. Staying in the Holy Tribe was a good choice, firstly to keep the news of the Mountain Copper Dragon under wraps, and secondly to suppress the Holy Tribe and facilitate the extension of its own authority. Understood, Lord Seiki. Su and the other ancient mages not only had no complaints, but felt an excitement that was almost suffocating. They would have the chance to assist the ancestor, Big Ol' Suede, in battle and provide him with food, which felt awesome. With a light smile, List continued, your second task is to cooperate with the Night Order I will dispatch here, subjugating the nearby Moonslayer tribes. Also, extend the reach of the elf ban, and make sure to strictly protect every elf you find. Ah, Lord Seiki, the surrounding tribes may not heed the orders of the Holy Tribe. If they don't comply, invite their listeners and ancient mages to visit the Holy Tribe and let them see Big Ol' Suede. You needn't worry about this detail, my knights will faithfully execute my command, and you are to follow the arrangements of the knights. After giving his orders, List enjoyed various delicious fruits offered as tribute by the Holy Tribe. Then Su brought over 7 elf bugs that the Holy Tribe had found during the past half year, all of rare variety yet of little value. Still, List contracted the 7 elf bugs. After securing the elf bugs, he communicated his farewells to Mata. You'll stay here. I will send people to take care of you. There will be magic potions, jade, and delicious delicacies in abundance. What you need to do is to select a location nearby to produce mountain copper ore. When I find the time, I will build you a new dragon nest. Huh. Roar. Mountain Copper Dragon Mata nodded happily, feeling rather pleased not to see List. This was likely a downside of using bewildering dragon mind fruit for dragon riding. The dragon harbored grievances towards List, the knight. Over time, they would interact more closely, share their hearts, and ultimately leave behind a mind brand. Waving his hand, amid the farewells of the Moonslayers, List mounted a light green gem dragon Ethan and continued eastward. When he passed near Jade City, close to the Flame Mountain Range, he stopped to inspect the city's development. He noticed rapid progress, with construction accelerating across several cities as more Flame people arrived. Trade and commerce were also picking up as many specialties from Flame Island began to be transported outwards, transforming into economic value. After a simple rest at Jade City for one night, List set off the next day, first visiting Dragon Valley City to inspect the metal mining operations, as well as the excavation work on those large pits. Leaving Jade City, he then traveled to Flame City. Its status had abruptly fallen with the opening of the Heart Reed teleportation formation. It was now being repositioned and replanned as an agricultural city, with numerous plantations opening up here. After inspecting Flame City, List finally returned to Reed City for a brief rest before switching to ride the formless Dragon Bard, traveling through space directly back to Black Horse Island. Because at this point in time, the envoy group from the Steel Ridge Kingdom had finally arrived, and accompanying them was the envoy group from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. The Blast Furnace Fortress envoy group traveled on 3 huge intermediate dragon beasts, floating colossal kites, which were wind attribute creatures that resembled large, tailed flying saucers. They looked somewhat like stingrays from Earth, possessing flat, round bodies more than 10 meters in diameter, and solely relied on wind system magic for flight. They were swift flyers with impressive stamina. These were intermediate dragon beasts bred by the Blast Furnace Fortress royal family, weak in combat but surpassing airplanes as a mode of transport. That's why the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom envoy group was able to rapidly cross tens of thousands of kilometers, arriving at Black Horse Island simultaneously with the Steel Ridge Kingdom envoy group. List returned to Black Horse Island this time to receive these 2 envoy groups. Chapter 917 Matthew of the Red and White Roses, head of the envoy group from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, greets His Highness the Dragon Knight. Bruce Silverhand, head of the envoy group from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, greets His Highness the Dragon Knight. In the reception hall of Thorn Castle, List met the leaders of the 2 nations' envoy groups, a young and handsome knight, and an elegant middle-aged knight. He greeted them with a smile and gestured for them to sit down. There is no need for formalities, please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Matthew hails from the Red and White Rose family, prominent in the Steel Ridge Kingdom, while Bruce was born into the Silverhand family, a ducal family without dragons, akin to a distant relation of the Golden Crown family of the Blast Furnace Fortress royal family. similar to the relationship between the Blue Blood Alliance and the Sapphire family. Such distinguished representatives clearly show the high regard that the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom and Steel Ridge Kingdom had for List, or rather, their respect for the invisible entities like Formless Dragon Bard, Little Fire Dragon Leo, Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan, and Grey Iron Dragon Orn behind him, and the regard for Archmajorchi. Before any formal discussion on the intentions of the envoy groups, both nations presented their gifts. The King of Steel Ridge Nation brought a batch of grains, metal resources, and several strands of twinkling golden wool. This was wool from the Earth attribute Super Dragon Beast, Golden Mountain Goat, akin in importance to the Phoenix Feather of the Flame Dragon Bird, and offering on par with the gifts from the previous envoys. The Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom came without grains and metals since they had arrived on a floating colossal kite and could not carry much. However, the gift from the king was a batch of magic books, which included some unique and bizarre spell plans, magic arrays, and several books authored by archmages. The value of the gifts was outstanding, especially since Archie as an archmage could maximize the potential of these magic books. Thank you for the gifts from King Osborne, King Helder. It's getting late, perhaps everyone would like to dine and drink freely, and the formal envoy documents can be submitted in the afternoon. As your highness commands. The banquet was rich and sumptuous, and the envoys dined happily. However, List was not quite satisfied. Mrs. Abby's chef team had already gone to Flame City, and those left at Thorn Castle were her apprentices, whose skills were somewhat lacking. With cups and dishes interchanging, there naturally came much flattery and boot-licking. Especially Matthew of the Red and White Roses, who showed an outsized enthusiasm toward List, making him naturally think that they might want to marry off their sister to him. But such a blind arranged marriage was not to List's liking, so he chose to deal with it tepidly. He barely managed to play along until the banquet ended and wanted to take a good nap, but Matthew came seeking him again. Your Highness, the gifts from the Steel Ridge Kingdom have been presented, but the Red and White Rose family's gifts have yet to be given to your Highness. Please allow me to present them personally. The Red and White Rose family prepared gifts for me too? List pretended to be surprised. He already knew the family was wealthy and liked to throw money around. And now they indeed intended to shower him with money. Thinking about it, List felt a bit excited. Matthew smiled proudly. My parents hold your Highness in high esteem, my sister admires your Highness greatly, and I, too, admire your Highness's distinguished qualities from our frank discussion. Therefore, my family intends to foster good relations with your Highness, and these humble gifts are merely a token of our goodwill, not worth mentioning. Soon thereafter, the Knights of the Retainer Knights from the Red and White Rose family brought batches of gifts, announcing the name of each item as they presented them. 20 rubies, and 30 other gemstones of 11 different colors. 1 ton each of mithril, mountain copper, and fine gold. 3 pairs of adult low-level dragon falcon dogs, 20 puppies. Fire attribute abandoned buggrass, red pen ghost, dark attribute abandoned buggrass, black tiger palm spores, nutrients, and 20 serfs for cultivation. Every time a gift's name was mentioned, List's heart inevitably raced. The value of 50 gemstones was over tens of thousands of gold coins, 3 tons of magic metal was priced nearly at 100,000 gold coins. The capabilities of the low-level dragon beast falcon dog were unknown, but the value of a breedable dragon beast was definitely not low, including the generally valued abandoned buggrass with the dark attribute. The light and dark attributes were rare to see, corresponding to very high prices of magic potion, thus the value of black tiger palm was huge, definitely exceeding tens of thousands of gold coins. Before List could recover, another knight came over holding a large box and loudly exclaimed, 1,000 platinum magic potions. Hearing this gift, List's eyebrows rapidly rose. Platinum magic potion, made from the white rose that was part of the origin of the surname of the Red and White Rose family, claimed to have the best amplification effects. Many Grand Nobles' families were willing to spend countless gold coins to purchase platinum magic potion for their offspring. The best descriptor was Steel Ridge Kingdom's designated magic potion for the Dragon Knight Reserve Plan. It was said that 1 platinum magic potion in Steel Ridge cost 500 gold coins, and the value of 1,000 platinum magic potions was 500,000 gold coins. While he was stunned by the platinum magic potion, another knight brought another large box, handing it to Matthew, who personally shouted the name of the gift, 200 bottles of red dragon water. Red dragon water. List abruptly stood up, unable to maintain his composed demeanor, and swallowed hard. Matthew, the Red and White Rose family actually brought out red dragon water as a gift. Red dragon water, another magic potion made from the red rose, another surname origin of the Red and White Rose family, whose effect on enhancing a dragon's magic power was terrifying since it could also boost the dragon's super magic. It counted as a strategic material in war strategies. Generally, Steel Ridge royal family purchased all the red dragon water, and it was rare to see any sold externally. Occasionally, 1 or 2 bottles would be released, priced in dragon coins. 1 dragon coin equaled 10,000 gold coins. Red dragon water was always priceless. Your Highness, the Red and White Rose family is even richer than the Platinum family. These gifts are worth nearly 5 million gold coins, but it's just a friendly gesture from the family to your Highness. Matthew handed the box to a castle servant who did not know what red dragon water was, with a warm smile on his face. Seeing the shocked expression on List's face, he felt quite proud inside. Perhaps his own talent was not that outstanding, being a member of the Dragon Knight Reserve Plan, yet dragon riding remained distant, but he had his own confidence and backing. Nothing else. The family was wealthy. Having grown accustomed to using money when power couldn't handle things, the Duke of Rose, in his time, had used wealth to sway the Princess of Steel Ridge Kingdom, then further used money and kinship to sway the king, preserving the status of the Red and White Rose family. Thus, the offspring of the Red and White Rose family, what they liked to do most and were best at, was using money to influence people. The Red and White Rose family wishes to foster a closer friendship with the Flame family. With the wealth of the Red and White Rose family and the power of the Flame family, this friendship will surely bloom with dazzling light. Indeed, the wealth of the Red and White Rose family is astonishing. List exhaled a breath heavily, having to admit he was truly nearly swayed by the onslaught of money. Matthew flicked the collar of his flak middle-bayi, smiled, and asked, I wonder, Your Highness, if you are satisfied with the gifts from the Red and White Rose family? Chapter 918, I have a dragon. The gift from the Red and White Rose family was satisfactory or not? Regarding this question, List didn't beat around the bush, responding enthusiastically, I'm very satisfied. I gratefully accept the friendship of the Red and White Rose family. Such a wealthy and generous friend, he was naturally willing to make their acquaintance. Receiving occasional gifts was enough to prosper. The value of the gift from the Red and White Rose family alone exceeded the entire annual output of the Flame territory. One couldn't begin to imagine how many sheets of white paper, sea salt, and glass it would take to amass a fortune, nearly 5 million gold coins. An ordinary marquis family would have to sell everything they owned, and still, it wouldn't be enough. Therefore, the two of them eagerly chatted for a full hour. In the end, List personally escorted Matthew to the castle gates, acting as if he were seeing off an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Please stop here, Your Highness. Matthew will return to the embassy to rest a bit and we shall meet again in the afternoon. List grabbed Matthew's hand and gave it a firm shake. All right, Matthew, go and rest. We'll deal with the handover of the envoy's documents this afternoon, and in the evening, I'll join you for a drink. We won't return until we're completely drunk. Yes, we won't return until we're completely drunk. As Matthew left, he walked with a bit of a swaying gait. He glanced at the grey iron dragon not far from Thorn Castle. His heart swelled with pride, coupled with a sense of superiority that he couldn't suppress. Although knightly glory has looked favorably upon me, and my talents surpass all the youth in the 3 kingdoms, it's incredible to have ridden 4 dragons. But in the end, he's just a poor country boy, displaying a shabby appearance, dazzled by such wealth. Scratching a stray lock of hair at the corner of his brow, he thought contentedly, but this feeling is quite pleasant. Our ancestors used money to win over the Steel Ridge Kingdom, and now I use money to win over the future Flame Kingdom. Isn't this equal to the Red and White Rose family secretly controlling 2 great kingdoms? The more he thought about it, the happier he became. His mood felt like dancing in a club. So exciting. It felt like he had reached a climax in life. It felt like he had reached the pinnacle. Meanwhile, in the study of Thorn Castle, List and his father Lee William were marveling at the priceless trove of gifts, clicking their tongues in amazement. List said, worthy of the Red and White Rose family, such financial capacity, such boldness, almost made me lose my composure. He picked up his teacup and gulped down a big swallow, calming his excited emotions. Gemstones, magic metal, low-level dragon beasts, and abandoned cordyceps, each one of these gifts was a lavish. Yet the most extravagant were the 2 chests containing magic potions. 1,000 vials of platinum magic potion and 200 vials of red dragon water, 2 types of magic potions famous worldwide from the Red and White Rose family, given in a quantity worth millions. Such valuable gifts, if it were List, he would never part with, even if it killed him. Too extravagant. Lee William also took deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. The Red and White Rose family truly knows how to make a grand gesture. I've weathered many storms over the decades, but I've never seen such a generous gift-giving. It seems like several generations of a medium noble family would struggle to compare to a single gift casually given by one of these dragon-rearing families. The Tulip family wouldn't be able to come up with as much wealth, not even 1/10, without having to sell off their estates. Father, there is also a vast chasm between dragon-rearing families. Not every dragon-rearing family has access to platinum magic potion and red dragon water. Moreover, The gifts from King Osborne and King Helder were quite ordinary. The gift from the Red and White Rose family is different. That's true. Free food tastes more expensive than rare delicacies. The Rose Duchy is far to the north of Steel Ridge, and it is challenging to establish relations. Why would Matthew send such valuable gifts? Li William wasn't very familiar with the Red and White Rose family, only having heard that the family was famous for its wealth. List took out a vial of platinum magic potion and, using his eye of magic, closely inspected the dense chaotic magic power within, saying, "Father, have you ever heard of the Steel Pearl or the most beautiful woman of the Northland?" "No." Marilyn Rose of Red and White, sister of Matthew, daughter of the Duke of Rose, niece of King Osborne, 15 years old this year, and yet unmarried. Although Matthew didn't say it outright, he hinted everywhere that he has a beautiful sister, and that an alliance through marriage could secure the wealth of the Red and White Rose family. "The Red and White Rose family wants a marriage alliance with you?" Li William gasped for breath. "So, what do you think about that? Do you have any plans for such an alliance?" List set down the platinum magic potion he was holding and regained his usual calm demeanor. "Does father think I should enter into a marriage alliance?" Li William wanted to say stop hesitating, marry into wealth as quickly as possible, but then he remembered his daughter, the Archmage Akerloide's truth. On one hand lay boundless wealth, on the other, vast magic. It was indeed a difficult choice. Marrying the daughter of the Red and White Rose family would be an excellent choice, of course. Akerloides is a wonderful girl not to let go of either. As the head of the Flame family and king of the Flame Kingdom, the decision of marriage is yours to make, and I won't interfere. Akerloides represented strength, Marilyn represented wealth, and Li William did not want to put himself in a difficult position making choices for List. Besides, he knew he couldn't make decisions for him. Not to mention that as a second son who had branched out from the family, even if he hadn't, he wouldn't be able to sway List's convictions. However, he still spoke with a trace of concern. "List, there's one thing I hope you'll think about carefully. Once you become king, you must be responsible for all the citizens of the kingdom, and the most important responsibility of a king is to produce an heir to ensure the smooth succession of the throne." He often saw Akerloides and was all too aware of her sea serpent identity. So, in his heart, he hoped to counsel List, indicating that between Akerloides and Marilyn, he preferred List to choose Marilyn. Though he had never met Marilyn in person, the wealth of the Red and White Rose family had already successfully dazed him. List did not respond immediately. He closed 2 cases containing magic potions and directly stored them in his space ring, then gathered the gemstones and magic metals as well. The abandoned Cordyceps Bloody Pen Ghost and Black Tiger's Paw would be planted by the serfs as arranged by the officials, and the Falcon Dogs would be handed over to specialized breeders for care. After attending to these matters, he asked indifferently, "Father, what do you think is the greatest power in this world?" Li William asked curiously, "What is it?" "Dragons." Without beating around the bush, List said directly, "With dragons, one has everything, because dragons signify power, and wealth cannot represent power. The Red and White Rose family may seem to dwarf the Steel Ridge royal family in wealth, but they are nothing but rootless trees, or to put it plainly, merely puppets manipulated by the Steel Ridge royal family." Matthew, heir of the Duke of Rose, was majestic and glimmered with gold, yet List had already seen through the flaw of the Red and White Rose family. Their strength did not match their wealth. If he were just a poor boy, he would be easily stunned by money, but as penniless as he was, being a dragon knight with 5 dragons, acquiring wealth was all too easy. Just like this time, the Red and White Rose family had come from afar to bring money. The Red and White Rose family's reason for wanting a marriage alliance is simple: they have money but no dragons to protect it, so they're hoping for a new support, which is me. However, the question worth pondering is, does the Steel Ridge royal family truly wish to share the wealth of the Red and White Rose family with me? Li William pondered with furrowed brows. List offered an answer straight away. "You see, Matthew is the heir to the Red and White Rose family, not Marilyn. The Steel Ridge royal family just needs to hold on to Matthew, and they've got the purse strings of the Red and White Rose family, as well as control over the extent of wealth I can acquire. So, Matthew serving as the leader of the envoy group, and the Red and White Rose family's intent to marry us off, is it all being manipulated by the Steel Ridge royal family behind the scenes? Who knows? Maybe Osborne wants to ensnare me using Marilyn, or perhaps the Duke of Rose is eager to break free from the Platinum family's constraints. But these don't matter. What matters is that I have dragons. Father, you might not yet know, but I've recently ridden another dragon." Li William widened his eyes. "Ridden another dragon?" "Yes, I have 5 dragons. I am a dragon knight. Akerloides is an archmage." List said this with a release of the frustration he had felt from being almost swindled by Matthew's wealth. "Though I might not have money, I have dragons, and as long as I ride out on dragons, Their money will ultimately be my money. Chapter 916. His Majesty the King Li William returned to his room to rest, his mind still buzzing with the words List had said in the last moments. I've ridden another dragon recently. Although I don't have money, I do have dragons, 5 of them. Their money will ultimately be my money. These words circled relentlessly in his mind, leading him to express an inexplicable sentiment. It makes so much sense that I find myself at a loss for words. Against the wealth of the Red and White Rose family, he didn't have much power to resist, yet he knew List was right. Control over dragons was the true foundation of wealth. The reason why the dragon-rearing family were among the top nobility lay in the dragons they raised, capable of suppressing a kingdom. Despite understanding this, an inevitable thought still emerged: what a pity. List himself had the same thought. He saw through everything, clarifying the essence of strength and wealth, but while anyone can understand the principle, truly letting go is much harder. The Flame Kingdom had 5 dragons, and the wealth required to sustain them was immense. The fortune of the Red and White Rose family could easily fill the void of their growth period. What a pity. The Knight system adheres to monogamy, and while a noble can have countless lovers, they cannot have 2 wives. Otherwise, I could totally follow the ancient Chinese emperors and take Marilyn as a concubine. It wouldn't matter if she had been open before, just gathering the money would be fine. His biggest concern with noble misses was the libertine culture among the nobility, with women's premarital experiences involving who knows how many revelries. While other nobles might not care, List certainly did. However, life is about growing amidst compromises. Cousin Mibo married the fallen Angela Sapphire and still lived a happy life. Their son was already born according to the secret magical methods used by the Longtaro family. They affirmed the child's lineage as truly inherited from the Longtaro family, with no possibility of a switch at birth. But I could never betray Ak in this lifetime. It seems that if I want to attain the wealth of the Red and White Rose family, I'll have to find other means. Money can be tempting. Matthew of the Red and White Roses, basking in the apex of life, had no clue that his confident display of wealth did, indeed, stun people, but the stunned reactions varied greatly. He rested for a while at the embassy. Then he cheerfully went to participate in the exchange of diplomatic documents in the afternoon and fraternized with List over drinks at the evening banquet, radiating enthusiasm. List treated him with a warmth that exceeded that towards other envoys. They were all but sworn brothers. This made the emissaries from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom and the negotiators from the Eagle Kingdom very envious. To them, this signified that List would soon lean towards the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Once List sided with the Steel Ridge Kingdom, it would inevitably disrupt the balance of power in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. The Eagle Kingdom, having lost several dragons, was declining in power and could only ally with the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom to counter the Steel Ridge Kingdom, but with the addition of the Flame Kingdom, the power of the Steel Ridge Kingdom was bound to inflate. So, following that, the emissary from the Blast Furnace Fortress began to vigorously court List, and the negotiating team from the Eagle ceased nitpicking. After accompanying Matthew around Black Horse Island, List excused himself on the pretext of having matters to attend to and left Black Horse Island, entrusting the negotiations to his father, Li William. Li William seized the opportunity to make a request. The Flame Kingdom is about to be established, and we hope that the 3 great kingdoms will immediately recognize the status of the Flame Kingdom. Matthew responded promptly, please rest assured, Marquis of Bulltail, the Steel Ridge royal family has already acknowledged the establishment of the Flame Kingdom by the Flame family. As soon as the Flame Kingdom is founded, we will establish official diplomatic relations. Thank you for His Majesty Osborne's recognition, and we also hope to enhance our friendship with the Red and White Rose family. I feel a close affinity with Prince List and believe that this friendship will surely blossom into dazzling light. Li William beamed with a smile. List also said he felt an immediate kinship with Prince Matthew. Since Matthew is the heir of the Grand Duchy, he may be addressed as Prince. Facing the aggressive courting posture of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, Bruce Silverhand gave it some thought before swiftly responding, I carry the attitude of Elder Your Highness. The Blast Furnace Fortress royal family will not oppose the establishment of the Flame Kingdom, and is willing to establish formal diplomatic relations. We hope the 2 kingdoms can trade with each other and communicate openly. This is natural, as the Flame Kingdom has powerful maritime trading forces. Even though Blast Furnace Fortress is distant, we can still exchange trade. Thus, the positions of Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress were already clear. Only the negotiation team from the Eagle Kingdom had yet to articulate a clear stance. Seeing this, Li William, after exchanging covert communications with List, gradually adopted a more forceful tone. Team leader Alexander, if you cannot represent the attitude of the Eagle royal family, then please go back. Marquis of Bulltail, what do you mean by this? Alexander White Iron's face became somewhat unsightly, as the special envoy of the king, I naturally have the right to represent the attitude of the Eagle royal family. In that case, I'll speak plainly. Prince Dragon Knight is very angry at the Eagle Kingdom for its prolonged inability to reach a ransom agreement, and its reluctance to state its position on the Flame Kingdom. If the Eagle Kingdom continues with this attitude, then there's no need to talk further. We can just wait for the next dragon-slaying war. Prince List is going to start a new dragon-slaying war, thinking the Eagle Kingdom is easy to bully. You can try if you wish. After all, the Flame Kingdom is lame and poor, with nothing to lose. If the Eagle Kingdom wishes to be an enemy, then we can only choose retaliatory measures to deal with it. This is a threat. Li William said with surprise, it is indeed a threat. Have you been staying here all these days and not understood that? Alexander's face flushed red, but he struggled to come up with any strong words to say. Who could blame him? The Eagle Kingdom had already been defeated twice in dragon-slaying wars, losing dragon knights and dragons. It was hard to take a hard line. Now that both Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress had recognized the Flame Kingdom, if the Eagle Kingdom did not compromise, it probably would have to face a third dragon-slaying war. Once Steel Ridge helped the Flame Kingdom restrain Blast Furnace Fortress, the Eagle Kingdom might very well suffer List's retaliation. Although the kingdom still had several dragon knights and dragons, they were needed to suppress the restless sporters. Otherwise, the surrounding duchies and even the families of great kingdoms wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to plunder wildly. Even if another dragon knight were to fall, it's possible that the kingdom would have to beg for peace by ceding territory. So, left with no other choice, Alexander had to back down. He exposed the bottom line of the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom can recognize the Flame Kingdom and is willing to pay the ransom with a grain-type dragon elf under 200 years old to redeem Duke Birot. At the same time, we will not interfere with the title succession in the Grey Iron Duchy. But the two countries must sign a treaty of friendship and cease warfare at the dragon level. If you had made this decision earlier, there would have been no need for such an extensive discussion. Team Leader Alexander, Prince Dragon Knight is a peace-loving and just knight. We only wish to develop calmly on the seas. The sea belongs to the Flame Kingdom, and we hope the Eagle Kingdom will not encroach again next time. Finally, the results of the negotiations were formally agreed upon. At the same time, declarations from the three kingdoms were also successively published. The content of the declarations was simple. The three kingdoms all recognized the establishment of the Flame Kingdom and began formal diplomatic relations with it. There were no details, no legal bindings, and no demarcation of power. The declarations merely indicated that another kingdom-level player had joined the game of knights. As for the rules, content, and outcome of the game, it was all left for the Flame Kingdom to fight for. After the declarations were published, List returned to Thorn Castle, receiving the envoys of the three great kingdoms as king, sitting high in the main seat, watching calmly as the messengers paid their respects anew. Leader of the Steel Ridge Kingdom Envoy Team, Matthew of the Red and White Roses, pays respects to His Majesty the Flame King. Leader of the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom Envoy Team, Bruce Silverhand, pays respects to His Majesty the Flame King. Leader of the Eagle Kingdom Envoy Team, Alexander Whiteiron, pays respects to His Majesty the Flame King. List responded indifferently, "You may rise." Chapter 917, Skeleton Dragon Might. An announcement was issued, and the Flame Kingdom confirmed its decision, and the three envoy groups began to bid their farewells one after another, with Matthew of the Red and White Roses not lingering any longer, although he very much wanted to deepen his relationship with List. However, as part of the envoy group, he had to quickly relay the signed agreement to the King of Steel Ridge. Of course, he did delay for a day, only choosing to leave after the Blast Furnace Fortress envoy group and the Eagle negotiation group had departed. Before leaving, he once again engaged in a private conversation with List in the study and, at the end, took a small box out of his pocket and handed it to List. "What is this?" List was a bit puzzled as the gift-giving seemed to come out of the blue. Matthew explained with a smile, "My sister, Marilyn, greatly admires your grace, and she also holds a deep respect for Lord Akerloides, your archmage. Therefore, she asked me to deliver a gift to both you and Lord Akerloides, which is said to be an offering from the sea." When the box opened, two fish scale-like earrings shimmered with a deep blue radiance. Without the need to utilize the Eye of Magic, List could feel the abundant water attribute magic power contained within them. These were undoubtedly very rare and precious magical items. List took the box and examined it carefully, growing more and more convinced of the gift's preciousness. "Is this an offering from the sea?" "Yes, it is called Mermaid's Protection, and it was a gift given to her by a court Grand Mage of the Steel Ridge royal family when my sister was born. Though the Grand Mage has passed away, he left behind a story about these earrings that they were unearthed from a marine relic." "A marine relic? What kind of marine relic?" "It was a peculiar palace, possibly constructed by some ancient marine intelligence. However, of the many intelligent races from ancient times, Only humans have continued to thrive, those non-human races seldom make appearances before the world anymore, Matthew explained with a meaningful smile. He was reminding List, already aware of Acroloid's identity as a sea serpent. But List didn't notice his phrasing, and instead, his thoughts turned to the fish-ugly temple. In that temple, the statues of Uchiha, Naga, and mermaids were worshipped. From a mermaid statue's neck, the wondrous magical item, Mermaid's Tear, was found. Ultimately, relying on the mystical power of the Mermaid's Tear, Acroloid successfully made contact with the magic web, laying the foundation to become an archmage. If these mermaid's protection earrings also possessed mystical power similar to the Mermaid's Tear, wouldn't it imply that they could also help a Grand Mage make brief contact with the magic web and eventually advance to an archmage? Moreover, there were 2 earrings, which seemed not to be a single entity. Perhaps they could assist 2 Grand Mages in advancing. Thinking this, he naturally put away the box. Since Miss Marilyn has gifted it, I gladly accept, and I think my sister Acroloids will like them. It's good that Lord Acroloids will appreciate them. Matthew's smile was radiant. Seeing List accept the gift without hesitation, he felt that the other had clearly understood his intention, otherwise, there would usually be some hesitation or second thoughts. With this, Matthew left Black Horse Island satisfied with his envoy group. It was almost as soon as Matthew had departed that List followed, directly commanding the formless dragon bard to fly to Reed City to deliver the mermaid's protection to Acroloids. Acroloids, take a look at these earrings. Oh, brother, these earrings look so familiar to Acroloids. She was surprised as she took the earrings. Acroloids remembers now, they emit an aura of magic power exactly like the Mermaid's Tear used before. It's a special type of high water attribute magic, likely made of the same material. The same material. Do you think it could be material from a mermaid? List ventured a guess. Mermaid's Tear could likely be a mermaid's tears. Mermaid's protection, by its shape, might be a mermaid's scales. As for whether mermaids are real creatures, he thought it very likely, since so many mythic tales have been verified over time, even the existence of a creature like the dragon of the magic web. Why couldn't mermaids exist? I don't know, but materials with such magical power must be very special. Acroloids also hopes it's truly from a mermaid. Regrettably, no matter how powerful the mermaids are, they have already declined, with only the sea serpents being the most cherished sprites of the sea. The sea loves Acroloids the most. Acroloids chuckled in agreement, then continued, although the mermaid's protection is magical, it's not much help to me, I can only study its properties. Brother, you can use them to train new archmages. Acroloids also felt that the mermaid's protection could help magicians touch the magic web, just like the Mermaid's Tear did. No need. List picked up the earrings and put the sapphire blue, fish scale-shaped earrings on Acroloids' ears, one by one. This is a gift from a dragon-rearing family of a small kingdom trying to please me. They look really beautiful, so I accepted them. They suit you well. Acroloids waved his hand to conjure a mirror made of water. Do they look good, brother? Very beautiful. Giving the mermaid's protection to Acroloids, List didn't do anything in the romantic atmosphere. He soon left Reed City and flew towards Dragon Valley City. There, incredibly magical things awaited his testimony, the rewards of the Smoke Mission. After the 3 big kingdoms acknowledged the Flame Kingdom, the Smoke Mission was completed, and the original reward was Dragon's Might in Skeleton. However, after completing the mission, the reward clarified what Dragon's Might in Skeleton was. Complete the mission, reward, 1 Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon. The Dragon's Might in Skeleton was the aura emitted by the Bone Dragon. And it just so happened that the official in charge of mining in Dragon Valley City sent a message through the magic platform. They had discovered many large bones in the mine, likely dragon bones. Dragon bones. Bone Dragon. Dragon Pit Great Mine. Man-eating tree dragon sprite. A series of clues connected in his mind, leading him to a clear logic. In ancient times, 5 metal dragons fought here, their blood formed the 5 types of metal ore we see today. Dragons died here, so there are dragon bones in these metal ores. Metal dragons cannot resurrect like elemental dragons, but they are still dragons, mystical and unimaginable. Thus, these bones combined, underwent some unknown changes, and revived into a bone dragon. And the man-eating tree dragon sprite Kali, initially sensed the aura of the bone dragon, and gradually evolved into a dragon sprite. What exactly is a bone dragon? Why have I never heard of this type of dragon? Kali also never mentioned bone dragons. Kali's relationship with List had improved, and their feelings gradually grew closer as they communicated about its growth process. It is hard to describe specifically. The memories of the little minor elf were confused, and as a greater elf, the memories were also quite vague, mostly the monotonous life memories in the Dragon Pit Valley. It was originally just an ordinary man-eating tree. It grew up in confusion, then became enemies with the Moon's Lair, and began plotting revenge against the Moon's Lair. It had never seen a bone dragon, never touched any dragon bones. It only knew about the aura it liked from the Dragon Pit Valley side. Once it evolved into a dragon sprite, it no longer felt a special preference for that aura. Your Highness, these are the bones unearthed from the mine, possessing dragon might, likely remnants of metal dragons that died. We are still excavating. The deeper we go, the more dragon bones we find. The official in charge of mining was Iron Knight Nicholas Fellows Count, who had abundant experience in mining. List looked at each piece of the decayed, broken dragon bones, felt the faint dragon might emanating from them, his gaze flickering. He could confirm that if they continued digging deeper into the mine, they would soon unearth the bone dragon rewarded from the smoke mission. He just didn't know what form the bone dragon actually existed in. A living creature? A dead object? Belonging to dragons? Or some kind of specter? Or perhaps something similar to a lich? Chapter 918 Missing Dragon Bone Nickel. Have everyone on alert. The dragon bones are not as simple as they seem, List, though unclear about what a bone dragon actually was. However, this did not prevent him from excavating the bone dragon. In time, he would know whether the bone dragon was dead or alive. Of course, a certain level of caution was necessary, since it was still not easy to determine if the bone dragon was alive, and how strong it might be in combat. But no matter how strong, it was just a dragon, and behind List stood the formless dragon bard, a sacred dragon mastering the power of space. Keep digging down from where the dragon bones were found. After issuing the orders, List began to carefully examine the dragon bones that had been excavated. With his eye of magic activated, he could see the magic feedback light attached to the dragon bones. It had turned into a chaotic color. It was unclear which dragon's remnants these bones belonged to. He mounted the formless dragon bard, circled around the mine pit where the dragon bones had been unearthed, and noticed a very strange phenomenon. It wasn't just the original pit that had metal ores, but the entire area of the dragon pit great mine underground contained metal ores. And the dragon bones were continuously found at the borders of several metal ores. Black Heart Iron to the east, Bronze Mine to the south, Mercury Mine to the west, and Lead Mine to the north. The dragon bones were found exactly at the junction of these four metal ores. How odd. Outside the valley, there was also a large titanium mine. He had some vague guesses in his mind but hadn't formed a solid idea. He had to let it go for now and then summon the smoke mission. Talent is like gold sand in water, requiring constant dredging and washing to find the precious gold from the mud. Therefore, those with talent need continual refinement to ultimately determine their future. Please organize a Dragon Knight backup plan. Reward, 1 Greater Elf. The reward for the new mission was a Greater Elf, and List couldn't guess how the Greater Elf would appear. Currently, none of the little minor elves in the castle showed any abnormal conditions, and the possibility of evolution was slim. As for the wild elves, as the territory continued to expand and the Moonslayers continued to be enlisted, elves were also increasing. However, little minor elves were rare, and greater elves even more so. Fortunately, he was not so concerned about 1 or 2 elves now. Just focus on the mission itself. Because I recently lamented the lack of talent, the smoke mission began to stir the threads of destiny of the little geniuses according to my thoughts, List realized, a revelation sparked by his constant self-suggestions. It seemed to be a task that would take a long time to show results. The power of destiny probably could not find a qualified genius among so many children in the Flame Kingdom. Thus, a Dragon Knight backup plan was needed as a foundation to more easily manipulate the threads of destiny of the little geniuses. So, how should the Dragon Knight backup plan be implemented? If taking a shortcut, just directly adopt the Dragon Knight backup plans of the 3 Great Kingdoms. The Dragon Knight backup plans of the 3 Great Kingdoms were similar, selecting talented youths from the Knight class. Those who advanced to Sky Knights at 16, or upon becoming adults, can be selected for Dragon Knight backup. And these 16-year-old Sky Knights could be the offspring of nobles or orphans nurtured by nobles. Nobles who supply Dragon Knight candidates to the royal family receive substantial rewards. Once the Dragon Knight candidates become Dragon Knights, they will also provide feedback to the nobles. Therefore, nurturing Dragon Knight candidates is a very profitable business. Many nobles, whose own descendants lack talent, would choose to nurture orphans, seeking knights with talent. Some smaller nobles, once they find good prospects, also do not hesitate to nurture them in exchange for royal rewards. This selection method is quite good, ensuring the interests of the nobles while also providing fresh noble blood for the kingdom. However, the core nobles class is fixed. Nobles are always nobles. Commoners and smaller nobles have difficulty truly rising to big nobles through the Dragon Knight backup plan. The key issue is, I don't even have many in the Knight class. He felt a bit embarrassed. Without knights, how could he rely on the Knight class to supply Dragon Knight candidates? So we need to establish a schooling system, popularize Knight training courses to increase class mobility through a wide net. This approach would not be feasible in an established kingdom, Nobles would definitely resist, but in the Flame Kingdom there would be no obstacles. List was an autocratic king whose commands were unchallengeable, and the kingdom had a vast vacancy in its noble class that urgently needed to be filled. Let Galtai draft an outline and then I'll revise it, finalize it, and start organizing the Dragon Knight recruitment plan. List had not stayed long in Dragon Valley City when the metal mine began exhibiting abnormalities. The Moonslayer serfs mining the pits did not know what lay beneath them. As they dug, they suddenly felt intermittent tremors coming from below. Continue digging, I will personally oversee this and there is no need to be afraid, commanded List, riding his formless dragon and keeping a close eye on the pit. He too felt the thudding vibrations, like steam trying to lift the lid of a pot. Under the knight's supervision, the serfs, although concerned about the tremors beneath their feet, still wielded their picks and iron hammers to strike down high-quality metal ore. 3 days passed, and the excavated metal ore was quickly transported and stacked in a nearby warehouse. The dragon bones were picked out and piled nearby. List distinctly felt that these bones, with their chaotic magic power, were much more intense than those from shallower depths, and were much less decayed. These aren't the bones of a single dragon, both of these seem to be forelimb bones, with a size difference of more than double. He was not a biologist, but having dealt extensively with dragons, he had a clear understanding of dragon body proportions and thus an insightful view on the sizes of their bones. The size of the lead dragon and Mercury dragon is unknown, but these two forelimb bones could well match the size of the bronze dragon and Blackheart iron dragon. The 4th day. Ak had also rushed over. As an archmage, Ak had more professional knowledge about dragons than List, and could clearly identify many types of dragon bones. Unfortunately, without information on the titanium dragon, lead dragon, and Mercury dragon, it was impossible to completely identify all the dragon bones. At that moment, List proposed, Ak, could you try to assemble these dragon bones back into their original form? I can try. 2 more days of digging followed, unearthing even more dragon bones, which Ak sorted and began to assemble based on the proportions of the dragon bones. But soon, she discovered a strange phenomenon. Brother, look at these dragon bones. Each dragon set has very apparent missing parts. This one that seems to be a bronze dragon is missing a sternum and half its spine. This one that seems to be a Blackheart iron dragon is missing wing bones and a tail bone, and these 3 dragons are each missing forelimb bones, hind limb bones, skull, neck bone, half a spine, and plate bones. Could it be that these parts have not yet been excavated? It doesn't seem likely, because other parts of the dragon bones are also missing fragments, but these missing parts have no shattered bones at all. List nodded, voicing his speculation. The vibrations in the metal pit are growing stronger, and the missing parts of the dragon bones could very well assemble into a new dragon. Ak, there might be a bone dragon formed from the remnants of a metal dragon in the depths of the great mine. What kind of existence do you think this bone dragon could be? Brother, could there really be a bone dragon? Of course, I've already felt the bone dragon's dragon might and its vigorous vitality, right below the great pit, waiting to be ridden, List boasted. In fact, if not for the smoke mission, he would never have thought of such a thing. But with the smoke mission, he was the erudite List. Chapter 919, Visible Spectre. As the excavation deepened, the underground tremors became more localized, and the serfs continued to dig in response to the vibrations. Despite their terror of the underground tremors, the serfs felt relatively at ease with List and Ak standing guard at the edge of the great pit. After all, these two were renowned Saki protectors. Beside them stood the illustrious Biggleswade. Magic power is starting to seep up from the ground. This bone dragon is struggling non-stop. Its magic power is very strange, like some kind of eerie blue magic, yet wholly different from water attribute and ice attribute magic powers, List said, mounted upon the back of the formless dragon bard. His crystal white trajectory inspected the characteristics of the magic power beneath the surface. By this time, the pit's metallic ore layer became unstable, and the serfs started to evacuate. A group of ancient magicians was gathered to bombard the pit with spells, constantly in sync with the underground tremors to blast myriad cracks into the ore layer. The steaming magic power grew denser, and List finally recognized what it was. Ak, this is a kind of magic power similar to that of a lich. It relates to the soul. I've seen it on the Marquis of the Bull before. However, the blue magic power emitted by this bone dragon is of a higher echelon. After the Marquis of Bull was transformed into a lich, the blue magic power enveloping his armor still belonged to a lower tier of magic. But the blue magic power seeping from the bone dragon was indeed high-level magic. Perhaps the bone dragon is also a special kind of creature related to the soul. Brother, Ak has discovered that all the dragon bones lack dragon teeth. According to the records, the dragon's soul is hidden within its teeth. Maybe the soul of this bone dragon was formed from the intertwining souls within all the dragon's teeth. That's possible. List immediately ordered the ancient magicians, continue the bombardment, don't stop. The ancient magicians were greatly drained with each spell they cast. However, to defy a command from the Seiki was unthinkable, so they had to continue exerting themselves to channel magic power and unleash the most powerful magic within their abilities. Boom. 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 Metallic ore from the pit was blasted in all directions. The underground tremors became increasingly ferocious, and finally, amidst another concentrated magical onslaught, a massive crack abruptly exploded within the subterranean ore layer. After the magic radiance dissipated, a ferocious dragon might surged out from the pit, knocking the ancient magicians into a state of disarray. Within his crystal-white trajectory, List clearly saw a blue magic-powered bone claw stretching out from the crack. Begin the retreat, ancient magicians. He ordered them to withdraw, exchanging a glance with Ak as they both prepared for full alertness. Creak. Creak. The bony claw forcefully lifted, grasping the protrusions of the pit and pulling its still buried body upwards. The screeching friction noise expanded the crack even further. Throughout this process, List didn't intervene, allowing the bone dragon to struggle and claw its way out. Momentarily, the dragon's head and wings emerged. The wings, aside from the long bones, also had cartilage between them, tattered and full of holes, like rotting cloth. No physical substance connected these bones, only dense blue magic power supported their movement, sketching a fierce and mystic appearance. The dragon's head pulsed with vigorous magic power, sporting 4 horns, 2 thick ones, similar to bull's horns, and 2 smaller ones, akin to ram's horns. The slender dragon's maw was lined with dragon teeth of various sizes. The magic radiance emitted from each dragon tooth was like a mini sun. Together, they formed an intensely bright magic light sphere. Roar. A peculiar dragon roar bellowed from the ancient dragon's mouth. Not only was there a rasp in the ears, like grating friction, but also a rhythm that seemed to rise within everyone's soul. The ancient dragon had no eyes, only 2 blue flames burning slowly. It roared and struggled, dragging more and more of itself out of the fissure. After a full half hour, the bone dragon finally crawled out completely and stood in the crater. It hung its head silently as if restoring the energy expended during its struggle, with blue magic radiance flickering on and off. Ak said, holding the 8 dragon's god sword in his hands, ready to unleash magic at any moment, with a wingspan close to 60 meters and a body length near 65 meters, this must be a special giant dragon formed from the skeleton of a black-heart iron dragon. List, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on the bone dragon's neck where it connected to its body, where the dragon tooth platform should be. The magic power at the dragon tooth platform is very bright, and there are streaks of magic radiance connected to the dragon teeth. This must be the secret between the dragon teeth and the dragon tooth platform souls connected. Brother, what do we do now? Wait a moment, let's see what it does next. I wonder if we can communicate. I'll try talking to it first. List eyed the motionless bone dragon, eager to act. Regardless of the type of dragon, mount it first, and ask questions later. However, what was strange was that List threw a cow at it, but the bone dragon did not react. He threw a bag of jade at it, but the bone dragon did not react. He threw a large piece of magical beast meat at it, but still, the bone dragon did not react. He even had barred roar at the bone dragon Wuia, yet the bone dragon remained unresponsive. What's going on? For a whole half hour, the bone dragon simply stood silently in the metal ore pit, making no movement at all. It seemed to disregard List, Ak, and Bard, as well as the knights and serfs who were gesturing and pointing around it. The blue flames in the dragon's eye sockets burned slowly, but they did not convey that sense of a lich's gaze the blue fire of the Marquis of the Bull used to give a strong impression of being watched. Ak, List decided not to wait any longer. Support me, I'm going to try riding it. Don't worry, brother, Ak is ready at all times. The next moment, List leaped from Bard's back and hopped directly onto the flat bones where the dragon tooth platform should be on the bone dragon's neck. The bone dragon gave no response, letting List find a comfortable position and settle down on the flat bone. In an instant, List felt a connection form with the bone dragon's soul, but he did not enter a mind battle. Instead, he took over the consciousness of the terrifying, fierce, mysterious, and eerie giant dragon made of bones. This bone dragon. It actually has no thoughts or consciousness, nor does it possess a dragon's unique world of the mind. It's like an empty vessel, a blank canvas for the soul. And I can easily control everything, manipulate it to perform any action. With a thought in his heart, he then controlled the bone dragon to start moving, first shaking its front leg bones, then its hind leg bones, and finally shaking its wing bones. Then, turning its bone neck, he tried to see the world through the eyes of the bone dragon. The perspective shift resulted in a very special vision, a pitch-black world. There was no sun, just a dim outline of the sun. The light shone upon him, giving List a slight burning sensation. The land and trees also appeared only as faint outlines, even their shapes slightly distorted. Only the humans around the crater radiated the brightest light, albeit in a transparent white outline. He saw X outline, as bright as a 100-watt incandescent bulb. He also saw Bard's outline, nearly as bright as X, but seeming brighter due to the size. The other knights emitted a somewhat dimmer light, and the surf's light was even dimmer. He turned his head again, trying to see his own aura. He found that his own light was roughly similar to X, not significantly different from an ordinary person. What does this transparency and variation in color depths signify? They look like specters. Could it be that the bone dragon's vision can actually see directly into the soul of living beings? Chapter 920, Workpoint System mounted atop the bone dragon. It crawled up slowly from the metallic mine pit. The surrounding knights and serfs quickly retreated outward. List issued new orders. Count Nicholas, continue to organize the miners to dig. Strive to unearth every buried dragon bone, leaving not a single fragment behind. Yes, Your Highness, Nicol Bellows responded with admiration. He found the spectacle of bone dragons to be inconceivable, yet even more unbelievable was his lord landlord whom he followed. When the Fengxian family, who had crafted equipment for generations for the Sapphire family, was given to List, Nicol had harbored complaints. The family was discarded without as much as a warning and transferred like a commodity to another. But now, Nicol was immensely grateful to the Sapphire Duke. Had the Duke not sent the Fengxian family to List, how could he have witnessed all these wonders and obtained such a bright future? His Highness truly is the Son of Glory, no, the worldly embodiment of the Knight's honor. He mused inwardly. Dragons were gathering under the command of his own lord landlord one after another in a short amount of time, even faster than nobles acquiring greater elves. Today, even in mining, a bone dragon was casually unearthed, and the dragon did not resist at all, allowing the lord easily to mount it. It was as if it had been waiting for its lord all along. Watching the bone dragon move slowly out of the mining pit, Nicol withdrew his gaze from that majestic figure. Invigorated, he shouted, "All knights, muster your spirits. Carry out the task assigned by His Highness immediately, organize the miners to continue mining and to excavate the fragments of dragon bones." The chaotic excavation site, under the organization of the knights, once again became orderly and well managed. Such organizational strength was all thanks to List. Before crossing over, as an ordinary person, List could not be considered a qualified noble landlord, but the most significant change he brought to the management of his territory was the grand battle strategy. Starting from Fresh Flower Town, under his whimsical command, all officials and civilians repeatedly took part in various grand battles, whether it was for logging, cleaning, road building, or spring plowing. After many such grand battles, territory officers quickly grew and developed considerable organizational abilities. It was the intense development of Black Horse Island that led to frequent grand battles, rapidly enhancing the organizational skills of knights, officers, and civilians. This in turn created the combat power now used in the development of the Flame Islands, with many former base-level officers starting to manage significant projects. The Flame People, relying on their organizational capabilities, were taming the Moonslayers bit by bit and achieving complete control over Flame Island. Snap! A vine whip rose and fell on a lazy Moonslayer serf. A clerk holding paper and pen shouted, "Number 699 516 999, Alada Yang, on the afternoon of June 14th, at 3 p.m., caught slacking off at the Dragon Pit Great Mine, 1 work point docked." After speaking, he found Alada Yang's name in the notebook and diligently noted down the time, place, and incident. The work point system was a method devised by List. Each serf had 10 guaranteed work points daily, mistakes would lead to points being deducted, hard work would bring rewards. After the end of the month, supplies were distributed based on the number of work points accumulated by the serfs. Generally, a Moonslayer serf working diligently without absence, laziness, or brawling could earn 15 work points each day, summing up to 450 points per month. This was enough to feed 2 children. If both husband and wife worked diligently, raising 4 children was not an issue. The Moonslayers loved to have children, but in the forest, the child mortality rate was too high. Since migrating out of the forest, the mortality rate had been controlled to less than 20%. It has to be said. List certainly adopted unequal policies in treating the Moonslayer serfs, but at least he did a decent job in ensuring their livelihood. Compared to the genocidal acts of European and American colonizers toward African slaves and Native Americans on Earth, his approach was more humane. This Moonslayer serf named Alada Yang, after being whipped by a vine, felt a burning pain on his back and had 1 work point deducted. His bonus work points for today were inevitably out of reach. He cursed under his breath but didn't dare to resist the clerk. Under the resentful gazes of the entire production group, he had no choice but to lower his head and keep working, not daring to slack off again. The work point system came with matching production groups. If a production group had several troublemakers who were repeat offenders, it could affect the entire group, with all the serfs having points deducted. Thus, the serfs monitored each other. Anyone who affected the group's earning of work points would inevitably face ostracism and even be beaten by the group in private. Riding the bone dragon to a quiet area, List was ready to take his time studying this unique dragon. He wanted to try flying, but the flapping of the bone dragon's wings barely stirred any wind, and it could only stumble and run along the ground. "It seems a bit useless, not even having the breath function," he said, shaking his head as he jumped off the back of the bone dragon. Try and see if you can ride the bone dragon. This bone dragon is clearly just a shell without consciousness, maybe you can control it." "Okay," Ak nodded, indeed wanting to experience dragon riding. Magicians, as they did not cultivate magic power themselves and mainly drew free magic power from the air or the magic web, could not unify their minds with a dragon and thus were destined to be unable to ride dragons. But this special bone dragon might offer a different experience. Unfortunately, both Ak and List were disappointed that even when Ak mounted the dragon tooth platform, she couldn't infuse her consciousness into the body. She was unable to control the bone dragon. "Brother, Ak is so sad." "Don't be sad, it's just a bone dragon, after all. Dragons belong to the knight's cultivation system, and you're in the magician's cultivation system," List consoled, rubbing Ak's hair to comfort the little sea monster. "Besides, although you can't ride it, you can study it." Ak perked up. Ak likes to study dragons, and can help brother master it quickly. The nature of the bone dragon's existence required Ak to study it. List didn't have the energy or brain power for that, he preferred to consider the bone dragon's value. First, the bone dragon seemed capable of seeing a creature's soul and could readily determine soul strength, which should be quite useful. Even because it belonged to a race associated with death, involving souls, it might be similar to the ghost ship that Curtis Truth had once created. Curtis hoped to rely on the ghost ship to travel to the exiled lands, to find the soul of her beloved, Anute Sapphire. List felt he might also rely on the bone dragon to go to the exiled lands, find the immortal dragon, and contract it for eternal life. Secondly, since the bone dragon was so easy to control, it might become a teaching tool for dragon riding, allowing dragon knight candidates to mount bone dragons, to get used to the feeling of mind battles in advance. Thinking this, he immediately sent a message via the magic platform, instructing Emily, who was commanding the Mammoth Knight Brigade, to build roads, to hurry to Dragon Valley City. Currently, the Dragon Knight candidate program was not yet established, and only Emily barely met the standards for dragon riding. Chapter 921, The Girl Dragon Riding. Emily arrived swiftly, as she had recently changed mounts. List had given her the mount he rode in his youth, the wind attribute intermediate dragon beast, Landwalker Bird Loki, for her to ride. The expense of the project developing Flame Island kept growing, with simultaneous construction of 5 cities, Flame City, Jade City, Dragon Valley City, Reed City, and Estuary City. Yet, the distances between these cities were considerable, with the closest, Flame City to Dragon Valley City, being over 300 kilometers apart, equivalent to the distance from Shanghai to Nanjing. Relying on horseback for communication was indeed a waste of time, especially for followers like Emily, who were highly valued by List and often needed to multitask by traveling between cities. Changing to a better mount was essential, of course. Only Emily was currently enjoying this privilege. "Your Highness." "Here you are, Emily." List looked over the girl, who now stood at 1.70 m and no longer had a flat figure. Her chest and buttocks had begun to turn slightly upwards. "I've recently acquired a special dragon, a bone dragon. It's quite intriguing, lacking its own consciousness. You could try riding it." He pointed to the enormous creature standing still, its head lowered as if deep in thought. A bone dragon with a 60-meter wingspan and 65-meter body length shimmered in ghostly blue light. Its dragon teeth glowed like the sun, while its dragon eyes burned with blue flames. Direct sunlight hit the bone dragon, causing List to feel a burning sensation while riding, but it was only a sensation. The sunlight had no special effect on the bone dragon. Unlike a vampire significantly weakened when exposed to sunlight, the bone dragon's magic power belonged to both super magic and high magic. The ghostly blue magic power at its joints was chaotic super magic, while the magic power leaking out was chaotic high magic. "Your Highness, is it appropriate for me to ride this bone dragon?" Emily asked, puzzled. List had always told her to prepare to ride the light green gem dragon Ethan. "Don't worry, the bone dragon is different from normal dragons. It's more like a piece of equipment, meant for you to increase your dragon riding proficiency and success rate. I hope you can become Ethan's knight, but the risks of failure in dragon riding are significant, and you need to be better prepared." Emily understands. Nodding, Emily didn't hesitate any longer. She leaped into the air and landed on the backbone of the bone dragon, finding the dragon tooth platform under List's guidance. Taking a deep breath, the girl suppressed her excitement, glanced at List, and slowly sat on the dragon tooth platform. Suddenly, a mysterious and profound sensation surged into her heart, giving her an extraordinary and surreal feeling. At that moment, She felt she was still Emily, yet also possessed a skeleton-built body, as if she became one with the bone dragon beneath her, two bodies sharing one mind. Pay close attention to this feeling. Although it can't match the intensity of riding a dragon, it will help you get accustomed to this wonderful yet awkward sensation. Hearing List's voice, Emily quickly calmed down and began to control the bone dragon with her mind. At first, even the smallest motion was clumsy, but as she grew more familiar with the sensation, the bone dragon's movements became more fluid. Half an hour later, she could already control the bone dragon to run and even attempted flight, but didn't manage to take off. Woo-ya! In the distance, the formless dragon flew in, carrying List, who activated the crystal white trajectory, carefully inspecting the bone dragon under Emily's control. Act 2. Cast the super magic, Eye of Mana, closely observing the information revealed by the bone dragon. Emily, who had ridden a bone dragon, did not unlock the secret of dragon chi. Since a bone dragon is not a dragon in the usual sense, it cannot cultivate together with knights, so Emily still had to gradually consume magic potions to train in advanced chi. However, her talent was indeed extraordinary. Having only recently been promoted to a Sky Knight, she had already surpassed the strength of an average Sky Knight and was on the verge of reaching the power level of a Sword Saint. She had a natural sharpness for battle, and her body adapted exceptionally well to chi, with one magic potion going as far as several would for other Sky Knights. In addition, List had secretly taught her the chi secret technique Breath Decay, making her use of magic potions even more economical. So far, aside from the Eye of Magic, which had to be kept a secret for his exclusive use, List no longer cared about other chi secret techniques. They were precious at the Sky Knight stage, but of little use to a Dragon Knight. He would teach them freely to those close to him. He had also planned to give the Chi Domain Manual as a birthday gift to his father, Li William, this year, helping him advance to a Domain Knight. Perhaps the father-son relationship was somewhat contrived, but ultimately they shared the same bloodline. During the founding of the Flame Kingdom, Li William played a very important role, with nearly all diplomatic affairs handled by the Marquis of Bulltail. This year, for his birthday, I'll give the Marquis the Chi Domain Manual. After the founding of the kingdom, I'll make him a duke and give him the second largest island of the Flame Islands, Tulip Island, as his fief. This should repay the lifetime of familial relations and settle the karma inherited from my predecessor. Different times bring different thoughts. Initially, upon his arrival through transmigration, he wanted to sever ties with the Tulip family, but it was not easy. After all, he still inherited these family ties. Now, as one of the 5 Dragon Knights and King of the Flame Kingdom, he didn't mind lifting his entire family to heaven. Not only would he allow the Tulip family to enjoy wealth and status, but he would also take great care of the Longtaro family on the other side. He would do his best to support the Pinecone family of his Aunt Melinda and the Basil family into which his sister Livira had married. Even those veterans who had followed him would enjoy wealth and honor. The practice of when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked, when the birds are all shot, the bows are hidden would not happen. With the legacy of 5 dragons continually passed down, the Flame family would stand at the pinnacle of the knight system for at least several hundred to 1,000 years, reveling in the game's fun. Much like the Platinum family of Steel Ridge, the Golden Crown family of Blast Furnace Fortress, and the families of Moonlight Silver and White Moa Iron of the Eagles, after hundreds to thousands of years of heritage, generation after generation enjoyed the utmost authority and power. As long as dragons did not go extinct, the family would not fall from the throne even if old dragons died, as new ones were timely added, the family would continue the game. It is said that on the other side of the continent, the Neverfall Empire has continued for more than 2,000 years. The dragon-rearing family that rules this empire is still passing down its legacy, never in decline. After all, in this world, unlike ancient China on Earth, dragons guarantee status, not the hearts of the people. Your Highness, I've become accustomed to dragon riding. Reed Cinder Road is still under construction, and the Mammoth Knight Brigade cannot be without my command. Please, allow me to return to my duties there. After one day of adapting to dragon riding, Emily resolutely said her farewells. She could see that List and Ek had a lot of research work to do. Very well, you may go. List did not retain Emily, however, he thought for a moment and added, the Flame Kingdom is about to be established. I have too many dragons to ride by myself, you must grow quickly to lessen my burden by taking on one of the dragons. Here are 100 platinum magic potions for you to use. A platinum magic potion, 500 gold coins apiece, and that was the price within the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Out in the market of Sapphire, they would sell for at least 700 to 800 gold coins each. Emily took the platinum magic potions without any objections, merely nodding heavily. Understood. All was understood without words. Chapter 922, Counting to 50 is difficult. After Emily left, List and Ak hastened to research the bone dragon and obtained a lot of precious data, but they did not form a systematic argument and could not determine the nature of the bone dragon's existence. Unfortunately, there are too few records about liches and ghost ships left by Curtis Truth. Our fundamental research on the soul is still lacking. The mountain copper dragon should not be exposed for now, and we can't hand over Andre to the Sapphire Duke yet in exchange for his information about the dragon domain landlord and liches. Ak nodded and said, "Brother, although the data is not abundant, we have basically figured out how to control the bone dragon. The bone dragon possesses some of the elemental dragon's properties. If we must summarize, it should be considered as of the soul element, and you can control it in the same way that Leo possesses a body. Leo could transform into a magical form and attach to List's body, and recently List had been planning to find an opportunity for Leo to collaborate in practicing new skills. He tried to let Leo use his magic form to condense a set of flame armor that clung to his own surface. It was like the set of flame-like armor that Ak had seen with the Time Scepter. Now that they had the bone dragon, its superior magic had been discovered, and it surprisingly had properties of an elemental dragon. It was clearly a special creature with the qualities of death, made from the entangled skeleton and teeth soul of a metal dragon, yet it unexpectedly attained a magic form similar to that of an elemental dragon. This might have been the best evidence for the matter-magic-spirit triangle theory. I will attempt to control it, Ak. If you are in a hurry to return to Reed City to research the magic teleportation array, have Bard send you back first. After we sell Andre to the Sapphire Duke and get the information on the Lich and Dragon Domain landlord, we'll carry out a systematic study of this bone dragon, List said. For the time being, he saw the bone dragon as a dragon-riding model machine that could be used to train dragon knights and to experiment with new skills. Ak left riding the formless dragon, while List continued to explore riding the bone dragon. My soul is in tune with Leo. I clearly understand how it transforms from a flesh and blood body into a magic form. Now, what is lacking is proficiency. Leo's shape-shifting was a natural talent, but List had to communicate with the chaotic super magic of the bone dragon through his thoughts and merge his body with the super magic to develop a magic form. Controlling such a huge bone dragon with one's mind was still difficult. It was like a small horse pulling a large cart. However, once the large cart started moving smoothly, the small horse could just manage to pull it along. So for the following half of June, List applied himself to mastering control of the bone dragon, barely participating in the development of his domain. He only made an appearance when training with the dragons, contracting new elves, and then he would step back and be a hands-off manager. The dragon-slaying battle in April ended. The tripartite negotiations in May were completed. June was relatively peaceful. The news of the mountain copper dragon being ridden was always kept secret. It seemed that there was no movement from the Eagle Kingdom, and Andre, likewise, wasn't affected by any curse, being kept like a pig in the attached prison of Flame Castle, eating, drinking, and sleeping. The landscape of the four great kingdoms was tending towards stability. For List, the biggest surprise of June, besides the bone dragon, was the reward from the smoke mission. After the public announcement of the new Dragon Knight candidate plan exclusive to the Flame Kingdom, which used schools as a method of dissemination, the smoke mission was immediately completed. Mission completed, reward, 1 corn greater elf. Yes, it was Mickey, the corn miner elf List previously owned, who had evolved. One day, after having lunch and preparing to read a newly arrived knight's novel, Mickey, who had already moved to Flame Castle, suddenly flew over to find him as he was about to open a new book and took out an ear of corn. Then, right in front of List, Mickey started counting the kernels one by one, chirp, chirp, chirp. Although its cries were all the same, the meaning it conveyed was very clear: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. From 1 to 11, it counted very distinctly. Good job, Mickey. List didn't skimp on praise. In the following days, Mickey was sometimes excited, sometimes downcast, which made List nervous for a while, fearing that its evolution would fail. Therefore, even the new smoke mission was somewhat absent-minded. Mission: the special role of the bone dragon you have been uncovering, yet independent manipulation always leads to some discrepancies. Perhaps you should find a way to address this issue. A single person's spiritual power is limited, why not try the spiritual power of 2 people? Complete full control of the bone dragon. Reward: gemstone crown. Fortunately, Mickey ultimately evolved successfully, becoming a graceful corn greater elf without a personality as distinct as Jayla's, which seemed rather placid. But it was still very lively, its interest in counting unchanged, only no longer limited to corn kernels. 1, 2, 3, 4. List: 26 little minor elves live in the castle. Its mastery of language was very rapid because, as a little minor elf, it had received prenatal education from the castle servants, so it already knew many serpent scripts. Serpent script was the official language of the Flame Kingdom. Great job, congratulations on getting it right. So, Mickey, how many elf bugs are there in the castle? List posed a new question to it. Currently, elves mainly dwell in Thorn Castle and Flame Castle, and Mickey was counting the residents of Flame Castle, which housed 26 little minor elves, but the number of elf bugs exceeded 200. Mickey began to count seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4. 49, 50, 37, 38. 49, 50, 21, 22. Oh, List, my head is so confused, I can't keep count. Mickey realized a fact after repeating the count for the 5th time. Even if its ability to count had made significant strides, it was still unable to count numbers above 50 properly. That's why you need to practice more. Once you can count from 1 to 100, I'll teach you more profound mathematics, not just the basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Saying this, List pulled out a piece of paper from the desk, which had a chart drawn on it like a staircase. There's also the multiplication table. Okay, I will count seriously. Mickey's eyes lit up when it saw the chart, and after expressing its confidence, it went straight back to the worm room, to the sea of colorful elf bugs, and began to busy itself with counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. 49, 50, 44, 45. He shook his head. List found it a bit amusing. I wonder if Mickey could trigger evolution into a dragon elf when it learns to count to 100. But for now, it and greater elves like Jayla show no interest in the 5 dragons I command. Currently, only Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree Greater Elf Annie was deeply in love with Little Fire Dragon Leo, P Great Elf Ash was deeply in love with Grey Iron Dragon Orn. It still has a long way to go. Suddenly, a crisp voice interrupted List's musings, as man-eating tree dragon sprite Kali approached. It did not fly but walked in shoes like a human and no longer went bare-bodied, choosing to wear a small set of flak middle-abi, dressing itself up as a refined, handsome young noble. At 1 meter tall, with transparent light yellow skin and a leaf on its head, it looked handsome with a touch of playfulness. Kali held its head high, showing a proud expression. List, I have already discovered the important value of the man-eating tree and found mutant varieties of magic potions. Now you understand how important I am, right? It made a casual gesture. A beam of green light shot onto the balcony's flower pot, and then a green seedling forcibly took over the ornamental plant originally in the pot, growing into a half-meter-tall man-eating tree. List used the eye of magic and could clearly see that this man-eating tree was emitting a faint magic feedback glow. Indeed, it was a magic potion plant. Chapter 923, I'm willing contracted with man-eating tree dragon elf Carly for quite some time now. The plantation for man-eating trees had been established in Flame City, but the uses of the man-eating tree remained elusive. These trees neither produced food nor were they attractive. At most, their wood quality was decent, but their trunks were too thin. Thus, Carly's identity as a dragon elf had truly seemed rather superfluous before seemingly magical, something only a dragon-rearing family could cultivate. However, its value seemed to be limited to providing company for chatter with List. Despite being of the man-eating tree species, it could only snatch up and consume some commoners. It was unreliable against knights or ancient mages, and moreover, the man-eating trees could only move under Carly's control. Although it was unspoken, Carly could feel its awkward status and sense the slight regret in List's heart toward it. So, it held its breath and, after several outings with a group of man-eating trees, finally discovered the mutated variety, the carnivorous ogre magic tree. This was the name List came up with after examining the magic potion variant of the man-eating tree. Its magic potion of chaotic quality wasn't very potent, but considering the entire plant could be refined into a magic potion, the yield shouldn't be too bad. Carly, I've never thought of you as unimportant. You are my first dragon elf, and you hold a very important place in my heart, List said persuasively. Upon hearing this, Carly puffed out its chest with pride. Humphrey. Seemingly indifferent, it actually cared a lot about List's opinion. After all, the power of the contract subtly engendered a fondness for List. So next, please help the serfs in the plantation to grow more carnivorous ogre magic trees. Leave it to me, Carly nodded proudly and said, and I will continue to search for more varieties of carnivorous ogre magic trees, including those with auxiliary medicine properties. Man-eating trees are very common in forests. There must be countless mutated varieties, and I will find them all for you. That is indeed excellent, but you must also be careful. The outside world is fraught with danger. I am not scared, I can burrow. I'm not afraid of whatever magical beasts I encounter. Those moonslayers will only be killed by me. Carly spoke fiercely, befitting of a dragon elf who had once slaughtered an entire large moonslayer tribe, possessing a mighty air. I know you're very powerful. If you do encounter moonslayers outside, try not to kill them if possible. After all, they will be my serfs in the future, tilling the land and crafting items for me. Humphrey. Carly folded its arms and turned away, clearly resistant to List's words. Should any troublesome Moonslayers appear, it wouldn't be polite, it would kill if necessary. Seeing this, List could only express his helplessness, intending to gradually train Carly. Moreover, a thought occurred to him: Jayla cannot be relocated to Flame Castle for now. Its explosive temper meeting Carly's ferocity might lead to a fight on the spot. However, suddenly, an inspiration bloomed within List. As they say, misfortune is where fortune resides, and fortune is where misfortune lies. Jayla was no ordinary elf. Every evolution it underwent was driven by the pressure of fate, ultimately breaking free of its shackles. So, could letting Carly stimulate Jayla perhaps hasten Jayla's development? It's worth a try. At this moment, far away at Thorn Castle, while Jayla was inspecting its territory, it shivered unexpectedly. Woo-wah. It was a little puzzled, feeling as though it had sensed something unpleasant. However, the feeling was fleeting, and it didn't dwell on it. With hands behind its back, it lazily flew a loop around Thorn Castle before returning to the worm room, shouting at the chattering little minor elves, "All of you quiet down and sleep properly." Instantly, the worm room area of Thorn Castle fell silent. This gave Jayla a great sense of achievement, but soon it fell into a slump. So many little elves have been sent away, and List hasn't come back for days now. Woo-wah, Jayla doesn't like it here anymore. Mickey's evolution facilitated a rapid expansion of the corn plantation scale. Kali found the magic potion and ordered an unprecedented increase in the planting of the man-eating trees. List gradually mastered the magic form of the bone dragon, and he could ride the bone dragon and merge with superior magic to change its form. However, the difficulty of changing form was high, and the completion was not sufficient. Bone dragon. Transform. At this moment, he was attempting it again. The bone dragon let out a roar, its body enveloped in a ghostly blue light that quickly covered every dragon bone. Following that, the entire bone dragon visibly shrank at a rapid pace until it became a 3-meter-tall skeleton, encasing List within. The skeleton roughly took the shape of a human, like an oversized set of armor, the bones interlocking jaggedly, yet it was extremely cumbersome to move. It's still unable to shrink to a normal armor's size. The mental force required for the bone dragon's magic form is too strong, and I really can't manage it alone. It seems I truly need to find someone to share my mental exertion, as the smoke mission also suggested I find someone to share the mental burden. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share the bone dragon with someone else, he just didn't know how to go about sharing it. He could always call on Emily to cooperate, but the bone dragon could only accommodate one rider at a time and couldn't connect the minds of 2 knights simultaneously. So he strove to explore, attempting to control it alone. After several failed attempts, he decided to follow the hint from the smoke mission and seek someone to share the burden. He first sought advice from Ak. After all, sharing mental power wasn't a straightforward operation. After listening to List's query, Ak pondered briefly, then said, "Brother, do you still remember Virginia Truth?" "Virginia?" List was taken aback and then said, "Of course I remember. She joined the adventure fleet to sea and is currently moored on the shores of the legendary continent. Virginia has become a necrofish ugly, but Ak feels that her soul hasn't completely merged with the necrofish ugly and can be separated with some manipulation. The soul storage vessel you have is a good material for performing soul separation magic. Why not have her take on some of your mental exertion? Are you certain Virginia can help me share the mental burden? We can place Virginia's soul into the bone dragon's body. This way, the bone dragon will have semi-autonomous action capabilities. When you ride the bone dragon, together with Virginia, you should be able to fully control it." Upon hearing Ak's explanation, List immediately nodded. "All right, I will bring Virginia here. I'll give you the soul storage vessel, and you can prepare everything. When the time comes, we'll separate her soul and infuse it into the bone dragon." No sooner said than done. Riding the formless dragon Bard, the lone pair rushed towards the coast of the legendary continent. With Bard's speed, they quickly arrived at the adventure fleet's anchorage, which had now been developed into a makeshift harbor town. Due to resupply needs, the fleet only recently returned to Flame Island to stock up on ample food and wealth, which was handed to Yevich for the conquest of Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Virginia resided in this small harbor town, protecting the safety of the fleet. The trident-styled rending staff vibrated, and she was awakened from her sleep by List. "Your Highness, when did you arrive? You'll leave this place for a while. I have a task that requires your assistance. Perhaps after the task is completed, you can get a more comfortable body." "A more comfortable body?" Virginia was puzzled. "Yes, let's not talk about that now. First, I'll put you in the space ring, and we can discuss more once we get there." After putting away the rending staff, the formless dragon quickly shuttled through space. Moments later, they burst from the Heart Reed teleportation formation's exit and returned to Reed City. Once there, before the bone dragon, List briefly explained the situation. "That's pretty much it. I still lack some mental power to control the bone dragon. Ak has a way to infuse you into the bone dragon's body, to take over the control of this body, and then work with me to complete the transformation of the magic form. The bone dragon. Virginia, in her necrofish ugly state, appeared somewhat disoriented. It looks huge, can I really control it? The basic maneuvers are no problem, but with your mental strength alone, you can at best control the bone dragon like a wild beast, unable to release many of the dragon's abilities. However, when I ride it, joining forces with you, we can undoubtedly bring out all of the bone dragon's strength. Of course, the choice is yours, I won't force you. List truly wasn't forcing her, as he believed that even if she was a female in her previous life, she still couldn't resist the allure of a dragon even if it was becoming a bone dragon. Besides, the bone dragon was much stronger and more domineering than a necrofish ugly. Sure enough. After snapping out of her reverie, Virginia immediately nodded in agreement. Your Highness, I am willing to become the bone dragon. Chapter 924 First Divine Connection. Relying on the soul's storage vessel, a divine artifact that wasn't truly a divine artifact, Ak successfully extracted Virginia Truth's soul from the tear staff. At this moment, Virginia reverted to a young girl's appearance. Her soul's outline was formed by a glowing white light, and she also had an unmistakable 36D figure. The tear staff, from which the soul had been extracted, had endured the erosion of magic stripping due to the annihilation of necrofish ugly until it was completely ruined and turned into a broken fish sphere. Your Highness, Her Excellency Archmage, what should I do next? Virginia, back to her original form, looked into the mirror, somewhat bewildered. During the time she had become necrofish ugly, she only remembered the unusual stares of the surrounding knights each time she appeared and almost forgot that she had once been a young girl in her prime. Now there was joy in regaining her true self but also fear of the unknown from becoming a bone dragon. Relax. Since you were able to merge with necrofish ugly, you can now merge with the bone dragon. With me and Ak safeguarding you, there's absolutely no risk to worry about, List consoled her. Virginia nodded, Indeed, having the Great Dragon Knight and Archmage as her guardians was the safest protection measure possible. Ak carried the soul storage vessel as List lifted her onto the back of the bone dragon. Ak couldn't yet fly, busy mastering the Earth Elemental Avatar. He would have to wait until he perfectly mastered the Earth Elemental Avatar before attempting to master the Wind Elemental Avatar, and finally learn to fly relying on the Wind Elemental Avatar. The sealing of Dragon Tooth is too strong, we can't infuse Virginia's soul through the Dragon Tooth. But Dragon Tooth platform is an open soul entrance. This is Virginia's only opportunity. Her Excellency Archmage, please give your instructions. Virginia will listen to you and your Highness, the 3060 girl hastily said with respectful tones. Almost all magicians, upon encountering an Archmage, turn into beings even lower than servants, almost as if they wish they could kneel on the ground and lick the Archmage's shoes. This was a pathological pursuit of truth in their eyes. The Archmage was the incarnation of truth walking in the mundane world. We don't need complicated operations. Ak will construct a simple soul stabilization magic array here, and from that, you will receive a magic supplement. Then, it's time for you to enter the Dragon Soul through the Dragon Tooth platform and take over. It's a task you must accomplish on your own. I understand. After the magic array for soul stabilization was set up, Virginia was poured out of the soul storage vessel and onto the magic array. After a brief brewing, Virginia's figure had solidified considerably. Under List's guidance, she slowly sat on the Dragon Tooth platform. In an instant, a ghostly blue light rose from the Dragon Tooth platform, swiftly entangled with the soul state Virginia, and then as the light faded, Virginia also disappeared. She's gone in, Ak stated calmly. List nodded, embraced Ak, jumped off the spine of the bone dragon, and then mounted the formless dragon bard, activating crystal white trajectory to quietly await changes in the bone dragon. After a full quarter of an hour of calm, the blue magic radiance on the bone dragon suddenly began to tremble, followed by its head twisting slightly, and its wings, limbs, and tail also began to move in succession. These movements weren't grand, but they delighted List, as this signified that Virginia was taking control of the bone dragon. But the bone dragon merely moved slightly and then relapsed into a long period of calm. Ak, what's happening? Could there be a problem with Virginia's soul? Should I mount and feel for myself? Brother, be patient. Ak's pupils swirled like vortexes of stars. Although the bone dragon lacks consciousness, its soul exists, pure. For Virginia, to replace the bone dragon's soul with her own is no easy task. So we just wait like this? The struggle for the soul is dangerous. Brother, riding the dragon won't help Virginia at all, it would only disturb her. When the soul is infused, only one soul, whether Virginia's or the bone dragon's, will remain. Ak pulled the somewhat restless List. Brother, you better use crystal white trajectory to carefully observe the bone dragon. Don't miss any details. I understand. List nodded solemnly. He was well aware that the study of the soul could very well provide the crucial clue for Dragon Knights to break through to the next stage of their training. Thus, any materials related to soul research must be diligently collected. Now the struggle for the Bone Dragon's soul presented an excellent opportunity for close observation. Half an hour later, the Bone Dragon moved again. However, it wasn't a physical movement but the airy blue flame in its dragon eyes that flickered, trembling as if blown by the wind. Yet in reality, the magic-made airy blue flame did not fear the wind. It was not a flame on the physical plane, but rather involved the chaotic magic power of the soul. Sunset followed by moonrise, moonset followed by stars, the pitch-black sky turned to the white of dawn, and the night slowly passed with the Bone Dragon moving intermittently. Lee Ct and Ek had stayed awake all night, keeping a record of the Bone Dragon's state. Finally, when the first ray of dawnlight from the east showered down on the reed marsh magic gate, the Bone Dragon, located in a secluded corner of the forest, stirred once more. This time it seemed to have freed itself from a dusty encasement and emanated a vital aura, as the eerie blue light breathed in and out. Roar. The Bone Dragon let out a peculiar roar, manifesting simultaneously near one's ears and deep within the heart, as it slowly turned its head to look in the direction of Lee Ct and Ek. The dragon gently nodded its head. "Brother, it's Virginia," Ek exclaimed. Lee Ct's weary eyes suddenly sparked, invigorated. "Yes, Virginia has succeeded. So Ek, can I try to ride the Bone Dragon and communicate with Virginia now?" "You can." Thus, Lee Ct quickly leaped from the back of the formless dragon onto the Bone Dragon, finding his place on the dragon tooth platform, where he was about to sit down. However, at that moment, a twisted thought popped into his mind. Virginia's soul has replaced the Bone Dragon's soul, so what does it mean for me to sit down like this? The dragon tooth platform symbolized the union of hearts. He had no qualms about such a union with a dragon. However, if the soul of the dragon were human, and specifically a human girl, wouldn't such a union of hearts be even more profound than physical unity? Spiritual communion? It's a bit wicked. Stop there. He took a deep breath, dispelled the distractions, and smoothly sat down. Instantly, he regained the familiar sensation of riding the Bone Dragon, the cold, piercing quality unique to the Bone Dragon's soul. Only this time, within the cold feel, there was an added trace of warmth, subtle, yet it provided a profoundly different experience. It was like igniting a small bonfire in the midst of the night, making him sincerely feel warm and comfortable, wanting to draw near to this warmth, to be enveloped by it. At the same time, a voice seemed faintly calling him, ethereal, hazy, as if the wind was whispering softly, "Your Highness." Chapter 925, The Skull Mask. The voice was very faint, and it was unclear where it originated from. When he listened carefully, following the trace of warmth to find its source, he finally identified it. "Virginia? It's me, Your Highness. I just fused with the Bone Dragon's soul, and I am not very adept yet. And Your Highness, your soul is too strong, along with a massive repulsive force that makes me feel quite uncomfortable, preventing me from establishing a deeper connection with you." Virginia's voice seemed ethereal. "It looks like we need to adapt. Virginia, perhaps I should first teach you how to resonate at the soul level. Resonance is the best way to unite minds. Can you sense me, Your Highness?" "I'll try." It was like a deep self-inquiry. When less focused, he quickly latched onto Virginia's consciousness. It was like recalling a memory fragment from his own mind or retrieving a previously forgotten thought, and once he found it, he naturally connected with Virginia's consciousness. The next moment, he saw the girl's past, which were fragments of broken scenes. Compared to List's formidable soul and the protection of the smoke mission, Virginia's soul was very fragile, like a leaky house at the mercy of List's prying into any part of it. The memories of learning magic as a child, her father's scolding, her sister's oppression, exchanges at the goat assembly, engraving the dragon bone stabilizer technique, and solitary walks through the fields all made Virginia's life experiences monotonous and dull, without too many hardships. She even lacked the memory of her own death. It was unclear whether she had forgotten or buried it deep within her heart, unwilling to release it. "Virginia, accept me." List had already sensed Virginia's soul entity and attempted to merge with her, just like mind merging during dragon riding. Virginia panicked. "What should I do, Your Highness?" "Relax, try to breathe deeply, and do not resist, otherwise, it will stir up a mind battle. You don't have the strong spirit of a dragon, and a mind battle would shatter you." "Alright, I'll try." Virginia's soul entity initially resembled a hedgehog, but under List's gentle guidance, transformed into a sponge. List's consciousness took advantage of this moment, seeping in, completing the simplest form of mind merging. It felt as though he became Virginia, experiencing everything about her. Every detail of her soul couldn't escape List's feeling. He had already managed to fill every bubble of Virginia, the sponge, with his own consciousness. That complete fusion felt like a fish entering water. It could only be described as water blending seamlessly with milk. Very comfortable. Nevertheless, it was far weaker compared to the sensation of dragon riding, since it was a merging of three souls at this moment: the Bone Dragon's soul, Virginia's soul, and List's soul. The Bone Dragon's soul was like a cold bed, with Virginia and List huddling for warmth. They heated the bed by resonating together. Virginia, follow my rhythm for the pulsation. List, well accustomed to the sensation of mind merging, promptly reminded Virginia, who was nearly lost in its comfort. Ah! Virginia snapped out of it. The comfort of mind merging was something she had never experienced in her whole life before. I understand, Your Highness. Soul vibration. List, proficient in the act, led Virginia in vibrating together, and then they managed to stir the pure soul of the Bone Dragon into motion. After several repeats, they finally reached the identical frequency, completing the mind-merging connection thoroughly. Within this resonance frequency of the Dragon Knight, Virginia's soul swiftly merged with the Bone Dragon's soul, integrating into and taking command of the Bone Dragon's main consciousness. In the end, in the triad of souls, the Bone Dragon's soul had completely fused with Virginia's, with no distinction between them. And List continued to maintain the Dragon Knight resonance with this new soul, unifying their minds and reaching a consensus in their thoughts: you are in me, and I am in you. Of course, protected by the power of destiny represented by the smoke mission, not even the Dragon Knight resonance could pry into the deepest secrets of List's soul. He could peer into the very core of all dragon hearts, but dragons could only see what he chose to reveal. The new soul born from the fusion of Virginia and the Bone Dragon was no different. It's done, Your Highness. I am the Bone Dragon, and the Bone Dragon is Virginia. I can clearly feel that, Virginia, although the new soul you have transformed into still seems weaker than a normal dragon soul. But with our fusion, we can perfectly control this Bone Dragon, or rather, perfectly control your new body. You have indeed been reborn. Yes, I have indeed been reborn. Virginia smiled. It was a telepathic exchange, as if she were in her own train of thought. Since I have been reborn, the name Virginia Truth belongs to the past. Your Highness, why not give me a new name? She sensed List's affection and extended the invitation. Ever agreeable, List replied. It should be so. As for a new name, let's take a part of your name and call you Vinny. Vinny. Virginia gladly accepted. Roar. The Bone Dragon let out a shockingly unprecedented roar, signaling a soul shockwave released by Vinny that pulsed magic power in all directions. Even an archmage like Ak could feel the chilling strike on the soul as it passed, momentarily losing her composure. This was certainly a very powerful attack method. But List temporarily paid no attention to the Bone Dragon's roar. He and Vinny quickly controlled the Bone Dragon's shift to a magic form. The ghastly blue light of the dragon's superior magic rapidly enveloped the entire dragon bone, melting the bone and coalescing it into a special super magic that merged into List's body. Just like how Leo turned into a fire dragon pattern on the chest. The pattern formed by the Bone Dragon concentrated on his head, covering only the left half of his face, with intricate ghastly blue markings swiftly etched from the scalp to his visage. Though the scalp's pattern was concealed by hair and invisible, the facial pattern was crystal clear, a mask akin to a skull, not of a human face but crafted in the likeness of a dragon's skull. The previously extremely handsome List, due to the half-faced skull mask, instantly became cold, eerie, with a touch of demonic allure. His character leaped from the refined gentleman of a troubled world to a psychologically twisted and evil villain, though his eyes remained clear and bright. Of course, even as a twisted, villainous character, he was still a handsomely cool antagonist. Ak, what do you think of this look? List said, stepping down and approaching Ak. So scary, brother. Haha. List was exceedingly pleased with himself. Ak casually created a mirror made from condensed water, allowing him to see his reflection. Admiring his own eerie image in the mirror, List couldn't help but touch the skull pattern on the left side. Indeed, no matter what shape I take, my charm remains. Giggle. Vinny's laughter echoed in his mind. Due to the magic form, he and Vinny's mind connection was interrupted, but just like the norm for dragon riding, there was still a strong sense of Mendel resonance. Vinny's soul had filled the void of the Bone Dragon's soul, making it whole. Don't laugh, Vinny, let's make a change from magic form to armor evolution. List raised an eyebrow. The skull pattern on the left side of his face lit up with even brighter ghastly blue light, and one by one, bones flickering with blue light began extending from the mask pattern, reaching across List's body. Chapter 926, Lich King. The chaotic super magic of the Bone Dragon constantly flowed out from the pale blue skeleton mask, rapidly enveloping List in a pale blue framework of bones. In a moment, List, who had previously worn Flaccabee's clothes, had transformed into an armored warrior wrapped in layered pale blue bones. Unlike the massive skeleton of the Bone Dragon form, these bones were very fine, allowing them to closely form a body-fitting bone armor. The gaps radiated pale blue lights, staining the white bones with a blue hue, not only compensating for the pale and feeble appearance of the bones but also adding much mystique. The armor as a whole mimicked the form of a knight's armor, but still bore fierce-looking bone spikes at various spots. A powerful force enveloped List. This was a special state of entanglement between the dragon's super magic and the dragon chi within him, which meant that although he primarily retained his human form, he could partially maintain the bone dragon's formidable power. He would define this state as a semi-dragon rider. Thus, what he wore was not merely armor, but a powered exoskeleton. Powerful, abundant, this is the armor I have longed for. List stretched out a hand, observing his palm wrapped in dense bone fragments, as a pale blue flame freely ignited within his palm. This involved the soul power of chaotic super magic, constantly operating in the form of flames. Your Highness, I can extend further. Do you need a dragon lance or a long sword? Vinny's thoughts flashed in his mind. In this semi-dragon rider state, he and Vinny could still connect mentally, albeit not as profoundly as during dragon riding, roughly at a level between riding and separation, somewhat detached. Dragon lance, long sword? List pondered, no need for now, I still want to make some modifications to the armor transformed from the bone dragon. Vinny, maintain this state. Don't worry, Your Highness. I've never felt this powerful before. Ever since I became a specter, I've had no sensation of hot and cold or pain. Today is the only day I've felt exceptionally fulfilled. My fusion with the bone dragon's soul is perfect, showing no signs of disintegration. Then, I am relieved. List communicated briefly with Vinny in his mind, then turned to Ak, who was watching the spectacle, and said, help me form a larger mirror and then give me some feedback on what parts of this dragon bone armor need improvement. With a casual wave of his hand, Ak conjured a huge water mirror out of thin air, 3 sides in total, surrounding List at the front, back, and right. The left side was where Ak was standing, so no mirror was placed there. The reflections in the mirror fully displayed List's dragon bone armor, every detail exposed to view. The dragon bone at the neck position is too thick, it feels a bit short and stubby, needs to be trimmed down a bit. The waist part, too, needs to retain its lines, and the joint section shouldn't be too tight to avoid restricting movement. The entire set of armor is too tightly protective. As a powerful dragon knight, I do not need such suffocating coverage. Key parts just need dragon bones, make the gaps bigger to let the blue light fill them, making it look more mystical. Replace the helmet's coxcomb decoration with bull horns, just use the original pair of bull horns from the bone dragon. The face mask should cover only one eye, using the bone dragon's perspective. Let the other eye remain uncovered for normal vision. It's a pity that the eye of magic doesn't coordinate with the bone dragon's vision, otherwise, I might be able to see some special vistas, maybe even glimpses of the exiled lands. Add a few more bone spikes to the shoulders. The complete set of armor, taking into account the advice from Ak and Vinny along with List's own aesthetic preferences, was finally shaped. From the earlier full-cover type knight armor, it transformed into the current half-cover type simplified armor, reducing the bulkiness of the armor and increasing its glamour. Does it feel like something is still missing? List looked at himself in the mirror, looking from left to right, always feeling somewhat incomplete. Ak scrutinized for a moment and seriously said, brother, the armor has dragon horns on the head but lacks matching dragon wings, and you're also not holding a knight's sword. That's it. Stirred by this realization, List quickly connected with Vinny, controlling the super magic to extend, then at the shoulder blades on the back of the armor, a pair of small-sized bone dragon wings extended. These wings were virtually identical to the original dragon wings of the bone dragon, even the ragged cartilage was preserved. Yet, it was precisely such tattered wings that further enhanced the visual impact of the entire set of armor, making it seem like a demon that had crawled up from hell. Like a lich king disrespecting a dead. Moreover, List really felt that after wearing this suit of armor, his style was akin to the transformation of Marquis of the Bull into a lich, although the blue light of Marquis of the Bull emanated from his own body while his came from the armor itself. Your Highness, would you like me to condense a dragon lance or a long sword using the superior magic at the tail end of the bone dragon? Vinny inquired. For now, since there is no dragon riding, just transform it into a long sword. Having said that, he lifted his right hand, and a pale blue flame rose in his palm, quickly transforming into a familiar longsword, the bone sword form of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. The blade consisted of segments of dragon tail bone linked by blue light, with a hilt also connected to the hand armor via the blue light. Holding the hilt, List felt the sharpness of the sword, although it's not a piece of genuine magic equipment. Because the armor incorporates some functions of the dragon form, when deploying chi, it can mix dragon magic power with dragon chi, making this bone sword even more powerful. With a bone sword, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword could be temporarily retired. Thus, completing the entire set of armor and weaponry, List spent half an hour trying to practice the chi manuscript several times, making the final adjustments through actual combat. He kept tweaking until the evening before finally completing the refinement of all forms. The birth of this set of armor means that the new skills of the elemental dragon have been developed, and to differentiate, the forms of the elemental dragon and the bone dragon need to be redefined. Its original form is called the true form, transformed into magic power is called totem form, and transformed into armor is called armor form. The armor condensed by the dragon is called dragon armor, the long sword condensed by the dragon is called dragon sword, the lance condensed by the dragon. Well, still called dragon lance, but names like bone dragon armor, fire dragon sword, ice dragon lance can be added to distinguish them. Right. While summarizing the totem form, List suddenly thought of an issue and clandestinely communicated with Vinny. When I ride other dragons wearing the bone dragon armor, remember to retract the section at the buttocks, not to hinder my spiritual connection with the dragon. Giggle, understood, my lord. Be serious. Remember to be clever, retract it when I sit down, and the moment I leave the dragon tooth platform, replenish it immediately, understand? List gave a stern order. Vinny dared not defy, understood. During the banquet, the nobles and officials of Reed City had gotten used to List's new figure, a bone dragon transformed into a totem form, carving a skull dragon head in blue luminescent pattern on the left side of his face. His followers had long known that their great lord landlord had obtained another powerful bone dragon. Now it appeared that both the bone dragon and fire dragon Leo could merge into the body of a dragon knight. Only the bone dragon seemed to merge only on a face. How incredible! Many followers admired List's exceptionally bewitching demeanor as they dined, amazed. But perhaps too overwhelmed by too many stimulations, they quickly grew numb and continued busily drinking and eating. After all, the Lord Landlord is universally recognized as the knightly glory incarnate in the mortal world. After the meal, List did not immediately allow Vinny to return to her true dragon form to rest but had her stay in the armor form as he sat spacing out. Spacing out was just a cover, actually. He was summoning the smoke mission and wanted to know if one in this half-dragon riding state with Vinny could see the smoke representing the power of destiny. As it turned out, Vinny couldn't see it. The serpent script made up of smoke remained visible only to List. Complete the mission. Reward, Gemstone Crown. Chapter 927, Missing Matthew. Virginia Truth had mastered the Bone Dragon, enabling the Bone Dragon to be reborn as a special soul element dragon, Bone Dragon Vinny. The smoke mission was naturally completed along with this, rewarding him with a Gemstone Crown. However, List was somewhat curious what exactly was this Gemstone Crown, and how would it come into his hands. He felt there was no need for theft, no need to rely on waging war to obtain it like he did with Crystal Helen. Crystal Helen was placed within the Flame Castle, instantly elevating the grade of List's study. This half-human tall, gorgeous crystal statue was a special piece of magic equipment, capable of organizing the castle's free-floating magic power, making one feel refreshed and at ease. Commoners basked in its aura without illness or disaster, while knights and magicians could enjoy the convenience it offered for their training. List particularly liked to read books under Crystal Helen's aura, absorbing knowledge. Of course, Crystal Helen's aura was sufficient to envelop the entire Flame Castle, so all the servants in the castle benefited from this statue. Butler Carter had always presided over Thorn Castle, but after falling ill once, he was transferred by List to Flame Castle to serve as the butler and to be conditioned by the statue. Thorn Castle was subsequently managed by his original personal servant, Servant Thomas. Chef Abby, headmaid Little Lily, head servant Tom, and other familiar servants were also transferred to Flame Castle. It could be said that the currently rather humble Flame Castle had become his main residence, while Thorn Castle was somewhere he only occasionally returned to stay for a day. I wonder where the gemstone crown will come from. Could it be that the Sapphire Duke crafted such a crown to congratulate me on becoming the king, after the three great kingdoms recognized the declaration from Flame Kingdom? List thought, but he hoped that wasn't the case, because after all, a crown is a hat. It's not very nice to receive hats from others. If he dares to send me a gemstone crown, I'll definitely send him a light green gem hat. He didn't dwell on the gemstone crown for too long, as his attention quickly shifted to the new smoke mission. Although Ak can control the formless dragon bard, when the dragon is away, she lacks a suitable mount to ride across the land. It is rumored that the Steel Ridge Kingdom Pegasus Great Forest has traces of unicorns. The pure unicorn may be a match for Ak. Why not explore the possibility? Reward, Pegasus herd. Unicorns, Pegasus Great Forest. It's suggesting that I go find a unicorn. List frowned and pondered, but recently I don't seem to have cared much about the unicorn issue, so why would the smoke mission release such a task? Or is it that deep down I actually want to capture a unicorn, to witness this creature that only pure maidens can see? He had always thought of the unicorn as just one kind of super dragon beast, like how the flame dragon bird is called a phoenix, a bit of an exaggeration. However, since the smoke mission had been issued, he had no choice but to make time for a trip to the Pegasus Great Forest, to find the Pegasus herd, to find the unicorn. At that moment, from the skull dragon head pattern on his face, Vinny's thoughts came through. Your Highness, it's late at night, do you still need my company? Ahem. List almost choked on his breath. He could sense the unusual emotions in Vinny's thoughts. Ever since he and Vinny underwent Dragon Knight resonance, that comfortable unblending feeling had intoxicated Vinny. Just as Dragon Knights enjoyed a pleasant cooperation with their dragons, Vinny too relished the joy of riding and being ridden. Unfortunately for Vinny, even though she had taken the place of the Bone Dragon's soul, she was still originally a human female, and her excessive indulgence in this resonant pleasure always gave List a strange sense of illusion. So indulgence was not an option. No need. Transform back into your true form and rest outside. I will prepare a dragon nest for you as soon as possible so you can have a comfortable living environment. We will continue to cooperate when we go out to battle. Of course, if I get busy, you can also practice with Emily. Emily? Yes, she's one of my followers. She's only 14 this year, but she's extraordinarily talented and is already a Sky Knight of the Sword Saint level. Moreover, she will soon become the first female Dragon Knight on the legendary continent, List said seriously. I hope you can help her become more familiar with dragon riding combat. A talented young lady like her? Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will cooperate earnestly with Emily. However, I still prefer fighting alongside Your Highness, and incidentally experiencing this world's bizarre and varied landscapes. Don't worry, we will have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side. Soon, Vinny turned into a huge bone dragon and lay down in a random spot outside. Back in his own room, List could see the rhythmic, ghostly blue lights pulsing on the bone dragon's body through the window. His thoughts were soaring. With Vinny in this state, having the bone dragon continue as a prototype and training Dragon Knight is inappropriate, unless it's for female Dragon Knights. He directly ignored the fact that he was also male. Even having Emily practice with her feels strange, but perhaps I am overthinking it. Riding a bone dragon is no different from riding other dragons. The only difference is that regular dragons don't have genders, whereas the bone dragon's soul is female. In the future, Bone Dragon Vinny will exist as armor and weaponry for my battles. The selfish possessiveness of being male led him to quickly decide the fate of Bone Dragon Vinny. Of course, Virginia Truth was someone List had saved, and the Bone Dragon was his private property. Bone Dragon Vinny, being a combination of the two, belonged to List personally and he had the right to decide how to treat her. Night fell. List and Ak discussed at length, documenting all the information obtained about the Bone Dragon during the day, in preparation for future soul research. Busy until midnight, he finally went to sleep, but before sleeping, he confirmed the date for going to the Pegasus Great Forest with Ak the 10th of July. The journey to the Steel Ridge Kingdom was long, and with the search for the Pegasus Great Forest, the trip could take 10 days to half a month. Therefore, he must arrange the work of the territory's construction and also coordinate the training with the dragons. First, he went to the Doomsday Volcano crater and negotiated with Little Fire Dragon Leo, exchanging 20 vials of red dragon water for several large jars of fire dragon over magic. These over-magic potions were intended for building glass workshops and brick factories. He planned to establish glass and brick factories in Flame City, Reed City, Jade City, Dragon Valley City, and Estuary City. These workshops would provide glass, bricks, and cement for city construction. They would also supply materials for road building in each city. Then, he gave 10 vials of red dragon water to Mountain Copper Dragon Mata to improve their relationship. He also contracted the most recently gathered elves from the Holy Tribes. Surprisingly, there were 2 minor elves, one was a coffee minor elf and the other a quadwood minor elf, an unexpected joy. Next, he gave 10 vials of red dragon water to light green gem dragon Ethan, practiced with Ethan for a while, and deepened his own branding as the first Dragon Knight. In its mind the branding was already quite clear. In 2 more months, it should be completely imprinted, and then he could introduce Ethan to Emily. Then, he gave another 10 vials of red dragon water to Grey Iron Dragon Orn, who had been residing on Black Horse Island, helping P. Great Elf Ash evolve, providing a deterrent force and ready support for the Fortress of the Mind and the Magic Gate of Mind Island. Back and forth. A quarter of the 200 vials of red dragon water was gone. This rate of consumption is a bit fast. Bard and Vinny will also need red dragon water. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to exchange affections with the Red and White Rose family and get them to gift me some more red dragon water, List thought, fondly recalling Matthew of the Red and White Roses. This handsome young noble was his good friend,